What's up, y'all?
What up?
Evening.
I almost ended the stream accidentally clicking the wrong button. That would have been shortest jazz bums ever.
That would have been a relief.
How dare you? It's hurtful. So anyway, what were we talking about before we started the show? We're talking about a record you bought. You want to tell the story?
Yeah, but Rob, 250.
Well,
Clean originals of Wahoo are over $1,000.
well, no one knows what we're talking about, but
Exactly.
if Mike was here, he would do a deep dive. So I came the other day, I've shared on social media in the Discord, I came across a 1966 stereo pressing Van Gelder of this record. I already have the DMM, which I'll throw into my auction next Saturday, by the way. So this record store, which wasn't one of my favorite record stores, moved a few blocks down in Burbank, called the In Groove, not the In Groove. Run out the Groove. It's these couple started it as like a hobby. I never really found anything in there I wanted. This was on the wall. They said they picked up a jazz collection, and it was on the wall for $100. So I looked at it, and they list it as VG Plus. It's cleaner than that, and the cover is VG Plus. It's beautiful.
Now, is that the 66 with the original New York label?
No, I don't think it came out with a New York label, did it? This is a Liberty. So
no, I mean the original's on a New York label.
It came out. The original, I think, was recorded in 64. It came out in 65. There was a mono and a stereo. Right. That's what I looked up. Okay, so I text someone who I consider a person who gives me, like, I'm not this. We're all new to this, maybe except for Brandon and Dave, but I learn with each purchase. The person says I would hold out for an OG or Music Matters. The Music Matters, I think there's one available on Discogs for $450. An OG of this mono is, I don't know if I looked the stereo or the mono is $250 or more.
No, dude, it's more like $1,250. If it's in good shape.
I'll pull it up. This is 19. I think it could be considered a third pressing of it. And
no, because there's a stereo and a mono from the first year. That's a second pressing.
The mono's second. So this would be okay. I thought the mono would be the first stereo, second. So this was 100. There's only, I think, one, or it goes for way more on Discogs, this version. And even if you go into the 70s, I don't think there's a version until you get to the DMM, which the cheapest you can get that for is 45 to 60 or more.
So to clarify on Blue Notes, as far as like a mono first pressing and a stereo second, that's true up until about 1962, which at point Van Gelder would just release the mono and the stereo at the same time. Yeah, but yes, there's a lot of earlier ones like 58 where a year later they would do the stereo, and that would be a second.
So I'm pulling it up as we talk. By the way, this thing sounds amazing. And it really is Joe Henderson. Joe Henderson just steals this record.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Played a clip on the thing. It sounded great on that clip you sent.
Yeah, well, you know why it sounded great? I did a YouTube short and just put the music from YouTube on it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, what I recorded sounded fine, but I just wanted to try and see how that sounded. Okay, I'm going to share the screen right now. This is the version I had, and I like the DMMs. People shit on them, but I think the DMMs sound good. Okay, so here's the one I have now. 9 copies for sale, the cheapest you can get it for. That's listed here, but the medium is 63. So this one goes for money. So let's go in, and and please. Oh, what's happening, man?
Man, Discogs has been funky.
Yeah, and let me just tell you, I'm as sick as the rest of you that I'm doing Jazz Bum Mike shit. Okay.
Why are you so bad? All you have to do is look at the first one. Mono,
Okay. All right. So there's not a lot of copies of this, right?
just 12.
So the 65 it came out. Okay. That's the range. There are 2 copies there. I'm not going to do as deep divey as Mike does. So that's the mono.
Yeah, look at what like VG Plus and greater copies are selling for.
Well, you look at the medium.
$400.
I mean, yeah, 1 copy of the OG stereo, and that's $430, but doesn't even go that much. Last copy sold.
Anyway, I just sold my copy. You guys are gonna see it.
You just sold it?
I sold my OG.
Why? You're gonna get the classic?
No, I need to pay bills. So
Okay.
sometimes you sell records to pay bills.
I yell at students to do that. Okay. So let's go back. Come on. You can do it. Discogs.
Wouldn't bet on it.
Okay. Now here's the one I have right here.
66.
They're none for sale. 0.
$100 is Rob. If you want any $100 for that
No,
record
I don't need validation.
is cheap. That's a cheap.
No, I don't need validation. All I'm doing is the person I talked to was trying to trick me out of buying this.
No, $100 for a Liberty is awesome. Grab it.
I'm pretty sure when you asked us, I was like,
No,
yes,
no, you said bought it, so
immediately get it.
Yeah.
What's in my cart? A lot of nothing. I don't put expensive records in my cart. So
No, because then I get drunk and accidentally buy everything in my cart.
you want me to show records I picked up?
Hang on,
Yeah.
there's a good question here. Let me find it. I've lost it
Okay.
now. What do you think Duke Pearson would think of the Music Matters version?
I know what he would think of you, Roberto. Do you want me to tell you?
What? I think he would like it.
Oh,
Why,
I thought that's Clay.
is that a
not
weird question?
Yeah, those
I'm
sound
sure
pretty
he'd
good.
be totally fine with it.
I don't know what Duke Pearson's deal was. Was he some sort of prick or no?
He was a producer, so he had probably some pretty strong opinions, but I'm sure he would like
Oh,
the
hold on.
versions.
No one's getting this, including the guy who created it.
I'm totally getting it.
Now I eventually got what you meant, Glenn.
Oh shit!
Oh, I see.
All right, so yeah, so I picked it up, and you know what? Sounds amazing.
Yeah,
It is.
it
Joe
should.
It could have easily been a Joe Henderson record, easy. And
It's
you
a
know,
Duke.
I'm not a big Donald Byrd guy. Donald Byrd is excellent on this.
What do you
That's
mean,
just
honestly?
an excellent album, but it is a Duke Pearson album.
Well, James Spaulding's one of the most underrated players.
He's
of all
mainly
time.
playing flute on it. He's
Yeah.
a good flutist.
He's
Well, he plays
he's
a lot of other
super
instruments
fluter.
too on other Blue Notes. He's solid.
Yeah,
All right.
he's
Out in
fantastic.
front usually, but he's good.
So I went to a record store where I always find stuff in their 50-cent bin. So I found these 2 in the 50-cent bin.
I found you in a 50-cent bin once.
I'm going crazy with finding Paul Motion records.
Oh,
The last-
sweet.
Oh, I just saw that. For
Yeah, I
50
posted
cents,
that.
that sounds great.
I posted it. I
'Cause I
think
just saw it for $10, so that's a good deal.
Yeah.
I think I might have this, so I have to check. But yeah, this was a nice 50-cent pickup.
Who's on that with him?
Actually, I have another one. I just picked up another one,
Oh shit!
Charles Burkeen, and he kicks ass.
Yeah, if you have another one, I'll take the one you don't have. I'll take one.
I'll
of them.
give you the 50-cent copy.
Okay, that's fine. Jenny Clark's a badass bass player.
Okay, then this is a Chris favorite record. This was in the 50-cent bin.
Oh, that's fucking kick ass! I can't believe you bought that for 50 cents.
Oh, it's Brignola.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got a
That
great
Curson.
band.
Awesome.
This is his favorite label, the
It's not my
Beehive.
favorite role, but it's pretty awesome. Yeah, that's great. Have you listened to it yet?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
These Beehive records, they all kind of have that same kind of sound.
What does that mean?
Meaning it's like a jammy, kind of late 70s kind of jammy sound to me. I tell the story about this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. that I found this.
Over here.
I found this Music Matters, but whoever owned it put it in a Blue Note 75 sleeve with the sticker. So they priced it like it was that. And I go, wait, the 75th didn't have a gatefold.
No, hell no.
So it's the Music Matters. So for $30.
That's sweet.
And this is a 33 Music Matters. It sounds great.
I'll give you 40 for it right now.
Okay.
Wait, what did they do? They put
So
it in
whoever owned it, if you bought a Blue Note 75 that has that sticker on the plastic covering that you pull the perforated thing off, so they slipped it on here when they sold it at the record store.
Oh, and
This is
so you got it for like $25 or $20?
$30. This was at Amoeba. They get so much shit in
Which
there.
is pretty hilarious since it's a gatefold and the original is obviously not.
Yeah, they didn't know that, so it had the sleeve with the sticker, the Blue Note 75th sticker. So.
Oh, it's Blue 75th, $30.
Got one of the lackeys sleeping.
Okay, so here's a record I've been wanting to get. It's a record store day record from, I think, 2017. And it's very desirable. And after listening to it, I go, I get it. This thing's amazing. This is the Three Sounds.
I keep seeing that.
This is really good. There's a couple different lineups. I thought they were mainly just the three regular guys, but those who are playing on these different tracks, and there's a lot of songs on here. I think it's like an hour long, but it sounds really good. This is a Bernie mix. All right, and then I picked up some records today. Does anyone have this?
Yeah.
No, but I've seen it. I've seen it in the cheap bins. I need to just pick it up.
I don't think they do a song together on here. It's like every other song is like Duke Ellington and then Mahalia Jackson. So
that's weird.
That's probably pretty good.
Then I found this record store I went to today got in a huge gospel collection. So I don't have any of her stuff.
Oh, cool.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
She's a favorite.
I don't know the Omega label. Do you?
Yeah. It's kind of a budget label, but they didn't put out a whole lot of records. I had 3 of them and I sold them all in the last auction.
And then I picked up this one.
The weird one, though, hang on the Omega, the one I had, I kind of wanted to keep, but I sold it. Was a guy named Dick Marks.
You made that up.
No, seriously, it was Dick Marks, and his
those are great.
That was the singer Richard Marks.
Isn't that his dad? His dad was a musician.
That's what I just said.
Okay, I thought you were joking.
No, I'm not joking.
Is that on Verve?
This is on Verve.
That one sounds better.
The mono goes for a good amount of money. This.
Oh, what a cool cover! That cover photo is awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. She's like the godmother of rock. She jammed on the SG.
Yeah, these are at least this is gospel.
Yeah, but she would tear it up on the guitar too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any of her stuff, so I grabbed those.
Yeah, I got a lot of her 78s.
Did you order a copy of that Miles box from Best Buy or anywhere, Rob?
I was gonna do it, and then I go, I have those records anyway. The box would just sit there.
I hope you do get it for that price, Chris.
God,
yeah, they're gonna cancel it. It's Best Buy.
Maybe
I'd sue them.
How many people you think bought it? They sold out on their pre-orders.
Well, no, Target sold out on their pre-orders. I don't think Best Buy did. So for anybody that doesn't know, the Miles 54 box, which we can look at later, the Craft is putting out, it was mispriced on a bunch of websites for $24 today. Like on Target and Best Buy and Barnes & Noble and some other place.
I don't know how they screw everybody over that orders now, though. I mean,
just cancel it. They're not really screwing anybody over. Just cancel it. We'll see.
Hold on. It's comments like this, Biggie, and why you don't have a pile.
That is true.
Okay. Do you want to see what I got?
Yeah.
I didn't get a lot. I haven't been buying very much, but I got some cool things. I got this Rashid Ali and Frank Lowe.
Nice. So that's the reissue.
Yes.
Of the hard to get record with extra stuff, right?
Yes, exactly. There's like there's a whole record of bonus material.
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
it's
It's
fantastic.
pretty fun. It's just sax and I guess it's free in a certain way, but you got drums keeping everything together, and they're just playing really hard.
That's one of the
Like
greatest
Burnout.
records of all time.
I have a copy of that.
And then this is cool,
Oh,
$5.
Oh, yeah.
They just reissued that.
That's hilarious. So anyway, I got this clean copy for $5. It's a different trio. Sabu Adeola on bass and Peyton Crossley on drums. So this is from like
maybe 80, a little later.
81. Not that late.
Okay.
I don't know why it has a different group, because he should have still been with the guys he was playing with all through the 70s and 80s. So I think it's just a session that his band wasn't there. This is awesome.
Yeah, they reissued. That was a Verb by Request reissue.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Well, this is the original.
It's more funk, right?
Yeah, it's a funk record, but there's little tribute. There's sort of references to big band and some cool things. But he's playing his bass. He's bowing it and playing it with, like, if you see, like, he's got his like a phaser, and he's got a rack unit, so he's putting it through some crazy modulation. Pretty fun. I really like this record. Here's another bargain record.
Yeah,
I think I have that one. Yeah,
Chris. I sent that.
It's a live Milt
Peter
Jackson.
Walton. Higgins.
Great band. Teddy Edwards, Cedar Walton, Ray Brown, and Billy Higgins. Just a really cool band, and it's hard bop, but it's a great killer record.
Yeah, I agree. I like that one.
$5, or maybe it was $6. And then I picked up both of the Home Poets,
Oh, nice.
which I think are fantastic, both of them.
You've listened
How
to
much
both
are
of them?
those running out west?
Huh?
How much are those cost in retail?
$37.
Okay, yeah, they're $38.99 here.
I already own the LTs of both of them, and as soon as I found out they were coming out as Tone Poets, I sold my LTs.
So they're just about $1 cheaper out there.
I used the coupon for You Discover and got them for like $28.
Anyway,
wow.
it's nice that the Taru has all the extra photos.
Oh, let's see them.
Yeah, the Medina note is not gatefold.
No, it's not.
Cool.
It's kind of a bummer, but I guess
Oh,
there was
wow.
nothing from the session. Anyway, like as usual, Kevin Gray did great. I mean, it sounds better than the LT, and you got all this visual, so there's no reason not to pick it up.
Absolutely.
Just especially for how much better the covers look. But they also sound a lot better than the LTs. So, and I think I sold Medina for like definitely sold it for more than I paid for the Tone Poet. I think I got
Really?
$50 for it.
That's wild.
I forgot to show record that I got in the mail.
Oh.
Well, I'm done.
Oh, cool. I got that too.
The new Vinyl Me Please.
Oh yeah, Teo.
This is very good. Sounds excellent.
That was a Prestige? Yeah.
Yeah, you liked it? I haven't listened to mine yet.
Yeah, it's very good.
But
got
too
Mel
busy.
Waldron.
Here's what I like that they're doing now. They're not putting a sticker on the horrible Japanese
Yes.
sleeve, so I can take it out and put it in. And then it's no more tiny little books. It's a bigger one.
Good.
There's a second pressing of that, right? That's like maybe I'm getting it mixed up.
That just came out.
Second pressing that's like a different person as the Frank West or something. Who's on that?
It is
Mal Waldron.
Well, it's Mal Waldron's. Well, they called it the Prestige Jazz Quartet.
Right. But I think it was released later as one of the people. Maybe not.
Maybe a Teddy Charles record. It really kind of sounds like a Teddy Charles record. He really dominates.
Okay. I'm thinking of something else, I think. A different.
This is like put on at the end of the night, chill out, kind of record.
There were a few of those Prestige All-Stars that would be released later as like
OJC.
One of the people. No, as one of the people's solo record.
Oh yeah. That makes sense. You really got to watch out with the later prestige shit. I mean, just to make sure you don't already have it. So they pulled that.
Oh yeah, you got to look at. You got to do that.
There's
with
a lot
all
of
your,
records I
check your covers.
that I thought was, that I
CPI did that a lot too. They did that. They had a whole series of reissues with different names and sometimes different artists.
like skid marks in the
Yeah,
Prestige
skid
All
marks,
Stars.
Exactly.
I only got one record. You want to see it, Chris?
Yeah, of
Then you
course.
show your stuff.
Oh,
That's,
blowing our wad. We're only 20 minutes in, man.
It's Chris Corsano and Bill Orcutt live at Duke University at it was the Three Lobed 21st Anniversary Festival. Great duo. Chris Corsano's free jazz drummer. He actually lives in Ithaca, where Dom is. Bill Orcutt, I think, is out in. I think he's in California, but he's a guitar player and he plays electric guitar on this, so it's kind of rock, but still jazz in a free form, completely improvised deal. So they just get up there and jam. It's absolutely killer. Anything these two put out, I'm gonna get. I got it from Squidco, so it came in 2 days in the mail.
I heard that guy plays with chicken drumsticks instead of regular drumsticks.
What are chicken drumsticks?
Like actual chicken drumsticks.
Chris you need to try out your material before you bring it.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
If Mike was here, he would have laughed. So whatever. Hey, Nicole.
This is great. If you want some jazz that rocks, that's what this is.
Isn't that called fusion music?
Yeah.
Nah, I wouldn't call this fusion because it's a little heavier than that. Definitely with the drums being heavy. It's free jazz style.
Yeah. Well, you're on the gravy train, Mazzy. They send you them for free.
No, Barack PW gave them to him. That was nice.
Speaking of the devil, there's Nicole who got me into the Squidco.
Oh, cool.
Squidco.
That's where that came from.
They have CDs. I have to check them out.
They do. They have great CDs. They have CDs that are very hard to get in the States.
Yeah.
Like they're one of the only distributors of this stuff.
That's cool. I'm scared of that stuff because Nicole likes it, so I don't know.
Yeah, but you just need to dabble your toes in a little deeper, Chris.
That's fair.
Because then you'll be like Joe Analog Archive, and then you'll be jumping
you know
ship
what?
from the bop.
I don't see that happening.
Dave, you're very lucky.
No more bops. Yeah.
Dave, you're very lucky because if you seen Chris's toes, you would not have made that comment.
Stay away from.
My toes are
Stay
pretty
away
off.
from bops. That's what I say.
I'll have you know I'm an actual foot model in another life, Rob. So how dare you?
The before one, right?
Speaking
Not
of
the after.
feet, I about busted my ankle into right ankle last night, walking to my car from the restaurant.
Oh no!
God, it was like this dark street and this tree, and then part of the sidewalk was missing. So just my whole right side went down, and then I kept on going. I was like, well, so it's just a small sprain, I guess, like a grade 1 or 2 sprain. But god damn,
That's not fun.
nope. So I was icing it before I got on here.
Well,
you alternate. You put the ice on one, and then you.
What
Yeah,
What are you like? Were you 15 minutes behind, Felipe? Are you in a different time dimension?
sucks.
Smoke a bowl. It's
Didn't
illegal.
Felipe
here,
get
sir.
a OG blue note of some type that I see him showing the other day?
Probably.
Probably
I
for
forget
me.
which one it was. Oh, it's like a Hank Mobley
Very nice.
with Lee Morgan.
That narrows it down.
I need to know more about how he got that.
You probably got it from Brandon.
You probably got it from me.
Oh, really? Did you sell that sucker?
I do not have a problem selling some records sometimes because
Dang, man, that's a hard one to find.
it was hard for a long time for me to sell records. And then I sold a couple and I was like, oh, this isn't that bad. Like I can live without it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, I bought them a while back, but It was really hard at first to get rid of some OGs, and then once I got rid of a couple, I was like, "Oh, I can do this. This is
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, do it when you
I've been trading in stuff lately myself.
do it in a divorce agreement when you see all the records going all out at all at one time.
That's not as fun.
Can I talk about what I did Wednesday night?
I mean,
Sure.
maybe.
So I went to see.
Oh, sweet.
I like that shirt.
Headhunters.
Well, I wanted the darker color one. This is the better design. Not
Yeah.
a very big white shirt guy.
I know, because it's gonna be covered with chorizo stains pretty soon.
It's true.
Any stains. So Wednesday night at the Hollywood Bowl had the 50th anniversary of the Headhunters. No opening act. It was packed. It was sold out. They came on stage. It was all of them except Marcus Miller was in for, I forget whoever passed away. The bass. Marcus Miller was on bass. Harvey Mason, obviously Herbie, Benny Maupin. They had a younger guy on sax, another keyboard player, and then is it Larry Summers on percussion? He's the guy that does all the awesome. They played the whole Headhunters album. Insane. I feel Benny Maupin stole the show. He just killed it.
Was the first one that what is it? Chameleon? Is Chameleon the womp, 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 womp,
No,
womp, 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 womp,
they
womp,
played that. Isn't that they played that? And then there's another song like that on Thrust. So after they did,
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
so after they did the Headhunters album, they merged the bands together. It was Herbie's touring band because he's on a world tour right now. A bunch of young guys, I think, mostly. And they played a song from Thrust. Benny Maupin and Marcus Miller left. And that was good. But
did Herbie have his guitar?
yeah, he came out during Headhunters and played it. You know, when this young, I forget, I don't remember the saxophone player, if someone else was there, this young guy who was just tearing it up. They were like going at each other during that song, but it was insane. It sounded great, a lot of energy for a bunch of 80-year-old guys. I think Harvey Mason's like 77. Herbie's what, like 83, and Benny Maupin's like 81 or 82. I saw Benny Maupin earlier this year play the was a Lotus, whatever, played the whole album, and he was amazing. Like the venue I saw it at, they had a hard end at 10 o'clock. He wanted to play more. So
okay, hang on. I gotta address this. You were 100% wrong, Roberto. You said it was going to be 15 minutes, and that you read it somewhere, and they played the whole record, and you ruined my
they
life.
played the whole record.
Correct.
They picked that. You know what? I'm gonna tell you something right now, and I hate to say this, but Roberto strong-armed me.
Okay.
He said, I have some information that if it got out would embarrass you. Buy me a shirt. So I bought him the same shirt as this, and
You
I
should
just
not
dropped
send
it
it
in the
to him,
mail.
You should not send it to him.
And just so you know, mine's an XXL because I'm giant.
Yeah.
Roberto's a medium. Do what you will. with
You're
that.
giant. You're giant. Tall.
Giant.
You're not a big. You're not rotund. You're just a giant.
Oh,
Tall.
Look who's there.
Good to see you, man.
So I was
That's a
I was
cool.
bribed by a
You
t-shirt
said you went to that. I'm gonna be mad at Roberto for at least 17 years.
What did he
Well,
do?
how do we? Wait.
He talked me
How
out
do
of going to it. He's like, they said they're only going to play a couple of songs together, and they play the whole
They
record.
played the whole album.
Damn it.
How do we know it's Mark Glassman? What's the secret code word, Glassman?
He's got a wrench
there's
for one.
the imposter version.
He's got a wrench.
But it was a kick-ass show. Once
This is
in a
how we know
million.
it's right. This is how you know it's.
All you idiots who missed it, you should be sad.
Hollywood Bowl, right?
Yeah, I am sad. Very sad. Oh well.
Did you
It was
see
probably-
that
weather
Bobby
was
Bradford
nice.
played too?
What?
Bobby Bradford played a gig in Pasadena.
Yeah,
Last night
I know.
or the other night.
Alex and Shirk went.
Brian, who comes around, he's in the Discord server, lives there. He went to it. It was an opening of this kind of record store club space.
Yeah.
He said it was 100 degrees inside. He
Ooh.
played for a long time. He
Yeah.
said he played a good long time, but it was packed.
He's up there in age too.
Yeah, you are an idiot for not going, Delphina.
We can be idiots together, Delphina, because I didn't go either.
No, I used to see Bobby
Delphina's been
Bradford and
busy.
John Carter all the time when I lived down in Santa Monica. So, because they used to play at the Center City Playhouse in Center City, obviously. So,
Delphina saw Jane's Addiction. I saw
Bullshit,
that.
Mark.
Yeah, she did go see Jane's Addiction. But I don't go out. I don't go out much to shows and stuff. That was a good show.
I was going to go to a show next Friday. I may still do it, but it's like Earth, Wind, and Fire in Chicago. Because I love Chicago. I grew up listening to that shit. But the like cheapest tickets was like $200. I'm like, well, you gotta be shitting me.
200.
Yeah.
In October for you, Rob, I think September, October, Angel City Jazz Festival is coming again. And yeah,
To where?
Angel City Jazz Festival.
I know. Where's it? Where's Angel
It's
City?
all over LA. So
That's cool.
Well, right now they're having a jazz thing at the Hollywood Bowl. So the next 2 weeks, like George Benson's playing there. There's a ton of, I think there's a tons of stuff. You can go look it up.
Nicole, have they announced anybody for that festival yet?
I saw a little bit of it. Nobody that is screamed at me like, "Oh God, that would be great to go see." So
I got you.
let me see. I was just gonna look it up.
That'd be interesting to know.
And my seats are good. If you've been to the sorry,
Get some dogs.
I was in the middle area, but it's you don't go to the bowl unless you pay $5 million to be up close.
Yeah, that's fair.
But there was like almost 18,000 people there.
Didn't Beck just play there with an orchestra?
Yeah, the LA Philharmonic.
Yeah,
there's
that had been great.
My friend went there. Also, he went and saw it was John Mellencamp, Bob Dylan, and Willie Nelson. That was a show that just happened there.
That's cool.
Where's the Red Cat at there, Rob? In LA.
Red Cat, I think that might be in Silver Lake or Los Feliz or somewhere around there.
October 12th is Chris Davis Trio. Steve Liebman.
I'll have to look at it. Quick and
Mark
choose.
Dressler is going to be doing something with Brandon Seabrook. So
We have a jazz festival here this fall, and it looks like totally shitty.
Ours is, I forget when it is, but every year it's hosted or run by Wynton Marsalis,
right.
the one in Charlotte.
Yeah.
He's like the headline act, and it's expensive to see him.
Yeah.
But they put on a lot of artists out in the park. There's a new park where the baseball stadium was built, and that's all free. So there's a lot of it that you just walk up and you can just check out whatever's going on.
That's really cool.
No tickets required. But then if you want to see the big stuff, you got to go to Blumenthal, and it's a few
The one
$100.
in Labor Day weekend in Chicago is always the one to go to. It's the free one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like
Chicago.
free jazz, or just it's free to get in.
Yeah.
Which one?
Chicago Jazz Festival on Labor Day weekend.
I'd like to go to the Montreal one personally because they get really good acts at that.
Well, the ones in Canada too. Victoria.
I was wrong. It's in the basement of the Disney Concert Hall.
Yeah. You're thinking of a different bar in Silver Lake, though. I know what you're thinking of.
There's so many cat places.
Too many cats.
I got too many. Way too
Hold
many.
on. I didn't know. Is this really Lastman?
I don't think are you going to see him, Mark? That's the real question.
Dex.
Saw Ornette at the Chicago one 20 years ago.
Alex saw Ornette Coleman at the one in Chicago.
I saw Ornette 3-4 times. Saw him at Keystone. I saw him do a with Charles Moffat. What's his son's name? I haven't ran a blank.
Oh, they play
Dion
drums.
Dion.
Yeah. So,
Did you get to see him with his son?
yeah, once.
Wow, very cool.
So,
Kind of a rare occurrence.
right.
Damn.
Did he get
Hey,
good on the drums?
Hmm?
Did his son get good on the drums eventually?
Well, he's about as good as that he did on violin. So,
Hey,
Okay.
Or as good as
Mark
Cornette played
Glassman
trumpet.
saying absolutely he will not miss the Backstreet Boys.
Yeah, that's correct.
yeah.
Hey, Felipe.
Hey Chris, how's it going?
Good.
Okay, I was busy. Finally, I joined. Oh, nice to see Mark Glassman back. I just have a couple things. Just to wrap up on the Duke Pearson thing, right? You guys talk about Duke Pearson, Joe Henderson.
Yeah.
Just to give some coherence, some context to that. It's interesting. Joe Henderson. Again, I'm working on those Joe Henderson videos, but he came back from the war. He was drafted. He went to the war. In '62, he gets back to the U.S. He meets Kenny Dorham at a party in New York. They become really close friends. And then Kenny brings him to play in a session, which was this guy here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that was Joe Henderson's first recording as assignment for Blue Note. Then next, he records "Am I Blue" with Greg Green, which is a crappy record. He really tanked, right? Critically, fans, everything. The record did not do very well. But Alfred Lyon and Francis Wolff, they really liked Joe Henderson because of his skills as a songwriter, as a sideman, and how much he could contribute. If you see the records, he was a sideman. He has at least 2 or 3 tracks of his on the records. So he started recording a lot more, and then he has kind of a breakthrough with this guy here.
Yes.
Because this record did really well. It compensated for the crappy results of "Am I Blue," and then he recorded his page one, right?
Mm-hmm.
His first record. So, and actually, they released his first record before those guys here, because they liked it so much. He did not do very well critically, but again, most important, during those recordings, Duke Pearson. So Ike Quebec was the A&R guy for Blue Note until he passed in '62. In '62, Duke Pearson becomes the A&R guy for Blue Note. So he pretty much decides who goes on the sessions and what gets recorded. And he also became really good friends with Joe Henderson. So he started using Joe Henderson in many sessions, his own, of course. That's why he's so fundamental in many of Duke Pearson recordings, including Wahoo included. And also Andrew Hill. They started working together quite a lot. And just a fun fact about Andrew Hill. People talk he was not that successful commercially or critically. He was doing okay. He was also writing a lot of stuff for other musicians in the label. But also he had this thing. Although he was very young and still starting, he only was playing live if he was the band leader. He would not take like sideman gigs. So, and that was one thing that really kept him from like moving forward in his career, having more gigs and making more money and become more known. Is because no, I'm only playing if I'm the leader. I'm not playing if I'm a sideman. Yeah. So that kind of sucked for Andrew Hill because he kind of put his career behind, and that's why he was not so successful as a musician, a live musician in the career. But Joe Henderson was still. So that's one of the reasons that Joe Henderson was so like omnipresent in so many records because Duke Pearson kind of made it happen. Duke Pearson really liked him; they were good friends, and of course he had the talent to deliver, to write so many great songs in so many different recordings. That's the cool thing about it, which I find quite fascinating.
Well, isn't that Felipe? Isn't that your thing? You said I will not be part of the jazz bums unless I'm the leader.
That's true. He did. That's true.
No, that's why Mike quit because we said no, Mike, you cannot be the leader. Okay.
Yeah.
Then he cried for a whole 3 weeks straight.
Yeah, he's gonna deep crying.
Yeah.
I'll tell you though, that Wahoo sounds amazing. So
It is good. It is good. Yeah, I think I have one in the mail. Let's see.
I think
Yes.
I didn't realize it's coming out. I think November is a classic. So
Oh,
everyone,
is it?
Yes, it is a music matter. It's a very expensive and hard to find music matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest ones to find there.
in fact, I posted it on my Instagram, and some guy goes, he tagged Joe Harley and said, "Hey, you should do this." And Joe Harley goes, "I did it already as a music matter."
Boom, roasted.
Yes, that's the thing. People see hot titles. They, oh, Joe Harley. What about this title, dude? Wake up.
I already did it.
Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of, this is one of my favorite Blue Notes of all time.
Oh, that's a great one.
This
Yeah.
Hill with Joe Henderson.
So
Yeah.
This is actually 3 different sessions.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah.
they haven't been issued on any other way, right?
It's fantastic. I mean, you could literally split this and make this into 2 records if you wanted to.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah.
it is 2 records.
It's 3 actually.
So it's Point of
3
Departure,
sessions on 2
Unity,
records.
Yeah.
right?
No, I mean you could make it into 2 completely different titled records.
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh, you're right. It
Well,
does have,
they've done
does have
that.
3 sides.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway,
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm a pretty big Andrew Hill fan, but this is
Yeah.
probably my favorite, and it's
And-
not
and-
really even like
Yeah.
a regular session.
Yeah. And he was great. I mean, he wrote the Run Pro, the Louis Morgan's record. He wrote that song.
Anyway, on what is it?
If
Side
you
3
really
and 4. Side 3 and 4 is Joe Henderson and Freddie Hubbard, and Richard Davis and Joe Chambers, and that would be a really good record to
Oh,
make.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's killer. That's
if
killer.
you really were a big Andrew Hill fan, you would have this one
Dude, nobody wants that piece of
I
crap.
actually have.
where they
I actually had the original where there's no synthesizer on it.
yeah, where some dude sitting there scoring a porn while they press this.
They said maybe it's produced by Phil Spector or something.
Yeah,
It's like
exactly.
Andrew Hill's playing music, and then this porn guy goes nee, 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 with I said, I don't understand why they did shit like this.
Hey,
I
Rob.
don't either. It's
Your
like
guy,
someone
Benny
said,
Maupin's
"I'm going
on
to add
side 2 on this.
strings."
Yeah.
Rob.
What, Dave?
Benny Maupin's on side 2 of this that Brandon was showing.
I have that. I have a lot of those.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
You know what?
Mhm.
It's almost like when Chris messes up a stream. This
Right.
record's
What do you
the
mean?
synthesizer.
Thanks,
So it's-
Brandon. I'm
so
gonna
it's-
play this
yeah.
later.
Yeah. So
It's-
speak.
It's a fantastic record.
Yeah. I haven't
So
listened to it in a long time.
speaking of Joe Harley and Tom Poes and that kind of stuff, I'm not sure if this is already out, but it should be soon. This is a record that I highly recommend for you guys to get, the next Tom Poet.
I had a
Oh,
Japanese pressing of that at one time.
That's
Is
an
it-
OG.
Yeah, that's the OG.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Is
But
it-
I might get a Tom Poet. This vinyl is kind of noisy. It's not so great. The music
I
is
think I might have a copy of that already too. I'll have
Who's
to
the
look into
group?
it.
Who's the group
Tom
on
Poet
that?
yeah. So
might
it's,
really kill
yeah,
it.
it's with Max Roach, and it looks like back in the day everybody was like Sonny Rollins +4, Max Roach +4, but that was their internal joke between them. And here also
Yeah.
Booker Little 4.
But because there's so many albums that are like that, I looked it up and thought I might have had one of them, but
Yeah.
no.
So it's Booker Little, George Coleman, Tommy Flanagan, Art Davis, and Max Roach.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that.
Yeah, this is the. I think they're gonna they have replicated labels, right? So here's how it looks like.
I don't have that. Yeah, I'll get that for
That's
sure.
that's the Dit Groove and everything.
You know what I have? I have that Motor City Scene one on that label, which is
That's
good.
that's Bethlehem, right? Yeah, that one is
No.
Bethlehem.
Yeah, but mine's a United Artists.
Okay. Yeah, I think they bought a catalog afterwards, right?
What you doing there, Dubs?
Yeah, but this record I recommend. I think it's really terrific.
I'll be getting that one for sure. Is
Yeah.
it the first United Artists they've done? I think it is, right?
No, they did. No. What's another United Artists they did? The Duke Ellington, the Money Jungles in United Artists.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but it's not that label. It's not that label. It's the one with
No.
the saxophone pose.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's this label. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. This is pretty cool. Yeah, that's a good record. You guys should definitely get it because it's really worth. And it's not so easy to find. So
That comes out next month, right?
Yeah.
I think so because I saw him posting this record on like mastering cutting the lacquer. So I think this should be about to come out.
Yeah, I just flipping through Instagram. Today's Mal Waldron's birthday. He would have been 99 years old.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Cigarettes won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
No,
True.
for sure.
I want to talk about a record box that I ordered. I think Joe Hayes might have posted, or maybe Dave posted that Lancaster box set that's coming out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
I think Nicole said she ordered it.
Mhm.
You want to show it so everybody knows what you're talking about?
I'm trying to pull it up right now. Calm down, fella.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
interested to
maybe-
know
maybe
how
just
they did
prepared.
the records inside the box, if they have the original artwork or just records in there.
You can stream. I think who posted on Bandcamp, you could stream the whole box, and it's quite amazing.
Oh,
No,
wow.
it's the Palm stuff. It's
Yeah.
those records go for thousands.
Mhm.
And that label's good. I have a Marion Brown record. They do good stuff. I'm pulling it up now.
They only press that stuff once.
So I'll post here's the link
Not
from
many.
Bandcamp. Here's the link from Bandcamp where you can listen to the whole thing, and I'll show this.
No, that's cool.
I'll show the box that you
Are
can
they doing
order.
CDs?
Huh?
Are they doing CDs too?
You shut up with your CD bullshit. You're really ruining this experience for all of us.
I support Chris anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but no offense, Nicole, you're old. You can't barely lift a record.
That one too, Chris.
There you go.
Lifted that just fine.
Yeah.
That one.
What'd you do? Hook up your 28 baud modem so you could find the fucking website?
Oh, hold on.
You
need
brought
to-
it up. Do you think you'd be prepared with your
Do
material?
you have the Do you have the AOL install CD?
These attacks. These attacks are.
You gotta do that. Yeah. Wait for the dialing signal.
I'm pulling it up. Calm down, people. I'm sharing the where I bought it from because that seems to be the cheapest place you can get it.
Forced exposure.
Yeah, forced exposure. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stranded has it like $20 more.
Yeah. Okay. Here, I'm sharing it now. I'm gonna share the screen.
Please do
Calm
this,
down.
Paul. Please.
Yeah. Joe told me about it.
Yeah.
He told us all
But-
about it at the same time.
Go to that. Go
He
Go
messaged
to the
me,
thing
said-
and
Well, he told you first.
so let me
Oh, this is so tiny, no one can see it.
calm down, feller. So this is Barry Lancaster. He's from Philadelphia, right? He was
Mhm.
the complete Palm recordings, and these are amazing.
7
They have
LPs.
If you ordered it from their Bandcamp or direct from France, it's over $200 with shipping and everything.
Mm.
And this, I think they don't charge sales tax, only $8 to ship it. So it came out to $160.
Yeah.
7 LPs, and I'll pull up the from the website to show you pictures of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how the records look in the box. If
I heard they
there's
filled the box full of sand and then placed the records in there carefully.
Yeah.
like the
No,
Alice
that-
in Chains box set.
That's the reason you switched to CDs. You got treated that way by somebody.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm gonna.
Dylan at Noble got that box set with the dirt in it.
Yeah.
You flip it, and there's dirt in it. And
Oh, wow.
Alice in Chains.
It's actually dirt from Baird's cemetery site.
Oh,
So here's the box.
Okay.
So
Are there any other pictures? Ah, there we
picture
go.
from the albums.
that record when it was initially released came with a 7-inch. The 7-inch alone can go for like $500.
Hmm. Don't play it, Loki. You'll get the show shut down.
Yeah.
Calm
Do you
down.
think, do you think Matt is gonna make a 30-minute video about this box, Rob?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on the bottom they have the songs. Here's the picture.
Oh, I see.
If Mazzy starts listening to Bayard Lancaster, there's no hope for any of us.
I'm telling you, Click on that link and stream it. It is really good.
I will.
Yeah. I mean, this label they make really great stuff.
So is there 7 different records, or a couple of them 2 LPs?
7 different records.
I have a couple originals on Palm. I do have one Bayard Lancaster. It's the one of the anthology Jeff Gilsons.
They're only doing
the Jeff Gilson stuff there is amazing.
Yeah.
So they're only doing 700 copies of this.
See that real quick, Dave.
This is the Lancaster with Bobby Jasper.
Yeah.
On the
But wait for the unnumbered version, okay?
Yeah. So 700
so
copies.
I should pick that up. Actually, I know where there's a copy of that.
Oh,
I don't know if Target has this one for $23, Paul. I wish it did.
Oh, right. That was a good question, though. Worth looking into.
I
Yes,
don't live near. Listen, I don't live near Muscle Beach. I live in Santa Monica.
What's all in that Miles box that you get for?
I think
cheap?
it's all the.
It's his full 1954 recording. Right?
I'll be right back. I got an Amazon.
If they honor that price, that's a steal.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
oh, for sure. Yeah.
That'd be great.
So 54 was like his transition period, right? By 53 was his last year when it was really down really bad with heroin, and he's back and forth, like going back to rehab and go back to St. Louis. His father lost him, goes back. So that's a moment when he kind of, I think that's where the spark really started there, and he took more care, put a good band together, and then from there, just great stuff. And I think that's a good year, like a transition year on his work. I really like that box. I think it's a great idea because getting OGs is really super hard, and getting spread stuff, like if you have it, great. But if you don't have like a digital version from here, analog from there, a CD. So everything is there. It's a nice book, nice presentation. I mean, if you don't have that complete body of work, I think it's really great. Not only for the music, but also understanding his career, that transition period. I think that's quite a nice idea. And yeah, I mean, I chatted a little bit with Nick. He put Nick Phillips from Craft. He put the box together. It's a really nicely put together, thought work, and we may even chat with him about it eventually. I think it only comes out in November, so we might have something on the channel near release date. Yes.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
What's the real price of it?
125, right?
175.
It's 25. 125.
Oh, 125. Okay.
Yeah. Which
right now is $24.
Yeah. So 125 before that would be like
$30.
$30 per record. Yeah.
Not bad.
Not bad.
I mean, so what are the records? I mean, because it's all 10-inch. It was all 10-inch stuff originally, I believe, from when I was looking on.
So
but then what? It was Bags Groove was one of those, right? What are the other 3?
Was an early session there. I'm not sure if they put collector's items and stuff like that.
Miles meets the rhythm section first.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe they're gonna put some stuff on Dig. I don't know. I haven't been through the whole.
Well, Mike posted what they were the other day on the Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a lot of them. So
I have all of them.
I ordered it. I ordered it. So I'm gonna blame Chris if I don't get it.
That's fine. I don't give a shit.
I'm hoping you guys pull this off. It'd be freaking great.
Yeah.
Yeah, we beat the system, guys. We did it.
Well, because they're a big box, you know, maybe they won't pay attention. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think Best Buy pays attention anyway.
No,
yeah, it's true. I worked for them for 10 years, by the way.
Wow.
I don't know, because if you think about it, it's an 80% discount. It's too much. I think, honestly, I think they're going to end up canceling those orders.
But it makes sense that Best Buy did it because
Dave, they're going to hire you back to fire you for this debacle.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. It was funny. I was in charge of security. I was in court. I was in court for like 2 months every year because all the kids I caught in the summer, I'd be in court for in the fall.
So what was it like catching Chris shoplifting?
I never got caught.
Steal Trick Daddy CDs.
No, I never got caught stealing CDs.
Trick Daddy was Chris's favorite CDs.
And that was
I
last
don't even
week.
know who that is. I did steal some CDs as a teenager for sure.
You stole them as an adult.
No, I've never stolen as an adult. No. It's not true. They can't just cancel. You'll be very upset. They don't give a shit, dude.
Well, hold on. To be fair, Big Ian, you're upset anyway by most things.
I can't click his comment for some reason. Weird.
You're upset you don't have a pile.
He gets upset every time he watches soccer.
Yeah, that's true.
No, that comment is true. Somebody is getting fired. No doubt.
Maybe.
As someone who
It
worked
happens, man.
If they have to honor it, then yeah, someone's getting canned.
as someone who worked in an industry where everyone demanded someone get fired, someone's getting fired.
Oh,
Yeah.
for sure.
She really upset me.
I'm just saying, okay.
Yeah.
Because
You
it,
know
it
what I
doesn't
think-
have a CD version, right, Felipe?
Huh?
There's no CD version of this thing,
I
right? It's the
think
vinyl.
there is one.
There is no that. Yeah, it's probably the CD price. Actually, what's funny on Best Buy, the CD costs $3 more than the 4 LP box.
Yeah,
art.
yeah.
Well, if you
You know,
do get
in
this,
order-
if you end up getting the CD, at least you get something.
Yeah, there's a CD. The CD is a 2 CD set with the same cover,
I bet you it's going to be the CD set.
$25.
No, they have both of them on there.
But it does say 7 LP right on there. So
You know what? I'm going to blame Chris because he's brought this CD nonsense into our house.
That's true. No,
Yes,
that's
it's
Felipe's
CD
fault.
karma.
Felipe influenced me.
Felipe got me to get this CD.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Oh, that's excellent. Yeah.
So I picked up a CD. I mean, I pick up CDs probably 10% of the time.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's
Yeah,
what.
oh, for sure. Yeah.
But you enjoy them 100% of the time.
Yes.
Yes, I only play my CDs. The records are just for show.
So yeah, so let's say I share it with the guys this week. I ordered a couple of days ago. There's a really nice box, a 2 CD box, a Billie Holiday from 45 to 49, her complete Decca recordings, which is like her most beautiful music. It's at the peak of her singing. I got the box for $10, and and it plays nice and clean. Why am I gonna run after all those 78s or reissue 10 inches from the 50s that sound like crap? And if I can have all the thing consolidated with a nice book explanation about every session and sounding super clean, this doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
So those things, CDs are amazing. I think CDs are amazing for getting those collections.
I've really been enjoying them, man.
Yeah, and I think I said it last week. I think for live recordings, they're great because you listen to the entire show at once. Boom, you don't have to flip the record. If people complain about 45, let's complain about flipping the record on the live set, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Felipe, I don't know if you get many brown nosers, but here's one for you.
Oh my gosh, no, stop that.
You're making a fool out of yourself, Ian, tonight. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
Can we
no.
have some DMM talk? Sure. I don't have any DMMs. I don't know anything
I
about them.
I have 2 that I'm going to be in my next auction.
What are your opinions?
I think they sound fine on my system.
Yeah, they're good. They're a little bright, but I like that.
Yeah, I think it varies. I mean, I have. If you look on the Dead X, most of the rock from the late 80s, mid to late 80s, everything is DMM.
Yeah.
Right, everything is DMM.
But they still do it today.
They still do it, yes. And
Waxworks, Wax
The
Time
only-
does DMM.
The only blue note I've ever heard that doesn't sound good is a Scorpio. That's the only blue note
Yeah,
I've
but
ever
some
heard.
of them sound
but-
okay too.
Yeah,
but
I will
even
say
though,
that
yeah,
I've listened. I used to own a couple DMMs, and when I got originals, they sounded quite a bit better. So
No, they do. It's the originals are warm and rich and deep.
yeah,
The DMMs are a little bright, but they're
but
fine.
remember the originals are compressed. Remember that.
True.
Keep that in mind.
Oh, the DMMs probably are too.
Yeah, I mean, the Tracy Chapman, that's most of the 80s stuff is DMM. I think
it's very different for rock than it is for jazz too, and also it's very different for something that was like made for DMM as opposed to something that was put on it later.
Exactly. Yes. No, I agree, Rob. You lose some of the mid there. It's not so.
Yeah, it's kind of
So
trebly.
warm.
It's kind of
Yeah.
on the trebly side.
Yeah. But I think I don't think it's that bright. It's a little brighter than an original recording, but again, the original recording is like really compressed to that bass and horns. It sound really like boom, in your face. Especially after they were recording everything in stereo and just folding down to mono. That stuff gets really loud.
Makes sense.
Right? Let me show you this one here. I think Roberto is looking for a copy of this record. This just came back. This just came from Brazil this week. It's a very short one.
300.
And I think I posted this one. Man, this record is amazing.
Oh yeah, I love the
I
cover.
just saw that.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's sold out there. I'm trying to I contacted the label owner to see if they have any spare copies there. Try to get some more.
Yeah, I would like that.
Yeah. This
At first, I
record.
thought it was Massive Attack Mezzanine.
Yeah,
No,
they have a Beetle on that too.
Where's
no.
that label from?
It's from Brazil. It's called Made in Quebrada. Quebrada means like alley, made in the alley. Like made in a. Really
What is the
small
title
spot.
on this one?
So it's called Conde Favela is the name of the band. It's Sextet, and
Is that an actual favela in Brazil?
sorry,
Are they from a favela in Brazil?
no, they're more like from the outskirts, but not necessarily from a favela. But there's
Okay.
a big reference to that there. And the title is Temas para Tempos de Guerra, which means themes for times of war.
Oh wow.
And
How much is that running? Do you remember?
this local currency, it should be like about $50-$60 this record.
Okay.
Originally, because it is a short run, and
It's probably already expensive.
oh yeah, for sure. The label is pretty cool.
Oh, that's very cool.
Center, and they're quite great. They're recording a second record. Okay, I got in touch with them, and so it comes with a little poster here.
Oh, hang on, let me see that.
That's pretty awesome.
What is it?
Mm.
You know, if
Now,
you
what-
smoked a big fat blunt and then studied that strongly while you were listening to the record, it'd probably be a
Now,
good time.
which of those bugs would you like to eat?
I actually, when I went to Japan, I ate a lot of crickets, and I love them. They're really good. Yeah, it's healthier than any Starbucks thing for sure.
Well,
Hey,
anything.
Doc,
So
everyone's
fair.
familiar with Ghetto, and Chris is a big Ghetto lover.
Yeah.
Yes, I love
I love
Gato.
Gato.
Oh yeah,
He's
You
putting
know
that
what?
out.
For very cheap, go get the soundtrack to Last Tango in Paris. It's very good. And
I'll
it's
tell you
cheap.
what, it's pretty good. I like I think I like his Flying Dutchman stuff the most.
Yep.
And then the
Phoenix.
Impulse, the four he did at Impulse are badass too.
The his ESP disc is very good.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is it.
that one's great.
Yeah, I have that. I have that.
Yeah, mine's got a bunch of writing from a radio station on it, but it was
His,
free. So
his later shit is kind of
Yeah,
not so good.
that's dollar bin shit.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a couple of them. I haven't listened to them but once. I don't remember what they sound like, honestly, but it wasn't the same thing. The thing it's great. I've said this a million times. The Live in New York. I don't have that one yet, Doc.
I found copies of it and asked you if you wanted it.
Well, I may have it. I need to look. I got too much Gato shit, dude.
You go get the Last Tango in Paris soundtrack. It's like $5 and you'll be happy.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, Gato Chapter 1 is good. Anyway, yeah. Gato, you want to see a bunch of CDs?
No,
Why?
unless Nicole shows them because she shows cool CDs.
Whatever. Nicole's muted. I muted her a long time ago. Oops.
Oh, why'd you kick Dave off?
I'm trying to unmute. I screwed up, I think. Hang on. Sorry, everyone.
Oh man, disrespected.
Oh, I thought my
Hey,
internet was
sorry.
crashing.
No. We can hear you now, Nicole, I think.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
What we got?
This guy, Tom Green Quartet, is the
Sweet.
album Axiom 1 and 2. It's known as, he's from Denmark. It is the first known free jazz recording.
First known free jazz recording ever, or in Denmark?
In Europe, in overall, in Europe,
Wow.
So when was that recorded?
1963.
Cool.
So is that the only way it's available? Is on that CD?
Well, you could find originals if you can.
Yeah, they'll be quite pricey, right?
Yeah, I can imagine. So
Great artwork.
So
Yeah.
any who else is on there with him? Is there any notable
bunch of
European dudes?
European dudes. Yeah. Yeah, let's see if we can see it.
I'll be
close.
looking
Now,
into
is
that.
it true free jazz or sort of like early stuff that like Ornette early stuff?
More like the Albert Eiler stuff.
Okay.
Early Albert Eiler stuff.
Yeah.
Then what I on record wise, what I went to go get, which was thankfully was at my door, the Lee Morgan.
Ah,
Oh, nice.
Great one.
nice.
I don't have that yet.
And then the Juju.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
It's really
I don't
good.
have that either.
I have a DMM of Juju.
I need to place a You Discover order soon, I think.
These were all things I received today. This is from Dusty Groove.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
What label is that on?
What is the name of this called? I don't know. Good question.
I don't even know the artist.
It's
So.
Japanese pressing, so I don't know.
So is that a new record or?
Yeah, it's a fairly new record. It's a Dusty Groove purchase. This is a what do you call a purchase, a auction purchase from Patrick's stream.
Ah,
Oh,
oh, I would have sent
Oh.
you. I have a bunch of copies of that.
There was a Pink Label Allman Brothers live at the Fillmore East. Of course, I hate those these auctions. They go up, oh, I'm going to raise it up $1. I go, screw that shit. I went and said, okay, I'm kicking it up to over $100, and then people were like, oh my god. So I didn't get it. Some guy finally showed up and said, I'm going to do 165.
how much is it worth? This Almond Brothers Pink.
Well,
Not
actually,
165.
my buddy, I was selling records for my buddy. I had a promo. I sold to one of the Mitchell brothers. That thing at the minimum is like $250 of white label promo.
Uh-huh.
Like a $300 record of Fillmore. I found one in the 50 cent bin. The cover was trash, but it's a quad. I found a quad. That's the copy I have.
Yeah.
Man, if anyone wants a Pink Label, that one, send me a direct message. It's near me.
Yeah.
I saw them in the Beacon Theater
I'm
in
not
New York.
big. I'm
Phenomenal
not a
show.
big jazz singer fan. I usually don't. And the only reason I bought this is that On Fidelity had a sale. It's Faye Victor singing the songs of Herbie Nichols.
Oh, cool.
Did they have lyrics or?
Yeah. Well, I know she created lyrics to it. I guess.
Herbie Nichols didn't write lyrics, did he?
No, I know. Anthony Coleman on piano, Tom Rainey on drums. So there is good players on this. So, and then Acoustic Sounds delivery today. I have these already, but I bought them again. Chico Freeman.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
yeah.
I need to order mine.
Me too.
And then this one, if you don't have to get into the blue stuff, I had the original of this back in the 80s. And the first time I put it on, it just literally knocked me over how great sounding this thing is. Sonny Boy Williamson, Keeping It to Ourselves.
Sure would dig that.
Yeah, it's a great recording. Absolutely.
As Chad would say, you better get your diapers on.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely, because that's first song, The Sky is Crying. Oh man, that's amazing. So
Yeah, get your diapers on.
Good stuff, Nicole.
yeah,
That I got to check out that Denmark CD.
yeah.
Where'd you get that? You get that from Squidco?
No, actually, I bought that from Dusty Groove. It's
Okay.
Corbett and Dempsey that puts it out.
Yeah, they put out the Milford Graves box
Right.
set too.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
In fact,
CD.
I got another one coming. Corbett and Dempsey CD's coming. So
They do good work.
Yeah, who got that box and has listened to it?
What?
Which
Did you,
box?
the Milford Graves box?
No.
Oh,
didn't.
I got the
mean-
CD box.
You mean
was
the
it on
one?
Milford Graves?
The one
What was
with
the one
Don,
with-
That's for live at Yale University, but the
Yeah,
box
yeah.
set that just
that it has all the stuff together.
Yeah, that.
this is the
Yeah, I
box
have
that
that one.
they just put out.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what I was
awesome.
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what you're talking about, Chris, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, this
I
is
have that.
fantastic.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I heard it was wild as shit. Is it crazy? Like super crazy, or is
I
it?
mean,
No, it's just
there's some parts that are free jazz, some parts more rhythmic stuff to it. It's good.
Yeah, that's what I like. I like it when it's kind of mixed up.
I mean, there's that.
Yeah.
I really highly recommend you watch. There's that documentary. It mainly features Gail,
yeah,
which is great. That dude, very interesting dude. Kind of lived as a homeless guy for like 15 years, playing his sax on the street.
That's the coolest thing I've watched all year, man. I appreciate you sending me that because I watched
Yeah,
it.
it's
When are you going to have your 15-year record peddling part of your life, Rob?
Well, I'm gonna live on the street. I'll be on the street soon, guys. So don't worry.
Who said that? Was it Harry said it this morning? And Rachel's, which I record
Tweets
not for
at the holiday, the earthquake.
Yeah, so this is the CD that I think I was talking about, the complete Yale.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
So it's got both the covers
Poland,
of
yeah.
those albums, and it's got
But, so you,
I just bought that
the
one.
gold cover out,
Yeah.
and then it's got pictures of the painted covers.
when
That's
did that
beautiful.
come? When did that CD come out?
I think a
Last
year or
year,
so
I think
ago on
it was-
Dusty Groove.
Yeah, last year or 2 years ago or something like that.
Do you have the vinyl? Did you get the vinyl reissues, Dave?
Yeah, I got both the CD
Yeah, I
and
got
the vinyl.
one or two of them because I have originals of everything else.
Cool.
Yeah, I got these reissues.
So are those good?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
these are great. Superior Viaduct did them. And Greg Wooten, there's an article about Greg Wooten. He's in LA. He's a collector. And this is they used his original copy to use for the artwork on the one that they did the reissue for.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got 8 copies actually of the 50 that were made. They put them all up in a display in some art gallery in LA too. But
I never hear about any of this shit you're talking about.
But this
Stranded. Do you get Stranded emails, Rob?
I do, but
I do. Yeah.
they just are peddling their records, though. They give out other information.
Well, I got Stranded in here in Oakland, so it's an easy to get to. So
But Namo, this is an original
Yeah.
on SRP.
That's not a cheap record.
No, I'm trying to think. I think one of these I got from Mats Gustafson and one I got from Tom Minko.
Mhm.
I think this one I got from Minko. Which one did I get from?
So
And I got
Yeah,
Babby is the one I got from Mats Gustafson. So this came from Austria.
Bobby. Cool. So let me ask. I came late, so I don't know if you guys already talked about it. Rob, did you go over the concert last night?
Yeah.
Okay, I can.
No,
But it's my channel. I can do whatever. Please tell it to me now. Just
all right.
listen to me.
This is why you're the leader of the Jazz Bomb. This is why you're the Andrew Hill of this operation.
Uh-huh.
So, they played Headhunters, the whole album.
Mhm.
It was Herbie, Benny Maupin, Harvey Mason,
Mhm.
Larry Summers. I think it's Larry Summers. And Marcus Miller was on bass. There was this young guy, I forget his name, on sax, and another keyboard player. Excellent. And in my opinion, Benny Maupin stole the show. Anytime he was playing, you were just it just grabbed you. He was. I mean, Herbie. So okay, I'll say how it started. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar came out and introduced them.
Nice.
It was pretty funny. So Kareem's 7 foot tall, and Herbie comes out, and I guess how tall is Herbie? Like probably like 5'5", maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, he's not that tall.
So he came out, and the mic was on a stand for Kareem, and Herbie comes out to talk, and he's like struggling to grab the microphone. No one came out to help him. I don't think he was trying to be funny, but I think he's a humorous dude, so he embraced it. And then he was great. Herbie was great, but he was off to the side doing all his stuff. In the center was Benny, and Marcus Miller was next to him. Harvey Mason killed it. He was excellent on the drums, and Larry Summers did a lot of the vocal, like automate. He had a bottle where he was doing those sounds, and he was excellent. But it was really Benny Bop. And so they played the whole album. Then they took in a 15-minute intermission, and Herbie's touring band came out, and they kind of morphed together. Benny and Marcus Miller left, and they did 2 versions of from Thrust, the song from Thrust, Point something. They did he says we're going to do 2 versions together, like a sped up version and a kind of slower version, and that was excellent. So it was. I mean, to see them play that whole album with that band, you never really see it unless they had a good time doing it and tour, which I don't know.
Felipe already told Roberto we've got a contract out on his life for talking me and you out of going because we were going to go, and then he talked us out of it. So
I mean, we knew about this in February last year. Tickets went on sale. People should have come for it because it was sold out. People were into it.
I did see him like 3 months ago. I didn't see that, but I saw his touring band, which was cool.
Yeah. I will see. He's gonna be here next month. I'll go see him. And I'm kind of trying to work to meet him. Let's see if it works.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah.
It was great.
Get him on our channel.
And I'm sorry, Felipe asked me the merch. They had one merch area. The line was too long. All they had were T-shirts and sweatshirts. No other kind. They had.
I usually he posted on his Instagram that stuff that will be there. It's like, man, the T-shirt looks cool, but actually every concert was to go to buy T-shirts, but I think they just like wear off, you know. Then I got really into buying either a poster or a program because they last forever.
Yeah, the posters are cool. But I don't know where to put the fucking posters. That's my problem.
The one thing when we left, all the bootleg T-shirt guys were out. And I've bought a bootleg T-shirt from LA somewhere, and they turn all my clothes different colors. So
speaking of shirts, has everybody got their Black Flag Jazz Bums shirts?
No, but everyone should definitely go hit up the merch store. It's not a Black Flag Jazz Bum shirt. It's just a Jazz Bum shirt with an interesting design.
Yeah, strike that. I didn't say that.
Yeah.
And then what was the other one that we put up? Oh, there's also an election related one.
Yeah. So then I started getting programs. I got some cool ones here. This is
trying to pimp our merch, Felipe.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It's okay.
To make you
go to the store and buy a T-shirt, please. Thank you.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
I just wanted
to show 2 programs that I bought. This one is his farewell tour. If anyone went to this show, it was pretty cool. I think it was like 2018, 19 that I've been there.
Oh, nice.
This was a nice show. I got like a front row seat. It was pretty amazing.
It's like a freaking hardbound book.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was the concert was cool. And this also, I watched this one in San Jose at the Sharks Arena. This was cool because it was their last tour.
Oh, Rush.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, there was an amazing concert. Really, really cool. And
I used to have a condo right down the street from the Shark Stadium arena.
Yeah, I used to go there a lot. I saw Prince. I mean, I think I'm cursed because I saw Prince, he died. I saw Tom Petty, he died. I saw Rush, he died. Maybe I should not go to
you're the killer. Hey, you know how good Felipe's life is, Biggie? You know how good Felipe's life is, Big Ian? He has a pile.
Man, my life it's good. I kind of like I pull like 15 teeth today. I'm happy about this.
All right.
Yeah.
There's a link for our store.
Who was asking about Gato?
Doc, that's a great one. I like that one.
This is
I like
my
that one.
favorite.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
That's cheap
this
heat
is
too.
my
That's
favorite.
like a $7 record.
It's not
I got this
expensive
cool-
to get a Gatto collection going.
No, it's not. That's really good. I like that. I got that from Rob, I think.
cool
That's a
photos.
good record.
I have a British or French one, French pressing.
Anyway, that's my favorite. The band is really good. It's Lenny White on
artwork.
drums, Joe Beck on guitar, Ron Carter on bass, Lonnie Liston Smith on piano and electric piano, and Gene Golden on conga, and Nana on berimbau and conga. It's a good band.
Yeah, Nana Vasconcelos.
Why does he need to come visit me?
So you'll die. That's what he's saying. Since we
Oh,
pick up the
wow.
shows with these people,
Hey,
he
you
wants you to
definitely
die.
don't. Well, I'm gonna equally distribute Ian's pile to everybody.
Yeah.
Right.
Hell, a dog do. I got some records.
Yeah,
That was me. I didn't say anything that kind of mean to you, Ian.
Yes.
Oh, you got regular
I
records.
thought I was being humorously nice.
Humorously nice. This is an interesting record.
We're all
I have that. He has, I think, 3 Heirs to Freedom records.
Yeah, this
Trombone
one-
over tuba, baby.
Yeah, this has got Hot O'Brien and Sheila Jordan on it. So
Yeah,
there's
they're
lots of
singing
tunes.
on it.
But there's a couple of songs in the first of this that are super fucking weird and kind of freaked me out at first. And I was like, I don't know if I like this, but man, I actually listened to it twice and I like the whole thing. But the like kind of straight ahead stuff they do, the sound and just the quality of the musicianship is kind of mind blowing. Honestly, like it's just so great. Like Roswell Rhodes can communicate so well through the trombone. It's nuts.
Hey, Chris,
Yes.
get this one if you like Roswell Rudd.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have that.
that's in my want list for sure.
Okay,
Rob Thunder, copy that.
Aren't there like 2 or 3 of that grouping records there, Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that one.
Dope
Now, why
deal.
don't you wear a suit like that, Chris?
I mean, if I had one, I would. Maybe I will. So this is Art Farmer, obviously. Blame It on My Youth. This is from like '88, I think, on Contemporary.
Huh.
So this has him on, he plays flugelhorn, Clifford Jordan on tenor and soprano, James Williams on piano, Rufus Reed on bass, and then Victor Lewis on drums. But
Very
this
cool.
is excellent. I mean, I was talking to Notes and Tones the other day about this record. This is his later contemporary stuff. There's like this one. There's one called PhD. I've got another one too. I can't remember the name of it, but this is one of my favorite Art Farmer records after hearing it this week. Like just across his entire catalog, that 80s contemporary stuff is outstanding. It doesn't hurt that it's got Clifford Jordan on it either. I got this with Louis last week. World Saxophone.
hell yeah.
All their records are not expensive. They're like cheap.
Well, this one
Damn,
was like
dude.
$15. I think I overpaid by like $5 maybe, but
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, I really enjoyed this. So for anybody that doesn't know, this is the original lineup. It's Hamiet Blewett, Julius Hemphill, Oliver Lake, and David Murray, and I really like this because
It
it's
gets
just
out there.
no, it's totally out there. I like it though. Like this is the kind of stuff I do like.
Yep.
You know,
Okay.
I don't like I listened to the Machine Gun or whatever, the Broadsman record, and I had no interest in that. So, but
You
I
should
love
have
this.
like a saxophone quartet. Try Rova saxophone quartet.
Yeah, this is great though. Because it's just 4 saxes, and they're kind of
They do.
Yeah,
They
but-
make amazing sound.
they
Really
make it
good.
work 100%.
There's one they do,
Mhm.
Duke Ellington. That's good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have not listened to this yet, but I got this one. So
That'll make you pee in your
Fantastic.
pants.
sweet. I don't know if I showed this last week or not, but
I bought that. There's a bunch of those reissues.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And they
the
sound
Trade Drive Club is great. Yeah, they sound good. They're kind of a little maybe slightly overpriced, but they're cheaper than getting like the BBE stuff at $60 from Japan or from England or whatever. Yeah, so
That's a
Listen
French
to good.
company does good reissues.
yeah, for sure. And this
one
one
I
I
still
listened
need to
to again.
find.
They did this one too.
I didn't
Brandon
get that
put it
one.
together, yeah.
That one good.
Oh yeah, it's
I
great.
like it.
This one kind of reminds me of like I don't know, like in a silent way a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, Miles. It's got a Miles sound.
It's fusiony. Fusion.
No, that's actually I'm thinking of this one. That reminds me of that. It's actually this one that more.
That one's
reminds me
good.
of.
I like it.
Yeah, this one's good too, and it sounds good, and it's on the same that same label. They've done a lot of really good Japanese reissues.
There's another. This one was reissued too, Chris.
That's intense.
You see that?
Journey to Air.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I don't have that. That's on the same label. The tack.
I don't know. I have
know.
the original of the Hino's one.
Brandon, I don't know if he's ready for that one.
What's that down?
Journey to Air. That one's intense as hell.
No, that's what I like. I mean, I love the one he did with Mel Waldron. That was
Chris is a
badass.
delicate flower.
No, I'm
I
not.
think Chris is fine.
That's not like
He's
that
ready.
shit. I don't like.
He's ready.
I want to give a shout out to one of my favorite people,
love,
Peanut Gallery.
Okay.
love.
Big Ian, keep doing what you do.
Yes, that's true. He should.
Yeah, I like that artwork on that one, Brandon. That's the original artwork.
Yeah, I like pretty much all of Teramasa Hino's stuff. It's all good.
Even his later stuff, because I heard it's.
When he becomes smooth jazz, I want to
Yeah.
vomit.
Yeah,
No,
there's
actually,
a point
I
where
have
he loses
one-
me
I
too.
have the one where he's starting to get into it, and it's pretty damn good.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'll find it.
I'd be into that. Is this the one where he has the pink shirt on or the pink hat or whatever?
Yeah, it's horrible.
I can't do it.
No, it makes
Oh,
me want to
really?
drive my car through an old folks' home.
If you go into
You wanna
Bob's
do that
shop in their
anyway.
basement, they have an entire section that's Teramaso Hino records of that period.
Oh, wow.
They've been down in that basement
Yeah.
forever. You can get
Yeah.
them for take them upstairs. They'll go. Just take them.
You know, it's like you had lunch with Watanabe,
Oh yeah.
and he
Yeah.
convinced him, look, it's more profitable to be smooth jazz.
The only smooth shit I like is like Benson, man. I dig Breezing and shit like that. Like,
Yeah, but
and
that's more poppy stuff.
I know, and then like Grover Washington Jr. Some of the shit he put
yeah.
up.
And
Interstate-
don't buy a record where he's standing next to a tree.
Yeah, that's all. Of
No,
them.
the first Grover Washington on what was it? Inner City Blues, I think it was. That was
Yeah,
good.
I like, what is it, Mr. what is it,
The one
Mr.
with the Bill Weathers song, that's a good album.
What's the one where he's coming out of the water? Mr.
Oh,
yeah,
Mr.
that's
Magic.
horrible too.
Yeah,
That's not- I have that one. It's good.
great.
Was that on Motown?
No, it's on Kudu.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Which wasn't that distributed by Motown?
No. Oh, yeah. Actually, at one point, yes, that's true.
But the one with Bill Weathers, just the two of us, that's a good song.
Yeah.
Chris, you said you found a bunch of Soul Note and
I used to have
Black
all.
Scene at the fair.
I used to have all the Black Scene Soul Note records.
Yeah, I did. I found them. I showed them a couple weeks ago. I can flip through some real quick.
Did I
They're
show
all-
these? Like, I found a bunch of David Murray records.
Oh, I like
Yeah.
I like Eric Gale. His stuff's pretty
This
smooth.
is good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I like this stuff. My dad used to always play David Sanborn. That stuff's pretty smooth.
Why is
He's a
that
good- He's a
record?
good player.
Sanborn's a badass, though.
James
So.
Sanborn was a good player. He played with
He's a great
Ornette.
player.
Yeah.
Gale's good.
I like
He had
I
that.
like Eric Gale's 70s stuff. I think it's pretty awesome.
He had that TV show late night or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Sanborn?
He had
every,
Ornette.
every Thursday night he would play on Letterman.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
All right. What are you showing, Murray?
Great
Yeah.
example.
This is on Indian Navigation.
Put
Try
that
to
in my
pile.
pile.
Rob, try to find Low Class Conspiracy of David Murray. I don't know if that.
I don't. I mean, I see it David Murray a lot. I mean, it seems like he was their most. Was he their most successful artist?
Dude,
Maybe, but
Indian
I've
Navigation
his
or-
records are never in.
No,
this
no,
one.
on
Black
Black
Saint? Probably.
He had a lot of recordings.
He did. He had the first one, didn't he?
No.
No, Billy
no.
Harper. Billy Harper.
Oh, okay. That's right. That's what I was thinking of. Okay. Yeah.
Murray was prolific.
Is that it? Just the two records?
No, I mean, I have a bunch here, but they're all,
Let's see,
you know.
Yeah, he found a ton of those.
I have to move all my records around here. Let me show you this. This was cool. I think it's in this one.
I still think we need a room tour of Rob's place.
You
Yeah.
don't. Wait, you know what? If
I've
you
had
want,
one. Trust me, it's not for everyone.
yeah, Chris is like the only one who's seen it. This was really cool. So this was in this one.
Oh yeah.
This insert. So I don't have that one. Does anyone have that?
Yeah, I had
Nope.
it. Had it. Had it.
CD.
Had it.
I have
found
that.
one.
Had it.
I have that one. I have that.
Had it. Volume 1 and 2.
I have children.
Had it.
You do?
Had it.
How many?
And had it.
That's that one.
That one,
But
yeah.
on the back's cool is this order sheet, which is
Yeah.
tiny for the human eye to look at. But
Well,
all those,
can you even read it?
Huh?
Can you even read it? Yes,
No,
yeah,
dude,
man, that's
even with
there.
it's
That
hard
is
to
the
read.
first one. Yeah,
Ah,
There's the first Black Saint.
yeah.
yeah.
I got a copy of that. About
Called
6
Black
months ago.
Saint.
He
Yeah.
Chris ripped it out of my hands.
It was in my hand first, liar. All right, who's going to show their stuff? Me?
Yeah.
All right, it's CD time, people. Check this
Wait
out.
for Nicole.
Okay. Felipe, come back. I want to show you CDs.
CDs.
Felipe.
I need your approval
Yes.
Here you
Okay.
go.
What approval.
Nicole's going to hate that thing anyway.
as the leader of the bums.
This is really cool. So this is Branford Marcellus Quartet. It's I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name because I'm an idiot. Romer Bearden revealed. So he was an artist, and all the songs on this, all the tunes on this are the titles of paintings that he did, and he used those tune names. So in the little booklet, it's pretty cool. It let me see it. Here we go. So it has the art with the names of the songs in it. And here's all the different.
Oh, yeah, that's very cool.
names. I thought this was really neat, and it's a great record. I mean, my only problem with these is I'm kind of blind, so I can't really read them. Like I literally can't read them. I mean, Bradford's. I mean, everybody's on here. It's Bradford. So the main band is like Bradford, Joey Caldozo, Eric Reeves on bass, and then Tane on drums. So really good. And then there's a bunch of guests, including like his whole family, plays on like one tune, each of them. So yeah. The only thing I don't like is it's got this outer sleeve thing, and I don't know what to. I guess I have to keep the jewel case. No,
Oh,
I saw Branford with Sting.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
It was pretty
yeah,
awesome.
that was like the according to some people, that was like the most sacrilegious thing he could have done at the time. But anyway, I got this one that everybody's shown already, so got this, which is good. The Joe Henderson. I think Brandon just showed this one.
Which one?
yeah.
Yeah. It's called Double Rainbow, so that's really cool. It's the music of Joe Beam. This is a really kick-ass one. This is Tane Watts Bartok. So let's see if I can read it on here. There's probably no way in hell I can read it, but I think Branford's on here. Let's see. Like all the CDs are related to the Marcelluses somehow, I swear. So the main band here is it's Tane on drums, Branford Marcellus on sax, David Buckley on piano, and then Eric Reeves again on bass.
Oh, cool. It's a
These are
quartet.
all- yeah, it's quartet. So these are all like $4, $3 or $4. I got a bunch of them from Academy in New York.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
Never
didn't you have an
purchased them
issue with
before.
them shipping or
I
something?
buy a lot of stuff from Academy.
It just took them a while, but I'll do it again because all the CDs I got from them were less than $4, and they only charged me like $6 shipping for all the CDs and a record.
Oh
And they packed them like a brick
I've had
shipment.
good
Yeah,
luck with Academy.
it took them 4 or 5 days to ship it, but dude, that was outstanding.
Okay.
This is super kick-ass. Notes and Tones showed this a long time ago, but he turned me on to it last week. So this is Jason Marshall, New Beginnings. This is on Corey Weed's label, Seller. He owns the Real to Real label. This is his main label, and then he's got Jazz Club up in Canada. But this is cool. So this is Jason Marshall. He plays baritone sax. It's him and got Mark Carey, Gerald Cannon, and Willie Jones III. But what's cool?
This thing is unbelievable. Yeah,
It really is.
it's really good. The tone, the sound of the saxophone on this record is killer.
It really is very well recorded. But he does he does Arrogant on this, which is just, oh my god, it's so sick. So he plays it like it's like Sonny Rollins playing that song, but on a fucking baritone, just super fat, outrageous tone.
Yeah, it's so full, so full of air, right, and breath. It just
for sure.
It's amazing.
That's one of my favorite ones that I've gotten. This one, holy shit, this one was really good too.
Yeah.
So James Carter, I hadn't been into before.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
In Carterian fashion, I guess is the name of this, and I think this band he worked with a lot. So let me see if I can read it. James Carter playing all the saxes. He always plays everything: baritone, tenor, soprano, bass clarinet. Fuck it, I got no Cypress Chestnuts on it. I got no hope of reading the whole thing, but I didn't have any of his records, and he's like a fucking just monster player.
Oh, for sure.
So
How old is Carter?
Huh?
How old is he, you think?
He's probably in his 40s now, maybe
50s now, 40s, 50s.
Yeah, 40s, 50s now. But like he can play like some New Orleans like just dirty blues thing. You're like, okay, cool, and then like some more modern sounding shit. And then he'll just go like totally free jazz, just out in the middle of into nothing, into craziness, and then back. And that is exactly the kind of shit I like, because I like the connection of the music, where I actually can understand it. And whenever he does that, though, it's like at the perfect spot. It makes sense. So anyway, I'm gonna get every record of his I can. Notes and Tones has like 10 of his CDs, so really kick ass. I got another one of his somewhere. I already showed that. Look, got a few more. Let's see what else we got here. Okay. Yeah, this is good too. So it's another one. I got a bunch of Wynton shit because you can find Wynton Marsalis CDs everywhere. This is Wynton Marsalis, his quartet at Blues Alley in DC. And the band here is, where's it at? Shit. So this is 2 CDs, first of all, which is kind of cool. The cool thing about CDs is they're super long. You don't have to flip a record over. So it's like, fucking 3 hours.
You don't have to look at the dead wax there, Chris.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Yeah, exactly. That crap, But anyway, I'm trying to find who's in this band. And here we go. So it's Wynton on trumpet, obviously. Marcus Roberts on piano. Bob Hurst on bass. And then Jeff Tain-Watts on drums, which is just like a super kick-ass quartet. It has like a classic quartet he had, right? There's also a 2 LP album version of this, but I paid $4 for this. It's fucking amazing. They're on fire, just killing it, right?
Chris,
yeah.
That reminds me of this DVD that I have.
What is that?
Ah, yeah.
So this is Art Blakey at the Smithsonian in DC with Wynton Marsalis, Branford Marsalis.
Is that DVD? Are you bringing DVDs into here?
Yeah.
Hey,
dude, we don't give a shit. That's awesome.
That's
is it good?
Here we go. You guys should get this.
Okay.
Oh,
I have that. I love that movie.
VHS.
VHS.
Kids are loving VHS these days, I hear.
Dude, I used to have that exact copy on VHS. That's awesome.
Excellent.
Anyway, here's the one.
He's really angry at these oil cans.
This man hates these cans.
Yeah.
A friend of mine lent me the vinyl, and I was looking, and the vinyl was like $50, but it's digitally recorded, so the CD was like $8. So I grabbed it.
Sounds fucking killer too. I just got that too. Yeah,
it's pretty good.
It's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an amazing session. 1991.
It's getting reissued on vinyl soon. But it'll probably be $50, $60 as 2 LPs, and yeah.
Yeah, my
killer,
whole thing is if it was recorded in the 90s, I'll just grab it on CD.
I'm kind of with you on that.
Yeah, because that's what it's made for.
Exactly.
100%. All right. I have not listened to this one yet. I don't think. Actually, I did. No, I haven't listened to this one yet. This is one of his standards records.
Oh, that one's with his dad.
Yeah, that's one of his dad. This is one of the ones Notes and Tone said was his favorite. So
I like that one too.
Yeah. These are all great, man. The ones I've got 3 or 4 of them. I've enjoyed every single one of them. You can love Wynton, you can hate him, but you can't talk shit about his playing, dude. Like, dude's a badass. Okay.
Oh.
This one is even like better than the other one I showed. So this is another James Carter called JC on the
I think
set.
that it's a second.
Yeah, I think it is a second. This has got him on it. Craig. Oh my god. Never mind. I can't read shit. Okay. I need some new glasses apparently. I need some bifocals, I guess.
Yeah, dig the cover on that one.
Yeah, that one's really good. One of my favorites that I picked up. Here's my copy of that one that Brandon just showed. And then I found this because Mike got this original album, but I found this for like $3. So I thought it was cool. It's like a Verve, sweets.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. Like it's got a cool label.
Oh, it looks like the clef. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of neat. It was sealed for like $3 or $4. So it sounds really good.
Here, I busted out. I was going through my old CDs from college, and I found this is one of my favorite.
I have that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mittens.
Yeah.
Because I bought all this stuff back in college in the 90s. So
That's a great one. I have that too.
it is good.
Well, I mean, I've just really been enjoying the CDs just because I just had forgotten about the format. I mean, I had CDs as a kid for years, so they're great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Three DVDs.
Just get a good CD player. That's all you need.
Yeah. A great recording.
You have 3 DVDs?
This is Andrew Hill solo, the jazz sessions.
Oh wow.
Okay, nice.
Another one on the same series, Matthew Shipp.
Oh, that's great.
You can find these relatively cheap. This one is called Freedom Now without a Leo Smith Golden Quartet.
Oh, that's cool.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That I'm interested in.
Both of the Matthew Shipp and the Andrew Hill is really good.
Yeah, I got to see Matthew Shipp here at my local.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was fantastic. He played a solo show and hung out and shot the shit with us.
I saw him with the trio about a year ago or so, maybe 2 now, over at SF Jazz.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen him solo. I've seen him duet with William Parker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like the stuff he does with Chad Fowler. That guy gets out there on the sax. He's good.
So I got pre-ordered another, what do they call it? That Soul City out of North Carolina again, another one.
Mm-hmm.
That label, CD only. What was on it? I just ordered it this morning, so obviously I haven't got it yet, but it should be cool.
Yeah, they're up in the Raleigh area, right?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I think you sent me that, and I was checking it out.
Yeah, it's the one with the Joel Futterman and.
Oh yeah, maybe they're out of Durham. Yeah. That's very interesting. That's a whole scene I was not aware of. That's right here.
Yeah.
So I got to look into that further.
Hell yeah.
See if they have like a festival or something, or you know what I mean, like where they get together and play.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's an offshoot of Squidco too. Who knows?
Yeah. That Squidco is fantastic.
Yeah.
That's just.
Yeah.
And it's just seems like it's one or two people operation. You know what I mean?
What, Felipe?
Chris, I got a nice box this week. I think you're going to appreciate that.
You want to show us?
Yes.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, the Art of the Tenor or the Trio.
Damn it! Nice. Yeah, that's kick ass.
Wow.
So it's 1 to 5, and there's a 6th one here with So this is volume 2, Village Vanguard.
Yeah.
So explain what these are. Who this is, Felipe? Because not everybody knows.
Oh, Brad Meldau.
I do know that one, the first one.
Yeah. I mean, he's a pianist. This is a trio recording with George Rossi on drums, Larry Grenadier on bass, and Brad Meldau on piano. This is a project of 5 full-length records. This is volume 3.
What time is it? I got the Putty Cats.
Yeah, Brad Meldau.
8:44 my time. 6:44.
Approaching 7 p.m. in the West.
Yeah.
7 p.m. in the West.
This is volume 4.
Putty Cat time.
Yes.
Yeah, Back of the Vanguard. This is volume 5, Progression.
That's the one I have.
Yeah, that's a double one.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Damn it.
And
How much was that, Felipe?
I think like $40.
Okay, maybe I'll do it. I already have the one, but
Yeah, that's volume 1, The Art of the Trio. This is the nice booklet which comes like,
yeah.
all the explanations and everything.
Can you actually read those? Because I can't see anything in those fucking things.
No, I can. I still, yeah, and it's by Ethan Iverson. The
Oh,
book.
cool.
And this is additional recordings. This is unreleased stuff that didn't come out.
Oh shit! All right.
And yeah, that they all came on Non-Such.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, none of these are on vinyl. I don't think. From when I looked at it, it's all just CD.
No.
Yeah, this is terrific. It's like so much like variety here, different things. And,
He's an amazing player too. I mean, so is Larry Grenadier.
Yeah.
Grenadier.
Have you interviewed him yet?
Not yet. We're gonna make it.
We can work our way up to somebody like Meltdown.
Yeah, keep watching. There's good interviews coming.
Yes. Hey, that Lage interview that we did was really good, and it's a lot of people watched it. Rob, they almost like 1,000.
Yes.
Which one?
Lage Lund.
Yeah. No, I watched that one. And did you guys ask him why his album cover looks like the 40-year-old virgin poster?
You didn't watch it then.
Oh,
If
no,
you watched it,
I watched the first 10 minutes.
Yeah,
it's like Mazzy. I listened to the first track, but the album is amazing.
Yeah.
Well, here's the problem. You come out so smart about everything, Felipe, and then when Chris opens his mouth, it's like you're doing community service or something.
I'm smarter than you. Shut up.
Yeah. Okay. Since Nicole is showing DVDs, I pick up this one this week. It's a really nice 2 CDs and a DVD.
Is it a horror movie or
no?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's on Decca, mostly on Decca. It's a collection of Decca Verve stuff, and
oh, that's what you were talking about. Okay, yeah.
Yes,
and it comes with a DVD as well.
It comes with a DVD. Pretty much every image available of Billie Holiday is on DVD here. This guy.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's really nice. The pretty good sound quality, and it's a document. It is nice to have those things. You can have a DVD on vinyl, right?
Yeah. Well, you can, if you concentrate really hard, you can imagine what it might be like.
Yeah, and this is a reminder. Most of those Miles, the complete sessions, and some of the bootlegs, they have DVDs as an extra disc, so you can actually watch those concerts.
That would be sweet. Now, I was looking the other day, so they've got.
Yeah.
So for people that might be interested, they've just repressed. What was the first 4, Felipe, or is it just 4 random?
I think it's not necessarily in order, Chris. I think it's 1, 3. Yeah, I got to double check. I think it's 4 total, but it's not in order, I think.
Right. So they're what they are is these Miles Davis bootleg vinyl sets, and I think they're usually 4 LPs.
Yes, and that is still ongoing.
Yeah, but I mean they're very expensive too. I mean they're like $150.
Yeah, I have volume 1 here. I'm gonna show.
Okay, cool.
Hey Chris,
they also did CDs. Yeah, what you got?
This is that Terra Masahinu where he starts to get into the smooth.
Yeah,
it's got John Schofield, Clint Houston on bass,
sweet.
His brother on drums, and it's 78, and he's starting to do the. But I think this is kind of funky. I think you might like this.
I probably would like that. I mean, I love Clint. Who's the bass player?
Clint Houston.
Clint Houston, yeah.
Yeah, and then John Schofield on guitar.
Yeah, oh
yeah. Okay.
What you got, Felipe?
Yeah, so here's the volume 1.
Okay, yeah.
7. That's the quintet. I think that's available now again.
Yeah, it is.
This was put up by this was it's actually a collaboration, music on vinyl with Sony Legacy. This stuff, everything originally came out on CD. So you have concerts here from Paris, Belgium, Denmark. And I think those are just different venues and concerts in those 3 countries.
Yeah.
And let me open the box. So,
but while Felipe's opening the box, okay, go ahead. Sorry, I was going to interject. They also put all these out on CD, and Felipe, I think.
Yeah. So originally they come on CD. So Music on Vinyl just kind of reissued them. So we have 1 record for each of the musicians for each of the sessions. So here's Miles. Here's Wayne Shorter, and so on, with the information in the back. that's pretty cool. There's Herbie here, and Ron Carter, record 4, and Tony Williams, record 5. That's the original Music on Vinyl sticker from back then.
Oh, cool.
Out. And here's the booklet.
Now that is a nice aspect because the booklet I can actually see.
Yes, yeah, it's good. I mean, however, I think in terms of space and everything else, I prefer CD boxes like this because this is like, I think it's like volume 9 right now.
Yeah.
So having 9 boxes like that, and I also like the practicality. It's not like 5 records, like 3 or 4 only per set. And just enjoy, it doesn't break.
Do you have any of the CD ones to show?
Yes, they're upstairs. I have to go pick them up.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, but I have those, and I have like the complete sessions, like the Cellar Door and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The Cellar Door is crazy great. I think probably all the Miles boxes, the Cellar Door sessions is the best. I think it's a must-have.
Now that you're into CDs, Chris,
yes.
You need a special upstairs room like Felipe has.
My house is just flat. It's not. It doesn't have a second story. Check this out. I agree, Baggy. For $2, I will root for San Dimas High School football. Thank you.
No, for sure.
It totally does.
That's the place where Bill and Ted took Napoleon.
That's what he says. That's what the guy says.
Yeah. I'll go pick up one of those CD boxes so you guys can see how it is.
Okay, cool. I got some more CDs to show. Pay attention, room.
How did you fetch them so quickly from your special CD room?
Yeah. So this is really good. It's Terrence Blanchard, called Simply Stated.
He was the special guest with Herbie.
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Oh, was he really? That's awesome.
Yeah. I've seen, Terrence Blanchard mostly scores movies now.
Yeah.
So I've seen him
doing that for a while.
I've seen him do Q&As of movies he's done. Yeah. But his hair was all bleach blonde. He was wailing. When the second group came, he joined Herbie for the second grouping.
I got this Kenny Garrett. It's called Black Hope. I need to listen to this one. I liked it all right, I would say. I know he's supposed to have. I know some of his best stuff's supposed to be on CD. I'm not sure if that's one of them.
They need to reissue African Exchange Student record.
Yeah. This is another Tane record. This is really badass. I think this was his first one, called Citizen Tane. This is really good.
Yeah. Is that on Blue Note or no?
I think it's on Columbia. Let me look.
It just has a Blue Note looking cover.
It does. No, it's on Columbia. But I think Branford's on here and some other folks. Anyway, this is really like that one. There's another Joe Henderson. It's great. This is called So Near So Far. It's
that's very good.
Musings for Miles. So it's a bunch of tunes, related to Miles. Excellent. This one's kind of weird. So this is Wynton Marsalis Septet, and it's called City Movement. It's 2 LPs. And so he composed this whole thing for a modern ballet that they did in New York, and this was like the score for the ballet. So it's all jazz, but it's interesting because you can kind of tell it's composed, for to convey a long ballet message. So that was really neat.
Can you get up and do some movements from it?
That costs extra, and that'll be on my OnlyFans later. Okay. This is one of my favorite CDs I picked up. So this is Joshua Redman Quartet, Mood Swing.
Who's on that?
Well, I would love to be able to tell you.
Oh, is it too small? Is it too small to read?
I can't fucking see, dude. Yeah. Well, it's also like yellow text on a fucking weird background. Okay, so it's Redman on sax, Brad Meldau on piano, Chris McBride on bass, and Brian Blade on drums. So yeah.
Okay, that sounds like that's his band.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Chris McBride wasn't on a lot of his stuff, but that's pretty much a standard band.
Meldau is Meldau is great.
Yeah, for sure. This is excellent.
Yeah.
I've got 3 or 4 of his CDs now. I need to sort through them to figure it out, but I think this one might be my favorite.
That's a really good one, Chris. I like this
Always
one.
look. A friend of mine played on one of his records, so I'm always wondering which one it is.
Yeah, that's cool.
Play guitar.
This guy is really good. I mean, Joey Calderazzo. So he played with I think Branford for quite a while, if I remember correctly. I'm learning a bunch of these people are really great piano player. This is him on this thing. It's solo piano. So I really like that one too. But you know,
That's cool.
the Redmond stuff is fucking awesome. The Tane stuff's awesome. So I want to get some of these boxes like Felipe has though.
Yeah.
I'm really interested
Yeah.
in.
So I brought the Miles here, Chris.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm gonna show. Okay, this is volume 4. I think it was probably my favorite from all the bootlegs.
Okay.
It's his complete Newport from the 50s to the 70s.
I
Nice.
have that one. I have that one on CD. It's good.
So you have everything here. This is terrific. I mean, you
Nice
can
box.
see like this is a 4-disc set. Yeah, it's a 4-disc set.
Well,
You could
And,
probably find that for $20, I think.
yeah, there's not expensive one to find. Some are getting more expensive just because maybe desirability.
yeah.
But it comes with a poster that you can unfold.
Thank you.
And the booklet is great. It tells the story like concert by concert, performance, the bands.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah. And here's another bootleg. This is volume 6. It's a more recent one, I think, but I think this is kind of getting a little more pricey just because of the title. So that's the final tour in 1960 when Coltrane was already out, but he came back to play in Europe, and while the band was like reforming.
See, I think I may have that one LP that Vinyl plays and everybody else.
It's a double LP, but it's not all.
Actually, I don't think I actually bought it yet. I can't. I'll have to go through all my shit to see. But if I don't, I'm definitely gonna get that one. I think
I have that one.
Yeah, this is a 4-disc set with an interview on the last record.
What is the audio quality on these bootleg sets, Felipe?
It is pretty good, Chris. It is pretty good.
Well,
Yeah, this one.
The album is really good.
Yeah.
What is that?
Vinyl.
Yeah, and it's cool because most of these European concerts here, you have spoken intros by Norman Granz.
Oh, that's cool.
Everything is here. Yeah.
I mean, this is on CBS, so
Yeah.
CBS did the.
Yeah. And to me, like the killer box to get, and that is not cheap, but it doesn't go for crazy money. Is this thing here?
Oh yeah, I'd like to get that too.
Yeah, this is absolutely. It's out of this
That's not
world.
at the cellar door.
That's in DC. Yes.
DC, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Because there's like Neil Young at the cellar door too.
Yeah, exactly. That's the same spot, the exact same place. And
Every night CD night, Sean.
Yeah, so
that used to be in Georgetown cellar door, I believe.
Yeah. So this was kind of interesting recording because Miles was starting to record most of his performances back then, but this one was kind of unannounced. So the very first day, there's not much of it. Theo Macero was not even there because he just showed up. He said, "Guys, I'm going there. If you want to come after me and record it." And even the band, like Wayne Shorter, couldn't show up for the first session. You know, just because we sold everything last minute. But you have Chick Corea, you have
how many days?
Like a week. Gary Bartz is the face of Gary Bartz is in the band.
Is that a week of shows or no?
Huh?
How many shows is it?
I think it was like 4 or 5 shows.
How much overlap is there?
I mean, there is some because he was in transition. He was still playing stuff from Silent Way. He was just done. I mean, the band was totally reformed. It was not that much after Beaches Brew, but the band was pretty much totally reformed. There's not many people left from Beaches Brew.
Yeah.
And he was already going to Jack Johnson and, what came later. So it's a big transition. So even the songs that overlap, they're completely different. There's nothing repetitive there. It's a
so how's the energy? I mean, do you get like that live show energy from it?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think probably from all the Miles records that I listened to. I'm not gonna say for all because I don't know all of them. I think it's kind of presumptive to say that. But from all that I heard, this is the best. This is the one to get. This box.
Very cool. Yeah, I'm gonna. Is it expensive?
I think it's a three-figure thing. It's not going to be two figures.
Jesus.
Yeah. The cellar door. There's another one which I forgot.
Well, you might as well, if it's that expensive, you might as well get the vinyl.
There's
no vinyl that, and the vinyl will be many more records.
That was the day there was no vinyl.
And that was
that
was initially made on CD. Why should I buy the vinyl?
What are the 4 box bootlegs coming out from Music on Vinyl?
So this is not part of the bootleg series. It's part of the complete series. So bootlegs and complete series, they're different series.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the thing. I don't think it's gonna come out there. That's my assumption.
On CD.
Yeah. So that's like $120.
Yeah.
That's a far cry from $5, Felipe.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Can we do a GoFundMe for Chris?
Oh yeah, y'all should all donate money so that I can buy that CD box. That'd be amazing.
Yeah. Oh, the plug nickel would be the other like desirable box.
I would like to get that too.
And I think the plug nickel is like 8 or 10 CDs.
Yeah, but there's other versions, like a couple CD version of it too, right?
Yeah, but the full one, the real one, is an 8 CD box. Yeah, which is great.
Mosaic box, is that 11 albums?
So the Mosaic is not the plug nickel. They have like, is it the plug? I don't think so. Is it? Yeah, I don't think it's the whole thing. No, you can. There's no Mosaic box worth of 8 CDs.
Humming Gurus.
Yeah.
So Humming Guru does have a new anti-stat device coming out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Do you know how much that is? I saw them.
No, I don't think they've announced it yet. But Rufus, the Motor City Kitty fan, was definitely the second person to post it on our Discord.
You increasingly get more pretentious with your name, Baggy.
I like his names. Leave Baggy alone.
Rufus the Motor City. Wow.
Yeah, Detroit, because he likes the Tigers.
Okay.
And Bob Seger.
Bob Seger, yes. Bob Seger rules.
Hopefully not Kid Rock.
No, Detroit is Kiss City, okay?
Iggy Pop.
Yeah.
That is. This sounds wholesome. I need to check this out. Elliot as Tim Walls. Nice.
It's Mr. Louie.
Come join us, Louie, and save us from ourselves.
Yeah, come up here and ask a stupid question.
Yeah. Dave left. I was going to show my freaking records I showed 2 weeks ago again to him because he hadn't seen them. But
Yeah, where's Jazz Bum Mike?
He is busy tonight.
He's doing the community service. He did something bad.
Working the freeways?
Yeah.
Picking up trash. Hey, I've never. Where did these attacks come from?
I mean, they haven't. It isn't like this is a new thing.
Oh. So here's a question for probably I know the answer from Rob.
Okay.
But Felipe, who order the LA Woman UHQR?
No, I'm debating.
And I thought for sure you'd be getting that.
I don't think it went. I mean, I don't think it went over like he thought it might go over.
I'm not sure. I think it's going to sell. I mean, it's going to sell.
Yeah, we'll sell out.
It's not like he's making a lot of copies of it. So
no, I mean,
500 is quite.
I have 2 copies. I have the 45, which is great, and I have an OG, which is like mint. So I'm waiting. Maybe I could do something else. I could buy an original Blue Note with that money,
Hey,
dude, you should buy it and do the first rock review on the Jazz Bump so we can get 10,000 subscribers.
Hey, Felipe, the Rev has a question for you.
I have no idea, Rev. I didn't get that one. So I actually haven't got any Atlantic 75, to be honest with you.
Really?
None. 0.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I'm thinking
not even the upcoming Jazz ones?
I have the Mingus one.
The Mingus, oh yeah.
So the Mingus,
Oh,
I'm not. I think I said that. I'm not like crazy about Mingos. I got some records that I like. I had the Bethlehem that I spoke about that I like. I had the Own and a couple of others. But I had a copy of the what is that? The clown,
yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think it's. I sold it.
Yeah, because the narration from the Christmas Story, dude, is kind
Yeah,
of weird.
it's terrible. Yeah, I didn't like that one. And I also like the Blues and Roots. That's a great one. I had
Yeah,
like another.
I'll tell you that, Felipe. I have the Atlantic 75th,
Me too.
and I only got it because someone must have had a review copy.
Mm-hmm.
That is excellent.
Oh,
It is.
I bet. I'm thinking about that's one I would consider. I'm thinking I would like to get the stack stuff, the Otis Redding.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's worth getting. But I don't
Now
know
that they,
a lot of stuff.
What jazz ones are coming out? Do you know, Nicole?
Cool Trains.
It's the Mingus. Oh yeah, the T-Bone Walker, T-Bone Blues,
Mm-hmm.
and a
you know what
Velvet
they, you know what
and
they
a
just,
Velvet Underground.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
they just repressed, and I'm going to order it. The John Lee Hooker, "If You Serve the Right to Suffer."
Oh, that's
it's
a great record.
It's a beautiful record.
Yeah, you have the 45, Felipe.
No, I don't have. I know the songs. I have it on streaming, but I don't have the
I think
record.
I'm going to order that 45 of that.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, yeah, it's tempting, but not being very selective with that kind of stuff.
It's also $60 for one record, which is kind of a lot.
Yeah.
I think you're the only one who's tempted by it, Baggy.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Texas Dave.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You might say, oh, you like Blue Notes and stuff. It's old stuff. Yeah, I do. But I just don't see the point of paying $60 for like Phil Collins and that kind of stuff, dude. I'm sorry. I know I know it sounds great. People like it, but it's just not my thing.
I heard that now that you're the leader, you forced Chris to just say for 10 minutes straight, Susu Studio.
Oh, hey, look what I got.
Uh-oh. Just so happens. Brandon has
the first two Phil Collins records are excellent.
Yeah.
I don't know if I need
I don't want to pay $60 for them.
The Genesis Land Lies Down on Broadway was
I'm okay with the regular versions of it. I don't need a shootout to convince me.
No, that's true.
Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, just my taste. I know I might like a lot of stuff that people don't agree with, but as it's just me. I don't see the value.
Like to me, the NXS record CD.
Yeah,
I have the
I have an OG.
I have an OG. I have an OG of Kick. I bought like sealed.
Now that is produced by Phil Collins. That is an excellent record.
Well, Phil Collins is on the song "Easy Lover."
Yeah, I know, but he produced the album.
It's a great. I got it for $5, and it's mint.
I believe his.
Everything that Randy gets for $5.
The relationship.
I get a lot of $5 records.
Me too.
Because Phil Collins on his albums used the Earth, Wind, and Fire horn section on his at least the first two albums.
For sure, yeah. But what I was talking about.
Anyway, it's pretty fun.
It is good. Oh, the In Excess. I mean, I like that one, but honestly, I think my favorite In Excess records are the '90s ones. I like Welcome to Wherever You Are. That's '92, and Elegantly Wasted that came in '98. I think those are amazing records. They're way superior to the '80s stuff.
What about the Stone Temple Pilots?
No, that's interesting.
Purple or the first? I think Purple is a good record. I think Purple was important because their first record was just like a Pearl Jam kind of, copycat. And
I think Interstate Love Song that's an excellent.
It is great. Yeah, it is good. So I think Purple is great. My favorite Stone Temple Pilots actually is the Tiny Songs from the Vatican Gift Shop, because I really, really love that song, Big Bang Baby. I think it's amazing. It's probably their best song in my opinion. But Purple is good. I'm thinking about it, but again, for $60, I rather put a little more and buy a Blue Note that I'm going to listen to more.
How far into them are there, or is he putting them out? How many they've done so far?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure how many's out at this point.
Yeah.
You can find out.
They probably put out, I'm gonna guess like
This was 3 releases. The next one's going to be 3 releases.
I'm gonna guess that it should be the 20 mark or something.
Get the Boz Scaggs first one.
Yeah.
That is a classic. Boz
Yeah,
Scaggs.
but you can get a regular version of it. I don't need no.
Oh, I bought it when it first came out, but I mean, again,
Yeah.
Well, there's 27 in stock.
Of what?
27 that's currently
And
out.
they're doing 75.
75.
You want to see them all?
Yeah.
Let's
Oh,
look at
I got a nice one this week that's still sealed. I haven't opened yet.
That's it. All right, while he's doing that,
I'll go pick it up.
here you go, Rob.
What? What do you want?
This. So here's the ones that are out. That's some cool pilots.
I mean, Kick is an excellent record, but it's a CD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can find copies of 4 to 4, and yes, as the day is long. All these records, I'm okay with having the regular version.
I thought about getting the Crosby, Stills, and Nash maybe, but I have a nice copy. Of it,
I have a nice OG of it. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. I don't understand doing like these. The originals of these sound fantastic. So why? What's the point?
Yeah. I mean, that's the
I
thing
have
about
most
the
of these
label.
in regular vinyl.
Yeah, I think that's the label, the anniversary, you know, get the deal done. And, you know, I think that makes sense in that concept. But yeah,
I think this one's the core is cool. I'd like to get that.
I mean, you can get that. I love that Bad Company record, but you can get it for $5.
I think
yeah.
Obviously, none of you guys are audiophiles, so
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
yeah, your typical record collector.
Yeah, Dare Hall and John Oates is. I have their greatest hits. That's enough for me.
Exactly. Yeah, me too.
I don't need a band in lunch.
Yeah.
David Crosby's been reissued 5,000 times.
Yeah, but here's the deal: didn't people have like a hissy fit how good the MoFi was of that?
Yeah.
How did someone do a shootout of this one?
Maybe someone did. Some audio
wasn't the MoFi analog? Didn't they say that was analog?
The MoFi is analog. Yes, I have it. I love it. It's great.
I have a regular version of this record. So
what, the Crosby?
Yeah,
the Crosby was on.
Know that one.
Everyone's on there. Everyone of it's basically sounds like a Crosby, Stills.
It's like Grateful Dead is on there. Jefferson Airplane.
There's like no one who's not on that record.
This one I would recommend. The Coltrane Plays the Blues. If you don't have it, I'd recommend getting that. I bought the Giant Steps. It sounds excellent.
I have the one that Bernie did in 2018, and that's good. The 45.
The Hootie actually I might pick up at some point.
Yeah.
I got the Blues and Roots. That's great.
Chris, do the Dolphins make you cry?
Yes.
That Blues and Roots are excellent.
Yeah. Foreigner. I don't really get buying a Foreigner record for $60, but that's just me.
Oh no, sure not.
Do you want to know what love is?
Otis Redding. I'm gonna pick that up.
That's an amazing one. I have an OG of that one. I might pick up this.
I don't know about Alice Cooper. My favorite thing obviously is great.
You're a big Matchbox 20
guy, right? Is your favorite band, right?
I don't even know any of their songs at all.
Yes, you do. If I held a gun to your head, you would start singing like a jaybird.
I don't think so.
Yeah, what's their
you know what
I never bought Matchbox 20 because he was into Creed, okay?
Yeah.
What was the song? I remember he did that. He did the song with Santana, but their hit was
Smooth or something.
Smooth, yes.
Hey, yeah, that was the Santana one, but
literally in the last 5 years, how many reissues of that John Prine record have there been?
I don't know. Everyone wants to do it.
Yeah. And another thing about the Santana record, that Smooth was not even the first single. The first single was Maria Maria.
Oh yeah. Who was that?
Maria Maria. It's
who was the singer? Who was the singer for it?
I think it's like what's his name?
Was it Ricky Martin? No.
No. It's a ballad. It's not Ricky Martin. It's a good singer. We have.
Maria.
Yeah.
Which Sean? Which one did you get? Which one step did you get? Felipe, you like that? You like the Gets Gilberto ones? You like the Gets Gilberto?
Oh, for sure. I think that's the best version for sure.
It's Cisco. I don't, Roberto. I think you're stuck in 1993.
No. What's that? What Roberto saying?
I think Roberto, when his family's not in the house, he starts singing the thong song.
Yeah, they have a new pre-order on Impex. What was it, Dan Fogelberg? What is that?
Yeah, that's kind of a weird one to me. I don't know.
Yeah, we know more Diane Fogelberg records.
Are they going to do the Best of Bread next?
That is good.
Are you serious?
No, they should do have the Carpenters.
If a jazz bum had
I got my mom's copy of the Best of Bread.
No.
Guitar, so, yeah. I'm telling you, Guitar Man, classic, excellent song.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So just going over on this one here, the Lost Recordings. I'm not sure if it's the label called Lost Recordings, but they do excellent stuff. It's good. It's worth getting.
I have a few of those recordings, the Lost Recordings.
I have the Art Blakey one. That's excellent.
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah, and that being a 66 and Gets being a major act in the best-selling record, it was probably recorded really well, I bet.
But that Best of America sounds is an excellent sounding record.
Louis,
yeah.
Louis hopes he never hears the Santana song with Matchbox 20 guy.
Okay, so Chris, if I come to visit Dallas, can we tie Louis to a chair and force him to listen to that?
No, I'm just gonna next time I drive him to Austin, I'll just put it on repeat.
Anyway, I don't remember what the lyrics are.
No, they're supposed to be doing a Christopher Cross. I'd heard somewhere about Christopher Cross. He's touring right now.
Yeah, he's always torn. It is.
I love Chris Cross's songs. Christopher Cross's songs.
I find it funny. You know who his friend growing up was Eric Johnson. They were like pals.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know if I can get it. Eric Johnson is too like
Cliffs of Dover, right?
Clean.
Cliffs of Dover's pretty badass though. Cliffs of Dover's awesome.
It's too like produced sounding.
Yeah. I just like that song because it was on Guitar Hero and I could beat it after many hours of playing.
I wouldn't mind getting one of his band suits though. Those are kind of cool.
Vinyl Piper. I think it's the Jackknife guy. Jackknife record store is that guy.
Jackknife or Jackpot?
No, Jackknife is a record store in LA. It's lame.
Oh,
yeah. Sounds silly. Hey, you guys, my dogs are going crazy, so I gotta take off. See ya.
Hey, Piper, when are you back in LA? Let me know in the comments below.
I was supposed to be down there this weekend.
Why? What happened?
Well, I was supposed to take my son down to Santa Barbara for that wedding, but he got a ride. So
okay. Or I thought you were gonna say someone hooked up with the bride and the wedding got canceled.
Yeah, that would be even more of it.
Louis, get up here and show all your new Blue Notes that you got.
Yeah, come here, Louis.
Damn you.
Show us your Diet Coke.
Hey, I might be out there, Chris. So I'll try and remember I'll put your records next to my door to remember them.
Yeah, Chris, go run over to Breakaway Records and tell them to put my record in a pizza box quickly.
It's 4.5 hours away, bro.
They just
what now?
They got said payment received, but no shipping.
What did you order?
Oh, I was going to buy it new, but I decided I could save $90-$100.
Oh, nice.
The AP box set of the Blood, Sweat, and Tears. The first 4 records.
Oh,
it had
cool.
for $100.
No,
Nice.
Massey's coming here. Roberto, there's nowhere for me to stay. And I'm coming. You know what? I'm going to go back and visit my mom maybe in October. So I don't know.
What if Roberto let you sleep in his closet in his bedroom? Would you go for that?
You know what?
His record deal.
Chris, say if what I'm about to say sounds feasible.
Okay.
When I meet Roberto in person, it'll be like a single white female thing.
I don't know what that means. I never saw that
It
movie.
means he's going to stab me with a knife.
I don't know. Maybe. Well, he'll stab you with a scalpel. He was a doctor after all.
So some things I like to do when I'm bored is I find record stores that sell online. So I ordered last night, and I was mad. It's becoming
basically
more.
You like to use Discogs whenever you're bored.
No, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah.
Okay, here's my new gripe. Record stores, stop selling your records both on Discogs and your site. Because 2 times in a row, record stores go, "We're sorry, our management system," meaning some moron. It's sold on Discogs and not on our site. Our management system's messed up. Who has a management system that manages automatically?
Hey, listen to this. These are small independent record stores that are just trying to make a living.
Stop defending them. But let me tell you, the ones
they're increasing their network.
No, this store was not. One store goes, "We'll refund the money right away." They still haven't refunded. The other one goes, "I'm sorry, we sold this one." But here's what I ordered. I finally found a affordable copy of the Mary Lou Williams Zoning. That's the record she put out herself in the early 70s. That record's over $100. I found it for $80. Then I got another copy because I have it already. Is that Bill Barron and Ted Kurson? Now hear this. That's a very hard record to find on Audio Fidelity. So I found another copy of that. But the one that I was buying was a Pharoah Sanders record, which was a better version of what I had. And they go, "Oops, sorry, we sold it somewhere else."
Yeah, it happens.
I've met Notes. Listen, Roberto, I've already met Notes and Tones. I've hung out with him 2 days in a row. You come to LA. That's what. Fly on your private jet out here, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, calm down.
With your fancy Macintosh equipment.
Calm down. Why you gotta be yelling at everybody all the time?
Why don't you shut up?
Bring me your record player.
Why don't you put a Diet Coke in your mouth and shut it?
Dude, I cut it way back.
Did you?
So
really?
what are you drinking now?
Oh, how do you do that?
Fucking
Why
water.
did you do that?
Water sucks.
Dude, go get the Crystal Light packs. You'll love them.
I've tried everything. Diet Coke is still my my go-to, but like I've cut back from like 30 or 40 a day to like 8 to 10.
Now, what are you doing with all that extra money?
I'll be right back.
That's I'm glad you asked. I just spent all of my money on that. Yesterday I pulled the trigger on the pressing plant for my record. Not as bad as I thought. Well, I already knew what it was going to cost. It's not as bad as maybe it could be, but it's still more than $2,000.
Which one did you go to?
Felipe.
Mm-hmm.
Felipe's probably on the higher income earners than us, but I've never heard such a pompous rich guy's comment than this.
Oh my gosh, Roberto, shut up.
Can somebody pronounce that word?
Yeah,
for me?
really? Wait, pronounce it.
Yeah, I'm going to the Liefensgutze Porsche event where they're gonna fill my crack with caviar and sugar.
That's spoken from experience there.
I'll tell you
Hollywood rooms with some.
So here's a funny thing: when you drive down the 405 south, going down to past the airport.
Yeah.
There is a Porsche driving event place. And does anyone know who the Muffler Men are? The Muffler Men are those giant Paul Bunyan looking statues where the guys are standing like this. And over the years, I know the whole story of it because I wrote a script about those guys. But it was made by a fiberglass company in LA, and then people just it was made for a muffler chain, but that never happened. So people appropriated them for everything. So it used to be a miniature or a golf course. Yeah. And someone bought it. It was a guy holding a golf club, and they turned it into the Porsche driving experience. Yeah. And now the guy's dressed like a Porsche driver.
And, I saw this video today.
Yeah.
You can see it. It's a Chinese Porsche knockoff.
Oh yeah, are those like the electric car?
I don't know.
Yeah. So and Roberto was telling me he made a modification with his car. It's not even electric. He runs on Mr. Fusion.
Oh, hold on, Felipe. He's challenging you.
Challenge accepted.
Hold on. Let me just say something. If a guy bought a sweater that some famous jazz musician was wearing on the cover of the album and then wore it, is that kind of douchey?
No.
No, I think it's very humble and down to earth.
It's demure.
Well,
It's,
the Porsche of that guy has it.
No.
Chris, how many minutes did you spend on TikTok today, would you say?
So far, or what will the total be before tomorrow?
So far.
An hour and a half.
Are you yet to be inundated with demure, mindful, and cutesy?
Oh yeah, of course.
Where did that start?
Do you guys actually have TikTok?
I get high before I go to sleep and go TikTok it.
I would love to talk about TikTok because I have opinions about it.
Yeah, but there's all different types of stuff on TikTok. The problem is with TikTok, when you watch a video for more its whole length, then you start getting inundated with videos like that.
Yeah, but the algorithm is more complex than that for sure. Yeah. But if you can think for yourself and you're not, no one's immune to propaganda, right? But if you can think for yourself and you're an adult and whatever, I mean, it's absolutely like concentrated entertainment, and I just think it's great. Especially because I really hone in on certain stuff. So like you scroll and it'll be like soldering gear together, like all these like famous studio people and like studio tours and like then vinyl shit and jazz shit and then like punk rock stuff and so it's just like I don't know, it's cool.
It's not boring.
Okay, what would Kurt Cobain say about TikTok?
I don't know. What's the internet?
I don't know. Chris, well, okay. So my FYP is boring. Chris, what is yours?
Sluts and poker and I don't know what else.
Oh, who's your favorite poker player? I know mine.
Well, I don't know. My favorite is the one I hate the most is Phil Hellmuth.
Fucking that's like, dude, everybody hates Phil.
Well, there used to be, I think, guys.
I like Vaughn a lot. Vaughn is a badass.
There's gambling TikTok, but I think a lot of the casinos stopped letting people film there. Seems to be only the El Cortez that allows people to do videos.
The TikTok dances are amazing, Delphina. It's the most fun part.
I actually really like them too.
Girls have kind of shriveled up on me.
Wait, stick around for 10 minutes.
No, it's usually like my favorite TikToks are like the accidents where people fall down and go boom and they're funny.
Yeah, that's true. Those are good.
Dude, I learned
I don't do TikTok at all.
Go ahead,
Instagram is worth just enough for me.
Yeah. There's a new dumbass trend where they'll be like, hey, my dad's in the hospital. He had to have both of his testicles cut off. And the doctor said these products are the reason. And they show like Monster and asparagus. And it's like random 5 things. At the end, it's like an ad for some bullshit like supplement or something. You're like, what the fuck, dude?
I always thought they split the screen and there's like a weird thing where someone's building something or cooking something. So the main video thing doesn't get taken down. Somehow it disturbs the box.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. All right, here we go. Favorite poker players of all time. Let's do
fucking Daniel Negreanu all day.
Hang on, you can't just say everything. Okay.
Yeah, that guy's kind of a douchebag.
He's a badass, though. He is kind of a douchebag. I mean, they're poker players. They're all douchebags.
I am not trying to like write an essay on his personality. I'm just like talking about. He's a great poker player, though.
Yeah.
Consistent through he's good because he was consistent through the OGs. Like he played against like Phil Hellmuth and all those guys and Doyle Brunson and all those. And then he
Doyle Brunson's one of the
new way, like when online poker was at its height, he was still perfectly there. And then after it waned off, he still is relevant.
I'm trying to remember my guy and I can't remember his name.
Yeah, it's tough. I'm not like that into poker. So you should remember. It takes me a while. What about you,
Phil Ivey is who I was thinking about.
Phil Ivey. I don't know. Phil Ivey had about 3 or 4 years of like solid.
Didn't he go to jail?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Phil Ivey fell into some bad things.
Phil Ivey was also a Magic player before he was a poker player. There's a lot of crossover between Magic and poker players.
Who are some others?
God, I can't remember now. I don't know. He was one of them.
Hey, where in the pantheon of Magic does what's his name? I talked about him before. What's his name?
Kibler?
Yeah, where does he stand in that?
He's a fucking folk hero, man.
But he's like top tier elite, like Mount Rushmore good.
I mean, he won some pro tours and shit, so yeah.
But when he was like 12, right?
No. He won one like probably 15 years ago.
Okay.
And he started getting rich and famous, rich and famous as a Magic player can be, and then they figured out if he just played Hearthstone, he could become an actual millionaire. So that's what he did.
I don't know if he's a millionaire because of Hearthstone.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, he's a millionaire because of YouTube, I guess, and then
streaming Hearthstone.
Sure. It's crazy to watch. Like, it's crazy to watch him play Hearthstone. I don't get it. Like, I've been playing Hearthstone since the beta, which is like over 10 years now, I think
we've lost 30 people in the last 90 seconds.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take off and listen to a record because
okay, that's fine. Then we can talk about whatever we want, Louis.
Yeah.
Well, you were talking
without the judgment of fucking Rob.
You were supposed to show your records and not distract the show. So where are the Blue Notes that you bought? Are you going to show them or what?
Fuck, man. I think I already showed them, didn't I?
Did you?
Does it matter? Rob has the OGs of every one of them.
It's kind of boring because you're finding records that we all bought 4 years ago.
That's part of the journey, Rob. Don't be a hater.
This is where you're supposed to fucking be really mean to Rob. That was the contract.
Louis, I'm immune to it. People are mean to me all the time. It's like bullets popping off my chest.
Yeah. What, Felipe?
Yeah, it's my channel. I didn't see your records. Please show. Do whatever you like.
That's right.
That's very Andrew Hill of you, Felipe.
Yeah. We want to see your records. We want to hear your thoughts.
That's a Project 26, okay?
All right, give me a minute. I'll go. Let me collect all the stuff I've been listening to. It's all of it's pretty new.
Okay. I told you that before the show. But,
while Louis away, we switched his.
Shut the fuck up, Rob. I knew you were going to fucking do that.
Oh, man. The Judgment of Rob sounds like a new show on TNT. That's
well,
fair.
Thanks for blowing it.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be announced till December.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
All right, everyone, have a lovely evening.
Well, hang out and look at Louis' records when he gets back.
Look at them again. It serves you right to suffer.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm ordering that record right now.
You should have the cover tattooed across your forehead.
Oh, dude, this needs to stop.
What?
The people tattooing nonsense on themselves.
Did you see the Trump girl?
Yes.
She fucking got Trump.
Someone's already come in and beat the Trump girl. Crap.
Really?
This dude on his back tattooed Trump after he was shot.
Oh, like the whole holding up the arm and everything?
Yes.
Those people are sick.
That's fucking weird. The Trump girl's from like England, which makes it even less sense.
Someone had to pay her to do that.
Well, I'm so glad that her and Rachel can't vote in America.
Oh,
that's fair.
Well, but wait, Nicole. A lot more people can.
Yeah, that's true.
True.
And they all live next door to Felipe.
No, I actually was.
Probably the whole state filled of them there.
No, I sent my ballot last week and I got an email. Your ballot was accepted. Great.
Good. So DeSantis didn't intercept your ballot?
No, he said I'm okay. I'm an honorable citizen. I'm not like a illegal rapist, criminal, kidnapper, whatever people are. Yeah, I'm just a poor immigrant that came here with a PhD to work for the government. This is the crap that the immigrants are doing.
By the way, I'm loving my electric car. That thing's awesome.
Such a leftist.
Well,
driving an electric car.
It has a popcorn maker inside of it in the glove.
Man, what's up with Louis? He buys the records and he just throws them away.
Yeah,
run around.
He's like
he's
you.
Got a system, man. He's got a system.
Special upstairs record
Yes, they're in his record cavern.
Yeah. He's just like Mike. He listens to a record and put it in storage.
Yeah. Oh. Well, Rob has never listened to one record more than once.
Actually, I barely listened once to him.
See?
Just the first track.
Mm-hmm.
See how it feels.
I only look at the covers.
Okay, so you got it, Louis? Okay.
Yeah, I got the stack I listened to today.
Oh my gosh, go for it.
International Anthem, Jamie Branch.
Oh, that's a good one.
It's super weird, and then it turns into like normal, and it goes back to free. It's pretty cool. I'm a dude.
Every Jamie Branch international event is worth getting. The live one, the Live Free or Die,
I have that too. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, dude, Felipe, are you a sucker for this design stuff that International Anthem does? It's like
their OB.
Well, not the OB, yeah, but like just in general, all their covers are just kick ass.
Well, I think she had a lot of influence on what her covers to look like.
Yeah,
they're all so good.
They put a pre-sale yesterday for a new record coming out.
Cool.
I'm gonna post the link right here. Hang on, just a second.
Do they have CDs?
Oh, for sure.
God damn it, Chris!
What? CDs are awesome.
How did we lose you?
Records cost too fucking much.
What are you trying to do to us? We had a community.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put a link here, guys. There's an extra a new record by Ashmer Gametsi and the Black Lungs coming out.
Oh,
if you guys haven't listened to him, this band is amazing.
That's cool.
And you can sign up here for the listening party.
Is that all you're showing?
No.
I was letting Felipe finish. Like, do you?
That's
like,
how
I
normal
still
humans
remember
interact.
like basic fucking conversational skills.
Yes, and there's also a pre-sale here for the new record by Anna Buttress, which is really amazing.
Sweet.
It's called Mighty Vertebrate.
I enjoyed when I bought that 4 years ago.
Chris,
which one, Rob?
Okay, fuck up, Rob. No one cares. Listen, talk about the record. What do you think?
I was listening. I put this on when Rob was going on and on and on about the concert. He wouldn't shut up about it.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
is that
You know what?
80?
Cosmically, I felt your disrespect.
What, Felipe?
all right.
Is that the classic 80th?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's an amazing cut. It's an amazing cut.
Sounds great.
Yeah, but did you like the music?
I like the music.
Did you like the music? Is the question I was asking.
Oh, yes, I love it.
Okay, good.
Sure.
I like that. Well,
It's like the best of the 80th series.
I've listened to
Without
that
looking at
twice
it.
now.
Tell us your favorite song without looking at it.
I didn't look at this. I didn't look at the track. Fuck you. You name it.
Okay,
You go Precious Heaven.
I summoned Notes and Tones out of the woodwork to. Notes and Tones has been brutally merciless to me in the chat. Not
I know.
this chat, our chat.
What, Felipe?
Mike, it's going to take
You
3
have
hours for.
So Louis has the floor, okay?
Yeah, Louis has the floor. Shut up, Rob.
I'll go fast.
You don't have to go fast. Oh, yeah, that's great.
I don't know the name of the record.
Well, this is Eye for Eye.
Yeah.
By
James
who?
Brown.
It's great. I love this guy. He's awesome. And,
Who is it? Louis, you have to tell people who it is.
It's James Brandon Lewis. And Notes and Tones sort of turned me on to him a little bit because of Jessup Wagon and then the Holly one.
You already put out 2 records this year.
Yeah.
I have the
On Anti. He's got his own label, Anti. It's awesome.
Anti.
Well, it's awesome that he's doing that and the packaging as well. But I will say this is a fucked up misprint because I don't know if you can see it, but that's a misprinted label, so it goes into the dead wax.
Uh-oh.
So I just put the needle right on it and just see what would happen, and it's no big deal. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
A $99 needle anyway.
And actually, I turned you on to both those records because I handed them both to you while we were in a record store together.
But no.
Yes.
No, I had heard Mike talking about the Mahalia one.
I still did put them into your hands physically.
You're supposed to be nice to me and mean.
I am being nice to you.
We signed a fucking contract on this
Yeah,
shit.
good person.
Did you do a pinky swear?
Yes. Pinky promise.
Sudden Death, not jazz.
Yeah.
This
What
is
that?
early proto Doom. This is one of Noble Records exclusives.
Mhm.
Oh, cool.
This is shit I listened to today. Most of it's jazz. Relax, Rob.
Well, how does that one sound though? Because I haven't gotten any of his reissues.
It sounds good. It's recorded like shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That's fair.
They're good. I
You
have
guys, you understand that distinction, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Hang on, Felipe. I had a thought. What Felipe? Were you gonna say, Felipe?
I have like 3 or 4 of Dylan's reissues. They're pretty good. Yeah, they're pretty decent. Yeah.
I'm trying to like look at Notes and Tones as being fucking mean to me in the chat. Like I'm not.
Okay.
I'm trying to be nice to everybody else. So
You're not to everyone. It's part of the deal.
you guys like this chick?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
the new one is great. I think she did this one at the record plant.
I don't know.
Yeah, I have heard that new song. I'm telling you something. On
What is it
TikTok, I
called?
saw it. Her
Deep in the Well?
Sabrina Carpenter brought her out as a guest. She was in a dress that will make dead men get a boner. She is so hot.
Good lord, dude.
God.
I'm not joking.
I got to go get my dinner. I'll be back.
In addition to what
That girl
Rob,
is hot.
in addition to what Rob just said, she can also sing really fucking well, and
Who
she
is
writes
she?
amazing songs. That's this Casey Musgraves.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I bought her first record when it came out like 10 years ago.
Yeah. So clear vinyl, but the thing about this record is it's a gatefold, but the inner sleeve is perfumed.
Oh,
It
wow.
smells great. I
Nice.
know the company and everything. It's I don't know, whatever. You pull it out, it smells awesome.
Mhm.
This is a great record. All of her record. I have all of her shit.
It
It's
is
awesome.
a good record, yes.
There, look. Here's a picture of her.
Okay. Anyway,
I'm telling you, man.
Okay.
She
We've-
looks as
we-
good as she sounds.
We've all seen hot chicks, Rob.
yes.
Not like
Anyway.
that one.
What else, Louis?
Mobes.
Oh, that's a good one.
Don't
Yeah.
call them mobes.
No room for squirrs.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's good.
Squirrs.
That one
I
sounds really
I
good.
found an OG of that in the dollar bin.
Yeah, you
Chris.
did.
Chris.
No one gives a fuck.
Yes.
Let's keep going.
I listened to this for the fourth time.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
enjoyed that 4 years ago.
Best vibes.
Didn't
so
come out
far.
4 years ago, liar.
What's up?
Actually, okay, so let's talk about that one. You like that one a lot?
The
Bobby
yeah,
Hutton?
the marimba and the vibes on this are good. They
I
don't like
think
ping
it's
me in
good,
the
but,
brain.
I don't think it's my favorite. I mean, it got a lot of hype. The cover is cool. It's iconic, but I don't think it's his best.
That's fair.
What is his best?
I don't know all of them. I really like the late 70s stuff that he did on Blue Note too.
Nope, you got to name an album.
Montera. It's going to come out of the VMP box
Hey.
because it's a rare record to find. You should listen
Yeah.
to that one.
Which one?
Montera.
Montero.
So VMP
Fluffy,
is putting
college
it
kids,
in this
man.
box.
All right, I'm gonna try and remember that.
I'll send it over. This is really good.
Yeah, that's good.
I got 1 and 2 from Harry.
Nice.
A lot of these are from Harry. I've got another shipment, a pallet, if you will, coming from Harry in a day or two.
What, he does not keep any of them? You just send them all to you?
No, he kept some really good ones, but I
Hang
had
on,
him.
go back to that first one. Go back to that first one. Who's on that with him?
He's not a big jazz guy.
No,
That's
but
fair.
he kept like what he kept of what he found at great prices and everything
Yeah.
were really, really great choices.
Well, get them, Fluffy. Now's your chance. Buy them on CD for $5.
Man, I bought those when they came out. They're so easy to find.
Yeah.
Joe Henderson, Ron Carter, and Al Foster.
Mhm.
Yeah. Good stuff.
We here are a fan of Al Foster.
Mhm.
Listen to this again today.
That's a good one. Yeah,
Very
that's kick-ass.
Can you mute Rob?
No.
I have a ritual where I listen to this every day.
Okay, let's see it.
You understand I control stuff here too. I can unmute.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Rob.
Oh, cool.
What am I going to say about that?
Yeah.
I don't know anything.
No, it's a good record. What is,
I-
it's cooler than you are.
You have it?
Want me to say that?
Do you have it?
No.
No.
I kind of think
This
what's
is
his
my
face
this is
big
this
good.
is top 10 for me.
Yeah, but
Here's
what's his
it's
face
interesting
big
because
good
Glenn, I'm not actually a
Danzig.
big fan of Danzig. Like I met him in LA when I worked at Wacko, but like I'm just not a fan of his whole. I didn't like what he did after the Misfits. This was lightning in a bottle.
He's like Punk Elvis, man. He's awesome.
Yeah,
He's
Mother's a good song, dude.
Yeah, Mother's fucking great.
Mother's a good song. Mother's a good song. This was lightning in a bottle, and it can't be recaptured.
That's fair. But that Danzig record with Mother, I love that.
I wasn't going to say anything, but you're a douchebag for saying something like that.
Yeah. Fuck you, Rob.
Okay.
Right. Now listen to this for the fourth time. I got a bunch of hate because I said this record sucks.
It doesn't.
For the fourth time.
You're wrong about it.
I might be wrong about it.
Well, it's because
I don't like the Wizard. I do not like the Wizard.
Yeah, it's a good boogeyman record for kids. Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
No, I see. I'm starting to understand a little bit, but it's like it's good because of its history, not because like
it's good.
I don't know. I got to listen to it again.
You've heard us do it 4 times. If you don't like it, just sell it for $100.
Don't ever tell me what to do.
Actually, the price has gone down. They just dropped a bunch of unnumbered ones.
No,
Rob will be done talking.
Yeah, we have been through this in the channel, and Chris got it. It's okay to say it's boring. Okay, that's not a problem.
That's true. If it's boring, it's boring.
It's boring, but if you don't like it, fuck it. I mean, it sucks.
Yeah,
people
are allowed to like what they like.
Yeah, you can just say Black Sabbath sucks ass. That's fine.
No. I'm on an arc. I do this for more than just like listening pleasure. I'm like on a historical journey.
Hey, Louis, could you give out your PO box so all the hate mail could go to you?
Why, you getting sick of it?
Yeah. What's this? So how did this turn out?
This is crazy. Like I listened to it again, and it's just I can't say anything about it other than it's a Halloween soundtrack.
Yeah.
It's premature burial. This is
jazzy Halloween soundtrack.
Yeah, it's jazz Halloween, man. Matt Nelson saxophone and effects, Dan Peck tuba effects, Peter Evans piccolo trumpet. Like it's.
Is there a woman screaming on that record?
No,
Karen was screaming when he played it.
It might as well be. It's great, and this is one of the best covers I've ever seen. I love that.
Yeah. Is there someone doing a
3-color press is always great.
What the fuck's happening there? Somebody get their face smashed in with a rock? Like what's going on?
Yeah, several times.
Okay, so Louis, what else Blue Notes did you get?
This one.
That's killer.
I gotta listen to it. This is I was.
Harry sent you that one?
Yeah, I bought it. He didn't send me anything. I bought these.
Well, I know, but how much money did he make off of you?
Huh?
How much money did he make off of you?
So I think he bought most of these for around $10, and he sold them to me for around $20, which is
cool.
totally fair. Yeah,
cheap.
I mean, what like for the Blue Note classics and for the Tone Poets, $20 or $25, whatever.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah,
and he didn't, and I saved money because he didn't charge me shipping or anything. So yeah, so this is good, but I don't have a good opinion on it.
That's great. You don't. Okay, so wait a minute. You don't have a good opinion of that record, or?
I was working when I was listening to it.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
You do that too all day?
Yeah. Whenever I'm not in a meeting. Yeah.
That's a good one.
What did you think about that one?
Same. I don't have a good opinion yet.
I need to get a copy of that.
Like I listened to like almost like 13 or 14 records today. I didn't take notes.
I listened to that one like once. I need to listen to it again.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm the only one that's honest about it.
The shoe is on the other foot now, isn't it, Jazz Bub, Chris?
What do you mean?
He has got my apple.
Yeah. Yes, I did listen to it once.
Baroness.
That's not jazz. Let's keep going.
It's not jazz, but it's great.
Skip next.
Yeah.
Screw you guys, but you'd love Baroness. Baroness is like the jazz of metal.
Why don't you do one of your own loser streams?
No, be grateful, Louis. You shall speak, but I'll decide.
And then I was listening to this.
This embodied voice of Felipe will tell you what is that.
Oh, that's a great one. Yes, that's.
Yeah, I really like this. Yeah. I like this a little bit better than Action so far.
I do too.
Yes,
but the houndstooth hat, man,
makes it.
Houndstooth.
Mazzy McLean.
Yeah, that's all I got. Oh wait, I got one more thing. I'm reading this book.
That's a good one. Yeah,
it's good. It's good. I'm 94% bought in. Like I get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, for sure.
But,
all right. That was
Even-
life changing from Louis.
Oh,
So-
sorry. For
so-
people who don't know, this is Rick Rubin's book.
Yes. Mhm.
Do you want to walk around barefoot now?
writing it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably on sale at this point, right?
I can't hear everybody at once.
What, Felipe?
I'm just saying it's probably on sale at this point.
Oh, the book.
Somebody sent me this, and I'm very happy. This was a
Do you want
gift.
to walk around barefoot from now on?
Dude, I'd walk if Rick Rubin wanted to work with me, but the stipulation was that I could never wear shoes again. I'd be like, yes,
Oh, for sure. Yeah. If I sell like 20 million records, yeah, that's fine.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
He produced Jay-Z and Slayer.
Yeah.
Dude produced Rain and Blood. Like,
He produced Neil Diamond.
yeah, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's past his prime or whatever, but I'm not gonna
No,
I'm gonna get his wisdom and internalize it if I can.
yeah, I think it's still pretty good shape there.
All right.
Uh,
Lovely,
Rob.
Louis. I feel like I'm a different person now.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks.
Have a lovely evening, everyone.
have a good one, Rob. Nice
Bye.
seeing you.
My love of the VC is always renewed when
Look at this. Baggy says that Jose says that Ruben doesn't do anything.
Of course, yeah, Jose says it's slow. I mean, yeah, of course.
Uh,
Ruben doesn't know anything. He's not successful at all he does. So yeah, he
Yeah.
doesn't know anything for sure. So I got two that I'd like to show. Blue covers in common. I think Nicole showed one of them, and this other one is still haven't opened yet. I'm probably not going to open now.
What is it?
That's the Jack White record.
Oh, okay.
the what?
That's the Jack White, new Jack White record. No name. It's a short one on stores only. I think it's kind of getting rarer. But he's gonna put out it's a blue pressing. The regular black is gonna come out next month. So I got a copy here. I'm happy about it. I think it's open. And this one Nicole showed. I wonder how this classic series is sounding like. I bet it is good. It's a record that I like a lot. I think Speak No Evil is better. In a sense, I like Speak No Evil better. But this thing kicks ass too.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's on my list, of course.
Yeah, I meant to.
Yeah.
What did you think about the Tone Poet that came out recently, or did you even get that, Felipe?
Which one, Chris?
The one that has him on the cover. I can't remember the name of it now. The Wayne Shorter just came out a little while ago.
Oh, the
This one.
Odyssey of Visca. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had an OG of that one for some time. I sold it because the cover was like this cover always gets ring wear.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you guys think that the whoever designed the covers for the 80s Blue Notes is still alive?
No, that's 70s. That's 70s.
70s, yeah.
Okay, but still.
Yeah,
Because I'd like to find whoever that is and then go mail them a huge bag of dog shit.
What happened was in the late 60s, Wolf and Lai they were no longer in charge. So it's pretty much the Liberty and then the United people making the covers. So it was
my God.
a lot. So all those covers like girls and colorful stuff is because the late 60s, flower power.
Yeah, those were cool. I don't know.
But the 80s covers are so bad is my only point.
And
Dude, it was the 80s.
Let's go. Yeah, every cover in the 80s sucks, right?
Yeah, they're all terrible.
It's like neon shoulder pads and that kind of stuff, right? So yeah, not great.
But when we were alive in the 80s, all that stuff was cool. I mean, it's just the way it was.
Yeah.
No, jazz wasn't cool when we were kids.
Yeah. So Blue Notes lost creative control of the covers in the late 60s, so that's why they changed quite a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
From that, but and then
here's a good example. What's that Lee Morgan record that came out in the classic series? It's got the gatefold. It's got the lady on the cover.
Caramba, yes.
Caramba, yeah. Terrible cover.
Yeah.
Compared to all the classic Blue Note shit.
Yeah.
I mean, that was in the 60s. So.
And think about Charisma, right? Charisma, the 70s cartoonish kind of thing. So they made this transition. So it's cheaper because you just get a stock photo and put there. You don't have to think much. You don't have to pay for an artist and so on. It's more appealing too. Put a girl on the cover and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's more like washed kind of artwork for the masses in a sense. They're trying to be more appealing. Remember jazz was kind of losing a lot of appeal from 67 and
you know
up.
what's interesting about that is like Jonathan just said, the 80s not a banner time for graphic design. It wasn't a banner time for digital recording either, for the same reason, because technology was so new, and yet at the same time it was being pushed so hard to be adopted. So like I remember when I was like first introduced to Photoshop and like its for early versions, I was like, it took like 10 minutes to just apply a filter to some one thing and it just looked like shit. And so it's like digital audio, and it was the same way. It was not great. I mean, and so a lot of the people in the VC and just in general in this community like get that vision of digital recording and think that that's what it still is.
Yeah, and for sure not. I mean, if you think about right, as you're saying, I mean the processing capacity sucked. I used Photoshop like 3, 4, 5. They were terrible. Even like 6 was not that great.
Yeah, and that was optimized code at the time. Still, Adobe did a great job with it.
Yeah, and if you think about the 80s stuff, most like you just take a keyboards and a green screen. Right? You didn't have much. So we just think, digital dragging stuff. Dude, there was
the first version of Pro Tools. Its claim to fame was that it could quantize MIDI information.
Yeah,
but a lot of what you're talking about wasn't really in use then, though. I mean, the early digital recordings, they weren't using computers for them; they were just using fucking,
Well,
they weren't doing a lot of digital domain editing as much as they were.
The digital domain editing is what we're talking about, though, in comparison, right? Because it's not the computer interface.
That's not what I'm talking about. God damn it.
Well, what I'm talking about and what you should be talking about is the DA/AD conversion, which is what was bad.
It was poor. I mean, nowadays a decent deck, if you want to buy like a really decent deck, it's like a 5-figure kind of thing, right? The consumer ones are getting better, but a deck that gets close to analog is a 5-figure thing. Let's just be honest about that. So imagine like back in the day.
Yeah, it didn't exist is the point.
Exactly. Plus, the mastering for digital was still very simple. If you buy the early 80s CDs, they're terrible.
Yeah, because
they were just
getting like the analog domain getting them close to talking to each other, because you have to get it out of the digital domain no matter what, because we have analog ears. So trying to reduce those fractions was so bad.
It is hard because there's so many issues like clocking and the cabling and everything. I mean, they're just pretty much using the analog masses and dump into a disk. So that would never work. So digital and analog mastering.
Remember the SPARS codes back then were really useful to. I don't remember which ones were bad and which ones were good back in the 80s, but I do remember figuring out there was like a certain way they were doing a lot of them that sounded shitty. I mean, it sounded like a cassette, basically. It wasn't any better than a cassette. So I started avoiding one of those. I don't remember which one it was.
So I think, I mean, most of the re-releases in the late 80s are nice. Everything was mostly AAD because they're just digitizing the analog mixes into digital and then cutting it. But I think like mid 90s and all, things just got really, really good. Even like AAD or DAD or whatever they were doing.
Yeah.
Even like the DDD records. I remember, if you guys remember, buying a DDD CD was like, oh my gosh,
right. Like it's going to be great.
Yeah,
it's going to be some
and a lot of records, like the one that, I remember my Metallica Black Album was like a DDD, and then a lot of records they're going from DAD, recorded digital. They made an analog mix to a tape, and then
which means they added saturation to it.
Exactly. Yes.
End of story.
Yeah.
It's fun to think about. It's fun to talk about when I'm talking to people like you, right? Because you understand the science and you understand the ear, right? And you understand the brain's connection to it. So it's a fun conversation, but it's like because music is obviously so subjective and the experience of listening to it is so subjective from day to day to mood. It's hard when somebody's already made up their mind and they don't understand the science or they don't understand the ear or they don't understand its connection to the brain. So it's like, well, I won't ever do this because this is terrible. And it's just like, you've just closed yourself off to so many experiences. It could be awesome.
Exactly. And guys, let's be honest, even like if people do AAA now, there's a digital step in that machine. That nothing's like 100% analog.
Well, not only that, but like the thing I get into is like
in those consoles.
Do you know how many people are making terrible, completely analog recordings because they're not good engineers?
Exactly. Yeah.
It doesn't matter, man. Like,
you have to be good at it. Yeah, that's what matters. And there's actually a mastering facility in North Carolina. They're super specialized in the DSD stuff. Mm-hmm. Those guys got amazing records, you know.
Yeah.
And even people like making fun of DSD. Probably DSD is the most perfect digital format you can have.
It's so far above transparent to the human ear that it's not even funny. It's like it's absolutely perfect if it's.
Yes. So the number on DSD, like 64, 256, it means how many times better it is over a CD quality. That's what it means, those numbers. 64, 256, 124. So yeah, just don't fool yourselves. And just because of the MoFi thing, you make jokes about it because, you know.
God, yeah. Like, I mean, if they would have been honest up front, that nothing would have changed.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And I think we have to be honest. I mean, I think we talked about that a couple of weeks ago. I mean, these tapes are going to go nothing at some point, and forget about it. I think like 10 years, nobody's going to let like original tapes from the 50s get out of the vault to be used. Let's be realistic. And
maybe, I don't know. Yeah.
You know, let's be, you know, it's like preservation, right? There's a big legacy there. We have to preserve those tapes. So, you know.
Well, they're durable, but.
Yeah, but still, I mean, if you have a perfect, great digital format, it's not about the DSD itself, because the DSD has the info there. The information is there. I think what matters is how well you can use that, manage that, and transfer that.
Of course.
That's the trick there. All the conversions, all the filterings, all the clockings, everything.
See, that's the problem, and that's why that's like the hill that Steve Albini died on. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Because he's like, I mean, you could nuke the whole world, and as long as somebody survived, eventually they could figure out a record player again, and if they could find a vinyl, it would be fine. But they're never going to recreate the software that it took to read that DSD or to read that AIFF or to read that wave. Never again. And so all that shit's gone forever. And so the point is, it's gone forever from the march of technology on. No matter what, unless there are standards and measures set, whatever. But a record will sit on a shelf for literally forever. Well, for a couple of 100,000 years.
Yes.
Right. And so tape, a couple of 100 years, maybe, you know, something like that. So it's like, that's why people like Steve Albini were so hot and heavy about that. Not because they gave a fuck about the sound quality. He listened to original masters all day. It's because his job was a historian. Like, this has to be passed on. And so like his whole bitch with Pro Tools and his whole bitch with digital technology wasn't that it wasn't good or that it didn't sound good or that it didn't make a session easier. He would be the first person to tell you, and he did all the time. You can do things in Pro. He saw Pro Tools sessions all day at Electrical. Every single one of his engineers did them, except him. He's just like, of course it's easier. Of course it's better. Of course it sounds great. But 10 years from now, that software, you're never going to be able to boot up a computer that's going to be able to read that. Maybe.
That's the problem with digital, right? I mean, it's not like the quality itself or whatever, but how
anyway, it used to be bad, but now
let people talk.
Sorry, but how it evolves so fast, and probably let's say we catalog everything really greatly now, in a great, as some that we were talking about last weekend, right, Chris? Upcoming interview, guys. Okay, stay tuned. Although you can have it perfect now, maybe in 5 years it's going to be another technology even better. So what you're going to do, like archive everything again. So that's the trick there. That's the big challenge.
Well, I think with like the older stuff that Blue Note has, I mean, they're going to put those tapes out of the vaults if they have somebody they trust close to them, like Kevin. He may be gone in 20 years, but you know.
Yeah. No, I do agree. I mean, we had to face it. I mean, digital is the way to archive, and it's going to be the future source. I mean,
yeah. And as far as where Louis, can you hear me still? Louis,
yeah.
Okay. So the Albini argument to me, I mean, I get it. I also think it's kind of stupid though. Because what do you mean you can't boot up a computer and read the file? It doesn't even make sense.
Well, so what he means is that okay. So the digital domain has its formats, and those formats are designed to be read by certain programs.
Sure.
So the point is, you could never. Okay, so the 24-track tape of a jazz session from Blue Note or whatever, that tape, no matter what happens, you will always be able to put magnets on it and read it. You'll be able to load that up, and you'll have each track on that magnet, no matter what. So Pro Tools sessions, and this has happened. This has definitely happened. This is a real thing. There are countless major label bands that have lost entire album sessions because they were recorded into the digital domain in Pro Tools or whatever, Pro Tools most likely. And then through the course of bad stewardship and whatever, they were never transferred to tape. And so as Pro Tools upgraded to 5, to 6, to 7, to 10, to 11, to HDX, to whatever, you can never load that session again, ever.
That just makes literally zero sense to me as a computer programmer.
Well, it's happened.
I mean, you know, just have the machine and install the old software on it and then do it. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
That's fine, but I mean, to me, it sounds a little bit incompetence, right? Because to this day, you can still read Wave. Wave is from like 80s, right?
Sure.
Yeah, but the sessions with all, like when you load it, okay, I guess you'd have to hold on. Let me be clear. Like I work in sessions all day.
It's the multi-track that you're talking about, right?
Yes. Yeah. And the thing is, the multi-track, the way that it was bounced down to stereo, each one of those tracks has countless software related things happening to it that only happen in its multi-track form.
Sure.
So it can never exist the way that it was because that software has either been poorly updated or whatever.
Or and
it's bad stewardship. Like you could have done what you're talking about and like kept an old computer and never turned it on and made sure all of its capacitors never blew up, even though they were
computers work though, dude. I can run shit from the 80s on my computer today.
You can emulate it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, here he did a 2-hour-long interview on this exact thing.
So I understand shit. And here's the other counterpoint I would have: if the world blows up and we don't have computers, who fucking cares? Just kill me. Like I don't want to live through that, so I can listen to records again.
Well, it's like a book sitting on a shelf you're going to be able to read 100 years from now, probably. Yeah. You know what I mean? But whatever they did to try and it's just the best and easiest way to keep that thing.
Like if there's a massive EMP that takes out all the electrical grid across the world, I mean,
well, of course we're going to have bigger problems. I understand. But like my point is that Steve Albini's point was that digital has historically been a very poor way of archiving music in a way that's going to last through generations.
Yeah, that's fair.
That was his only point. And you're mad at me about it. So I'm going to drive to Fort Worth tonight. I'm going to fucking blast you out of bed with a fire hose when you're sleeping and punch you in the face.
No one believes you because you won't drive anywhere. So
I hate driving.
I know. Anyway, what are you saying? What's up, Jasmine? What did you disapprove of what I said? I don't even remember now.
No one.
Well, that was fun. What's up, Nicole? Did you eat?
Dinner, yeah.
Nice.
Have you guys ever listened to something so much that you can't tell if it's good anymore or not?
No.
You mean like artistically, quality wise?
Well, so I have to make separate I had to make separate masters for the vinyl mastering engineer or for the vinyl cutting engineer, and they're all in the digital domain, of course. And then I had to make digital masters, and the overall like net difference is like maybe 4 dB of overall perceived loudness.
Right.
But that process, me doing it to my own music, made me want to walk in the ocean.
You know what I used to do, Louis? I mean, when I was writing papers for like publication, write a draft, spend like a couple of days on it.
Can't get away from it.
Put in a drawer, forget about it for like 3 or 4 weeks, and then go back to it.
I know, but like with deadlines and like trying to get stuff done on a time on a time frame. It's just like,
even if you don't have that much time, just take some time away from that.
yeah. I know about like ear fatigue and everything, but I think it's like the culmination of thinking, like having a piece of a song, then having a whole song, then practicing that whole song, then working on it and reframing that song, then recording it, then doing all the overdubs, then like living with this goddamn set of songs for like a fucking year. I'm like so over these goddamn songs.
Give it to someone else to listen to.
Yeah,
There's no idea about it, and get some feedback.
Yeah, give it to your wife.
Yeah, I did, and she's like, "They're great." I'm like, "Thanks."
That's why you pay somebody else to master your shit.
Oh, really? Like, so I'm gonna just send you the fucking bill then next time.
Okay, put it on the tab.
You fucking piece of shit. Give me some pizza. That's the only reason I'm doing it myself.
What's your favorite cuss word?
Sorry, I swear, like
he always says that you're a fucking piece of shit. That's Louis' line.
No, Chris says it too. He loves that too. He just leaves that there.
A little strong for the live show, though.
I'm sorry. What? Like, I didn't know the rules.
Mike will get mad at you.
Wait, isn't this Jazz Bums After Hours?
Okay, Chris, Louis, remember, friends don't lie.
That's right. Friends don't lie.
What did I lie about? Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, like send your music to friends who tell you it sucks.
Friends don't lie.
What did I do?
The good thing about this Rick Rubin book is the chapters are literally 2 pages long.
That's good.
It's like really cool. And you can, it's like there's no chronological order to the way it's written. You can just open it to a chapter and read it. It's like a little devotional type of thing. It's cool.
What did I do?
Oh, what'd you do?
What'd you do?
Facebook. There I am. I hit a tab. Didn't know.
Oh, I got a jazz story. Here's a jazz story you might like. So part of my plan was get the record done. Like I make like hyper pop, like pop punk. My stuff is pop punk for people who've never heard it. So
what does this have to do with jazz?
I'm getting there.
Okay.
What shirt are you wearing? Oh, that's kind of cool.
What was that record you showed earlier? I was going to make a mental note of it, and then I forgot mental. It was called Dear something.
Who?
Louis.
Dear?
Yeah, the name of the record was called Dear. I thought it was Dear. It was the woman singer. The Rob was gushing all over about how hot she was.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so that is.
I think that's totally possible. Show maybe. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, I plan to buy them all, and the ones I'm interested in for sure.
That's Casey Musgraves.
Casey Musgraves. Okay.
Oh yeah.
She's
deeper well.
She's a country star, but
her first record is all about weed, right? Her first record is all about
weed. A lot of them are, yeah. But
like weed.
She's great. She's absolutely great. I would recommend Golden Hour.
She's a great songwriter. She's really cool.
Would she be more likely to show up at a Kamala rally or a Trump rally?
Yeah.
Casey?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I can't believe you would even ask.
I don't know her, so that's why I'm asking.
Kamala.
Oh my God.
Good. She's one of us.
Yeah.
Anyway, so my jazz story was I emailed the Regent Professor of jazz bass he at UNT today, asking him for student recommendations for bass players who wanted a side project that was easy. And I emailed the professor and director of vocal jazz studies at UNT, looking for I need another teacher. I need a new teacher, vocal teacher. So we'll see. These people are both like, if you just go to the University of North Texas jazz division and you like look at all these people, they're like,
no, UNT is huge, man. I mean, they've been in the jazz space forever.
Well, homeboy, the jazz professor or the bass professor, has won a Grammy. Like, you know what I mean? Like the director of vocal studies, she just moved from Los Angeles. Like Like her resume is ridiculous. I feel it's to the point where you're like, this person's not going to email me back type of stuff, but they just don't know how persistent I can be.
Cool. You're like what's his name in the Shawshank? I'll just write him a letter every week until they finally.
Oh, 100%. I'm not. These people aren't getting away from me. Huh. I need like some musicians that want to be serious and practice hard and like go play a bunch of gigs and go nuts. And then I need.
UNT's been a big jazz and just music school.
Oh yeah, and I picked jazz not because of jazz, but because it's the perfect adjacent genre, yet having really, really skilled players, because it's really easy to find a bunch of people who don't really take it seriously in the pop and rock and punk world.
Right.
But if you want people who can easily play adjacent music to that, or easily play that, but are adjacent, no one works harder than jazz students. No one.
Yeah.
And their genre is shit on all the time. They're like, it's a very common meme that you graduate with a jazz degree and you don't have a job, and you're just going to play, and not make any money. It's basically the same as the rock world, but
you
work your ass off to be a great musician. You know what I mean? Instead of just like being a shitty rock musician, you like got a bachelor's degree in performance and you're in fucking trumpet, and now you can't pay the bills. That fucking sucks.
Yeah. Louis gonna get some work to do if he's gonna catch up with Loggy.
Isn't that guy Wakan Brown?
Yeah,
he has a degree in music.
Yeah,
and I don't think he's in working music.
He's in like data science and shit.
I just trust that program, and I just know that the kids who are going there, like,
well, that's where Snarky Puppy came from.
That's where the aesthetic. I mean, that's like. They
all end up going to New York after they get out of there, though.
I just can't say enough about how hard it is to get a performance degree at a really reputable school like that. Like
Berkeley School of Music.
Yeah, totally. Like you get out of there, but see, the thing is, in the classical world, you're looking for a symphony orchestra. You know what I mean? Like you're looking for a chair. Right. And that's like
that's why we like interviewing these jazz musicians like Loggy Lund. We interviewed him a couple weeks ago. We just published the video this week. Dude went to Berkeley and Juilliard.
Well,
yeah. And you ask him like, okay, fine. You're everyone in the world says you're one of the best. Now what do you do?
Yeah.
He's making
poetry and plastic.
He's making records, but for everyone at him, there's like
to get a long time gig.
Yeah. Michael will join the Air Force.
Yeah, you work your fucking ass off to be the best at your thing, and then hope for get out, and then like the world now really wants you to work hard and find, claw your way into some awesome gig that pays your bills.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
That's why a lot of the guys in the 50s, that's all they did was they, get in to do recordings, just to get $100 here and $100 there from.
And then gig every other night,
Yeah, $100 if most will be the lead there. The sideman will get like 20, 25.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yep.
So.
No royalties, none of that shit, And then when they did have royalties, they like Savoy, dude. Savoy's a great label, but they were the most shady motherfuckers. I can't remember the guy's name that ran that label.
Yeah. Well, all of them, they're not Blue Note per se. Blue Note was actually one of the outliers in it. Prestige. They never rehearsed on anything. They went in there, just started blowing, and
and you had to be absolutely the best, or you didn't get the gig, and you were done, and nobody ever called you again.
Exactly.
That's kind of how it works.
What else is like that, though? You know what I mean? Other than this thing and art in general, like that's why it sucks that I could freak out about how musicians get screwed all the time. Like, Snoop was talking about, you're going to tell me I got 1 billion streams this year and I didn't make $1 million?
Yeah.
Like, write those numbers down on a piece of paper. like I can understand. Now Spotify, just now, if you don't get more than 1,000 streams a month, they will not pay you anything.
Yeah.
Neither will YouTube. I mean, none of them will.
Yeah. So
like if you don't have a certain amount of traffic or whatever, you're not getting paid.
it's like the internet like did such a great job of crushing the record industry, and they're like, oh yeah, bitch.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's why they do shows, and that's why buying vinyl and buying downloads and buying CDs and all the stuff from the artists is how they can make money.
Well, that's why a lot of I do buy a lot of new music because just because the fact is that especially through Bandcamp. I want to make sure that
I was working on setting up the Bandcamp page today. Oh God.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to release my record on Halloween.
That's a good day.
Well, I don't really have a choice. That's when it's going to be done being pressed. Chris, hey, you want to go to Austin with me and pick him up?
Pick who up?
My records?
I'm not driving to Austin to pick up your records, dude. No.
Nicole, do you see what friendship is like in 2024, Nicole?
Oh my God! Here's the thing, Nicole. He will want me to drive my vehicle to Austin to pick up the records.
Well, have him pay for the gas.
Yeah.
Which I did last time as well.
True. Yeah. We have to do something else besides just pick up records, man.
Well, fucking of course. It's like I'm not asking you to be my pack mule. I was
pick them up. What about the
hang out with you, piece of shit?
When's the fall record show? Can we pick them up then?
We have to make my record release coincide with the fall records. No, I don't know. It'll be late October sometime when they're done anyway.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, let's see when the fall. When is the fall record show? We'll probably just pick them up then. If you want to go to that again, I don't know if I really want to.
Dude, Jacob's a drummer, right? I think
he's got a record coming out.
Yeah, he's a drummer, Louis, and his record is amazing. It's gonna come out soon. Kevin cut it. It's being pressed at RTI. The whole thing is amazing.
It just says Friday. That's fucking useful. October 19th, 20th, dude. That's perfect.
Yeah.
You go to the record, pick up your record.
Dude, it may not be done then. They're just like these things.
Well, tell them that you need it because you're going to be in town.
Yeah, because they're going to change their pressing.
Or just pay to ship them to your fucking house.
That's like $400.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, maybe we can get on with the record show. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
You're dead to me. You're fucking dead to me.
I just said we'd go do it.
It's like, what else you got going on? We're gonna fucking hang out. We can bring Karen, you can bring your wife. We can go spend way, way too much money on stupid restaurants that suck in Austin.
The restaurants in Austin are good, dude.
The ones we went to initially sucked, but that barbecue.
That Mexican restaurant we went to was terrible. The first one we went to?
So bad. I wanted to punch everybody there.
Me too. We didn't really eat there. We just had nachos and left.
Yeah, and it was $48 nachos.
Ouch.
Yes, there you go, Jonathan. That's correct.
If I were to make $48 nachos at my house, it would be this tall.
Yeah. The Savoy Founder
everyone would be like filled with shit.
Pay attention to the comments.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing, right, Chris? So speaking of musicians' payments and everything, so what Savoy used to do, they'll take into the sessions, pay for one session, and made them. He would like, okay, this take is not good. Let's take make another take, and he would make them do extra takes of music. Not with the intent of making it better, but just to have extra stuff, paying for the same session, like not paying extra for the musicians, and then releasing those sessions as extras and making money on it without paying the musicians.
Oh, nice guy.
Yeah. Hey, record these songs too, and then they just.
The guys from BYG Actual were horrible to the musicians too.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, the steeplechase guy wasn't necessarily the best Dexter.
Yeah, steeplechase guy, he would make musicians sign, so he would own all the masters and all the rights to the music.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So that's what when Dexter Gordon was coming back to the US in the late 70s, early 80s, he said, okay, let's get my music and release it. Oh, sorry, dude, it's not yours. And they had a huge court fight because of that.
Well, it wasn't only that either. He also was under contract to release like 4 more records, and he's like, "Dude, I've released like 40 records on your label. I'm going home."
Yeah.
He's like, "Well, you can't release anything there until you fulfill your contract." So you had to go back to Europe.
Yes. That was really messy.
They just like played at a bunch of shows at the Montmartre and just they recorded me like, okay, here you go, dude, I'm out of here.
Exactly, yes. And then also helped that Columbia took his hired him, so that helped him put some more pressure there, more statue.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the Prestige guy was a cheap fuck too.
Yeah, the Prestige guy was like, one session only. Let's do it. Let's go, guys. Let's be quick and not paying any extra minute for the studio.
Yeah.
The biggest piece of shit of them all probably was the guy that ran roulette. He was terrible. He was a mobster.
Yeah, he was a mafia guy. Yeah, it was all mafia money, everything.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the guy's name.
Yeah, I forgot his name too.
Oh, Morris Levy.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's it.
He was a Jewish kid, and it's interesting. He started working in like these jazz clubs as a kid, like a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
He was like a hat and coat check kid or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But he learned from all these monsters how everything worked, and he was tough, and he would fucking fuck people up and shit. So
language.
Yeah.
So Louis, you know something about these Santa Clara Vanguard guys?
I went to the University of Illinois specifically to march in marching band, drumline. Right. I know that sounds ridiculous as I say it out loud. I also studied economics, but all I cared about was drums. So for like 4 years, I was absolutely obsessed with rudimental percussion.
Right.
And I had never played before, so I had to learn quick. I worked that's where I learned how to work hard. Like I worked harder at learning how to play snare drum than I've ever worked at anything in my life.
Right.
And so yeah, we played like to this day one of the cadences that the University of Illinois drumline plays. Because like in college drumline, it's a lot more like tradition and like history. Like they've played the same sort of series of cadences with one that they rotate for like since the 80s.
Yeah.
So they play a Santa Clara Vanguard cadence called Electric Wheelchair. That's possibly one of the most famous drumline cadences of all time, along with Bunko Rules from the Cavaliers. We played a Bluecoats cadence. We wrote one. What else did we play? Oh my God. Like
Where
my brain.
Where did this conversation come from?
The chat that you don't pay attention to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nicole, have you seen SCV? Have you
seen?
Yeah,
because there was I lived down there for a while in Santa Clara, and they seemed to be, the big thing in Santa Clara, the Vanguard.
So I'm from a town in Illinois called Oswego, and it's like 60 miles southwest of Chicago. And Drum and Bugle, DCI, Drum Corps International, like their national tour every year. The very first show is Oswego High School. So from my house, you'd walk outside, in summer, and you'd hear the bass drums and you'd hear all that stuff. I was like, it's like kind of always in the background.
Right.
And so being Illinois, like there's a pretty rich rudimental,
Santa Clara, was that before, the internet and before high tech came.
Oh yeah.
The big things was the Santa Clara Vanguard and the Santa Clara swim team, that had Mark Spitz and
really,
yeah.
What else is California? Cadets of Bergen County. Yeah. I think they folded. I think they had some sort of terrible scandal or something, and they lost because like these kids are paying $1,000 or $1,200 or some shit to just to go after already being good enough to make it, which is sick. And they're all kids. So you have to be under 21.
Yeah.
And Cavaliers. Now blue. I don't know what the DCI top 10 is anymore. Doesn't really matter. But like,
I haven't heard that name in years, the Vanguard. So,
so are you dying, Chris?
Never get back. What?
You dying? You okay?
Yeah.
You're fading.
Because we're just having because Nicole and I are having a conversation.
Yes, we're talking about jazz, and you'll start talking about fucking DCI bands.
Well, because I saw the post on there.
Jesus Christ, man!
You're becoming
people are getting angry in the background. I can feel
Are
them.
they?
Oh my goodness, yeah, it's getting ugly.
It's 10:30 Central Time on a Friday.
Yeah, no, it's just getting warmed up. Where's if we get here's an idea, Louis. Let's get together and we can drink some white wine and listen to some of the records you were talking about earlier.
I don't
like
drink.
Casey Musgrave, we'll listen to all her records together. How about that?
If you can sit still for one Casey Musgrave record, I'll give you $1,000.
Oh, okay, let's do it. I mean, if you're serious, I will absolutely take that.
I don't know how you're sitting still now.
I can sit still for a lot of shit for $1,000.
Actually, does sound like a good time to me.
Yeah.
But you'd have to come over here. Do you want to come over tomorrow?
No, I can't this weekend. I got shit to do.
What do you got to do? Name them all.
I don't know. Listen to records.
You see why I'm so mean to him, Nicole?
Yeah.
I didn't saw you last weekend. We just hung out last weekend.
Yeah, and it was great. It was awesome.
It was great.
Okay. How much? Well, obviously, we know Louis listened to a bunch of things today.
Yeah.
How often do you get to listen to anything, Chris?
Me every day.
During and how many times? How many per day?
I would guess I probably listen to 4 or 5 hours of jazz every day.
Wow. Yeah, and you
How
don't work?
Do you have a thing where do you have to do something consciously where you flip the switch between passive background listening and like active listening?
Yeah, because that's the big difference.
Yeah, of course. No, and yeah, most of it's,
Is it mostly passive?
It's varying degrees of passive, right? Like maybe I'm looking at Facebook or something, or if I'm working, it's totally passive because I've always listened to music while I work, though, like if I'm coding or something. And jazz isn't necessarily the best for that. It depends on what it is. It's got to be kind of faster and hardcore shit is good for me when I'm coding because it distracts my brain so I can actually do it.
Right.
Because I'm pretty sure I've got ADHD, so it's hard for me to really hyper focus on
it.
But I used to listen to I don't know, CDs like the Matrix soundtrack and shit like that back in the 90s when I would code.
So is it mostly records or CDs now? And then you.
Oh well, lately it's been CDs because I bought like 50 CDs in the last 3 weeks.
But again, even before you bought all the CDs, where you and that the downside of putting a record on, you have to get up every 15, 20 minutes.
That is why I do it. That is the number one reason why I do it.
My record player is literally right here next to me.
Yeah,
it's easy. So.
And your speakers where are they located?
Right on either side of my monitors.
Yeah, so you don't have to. Yeah. So for me, I have to get up.
There's my 2 monitors, and then my speakers are these.
Got it. Look at your background. That's great. Tiger King. You're never going to financially recover.
I never saw that.
Yeah. No? Oh, shit.
Chris, you're never going to financially recover from this CD problem you have.
Why not?
I have I'm more deliberate.
Man, cities are great. When I lived in Mountain View, there was a Rasputin right next door to me. I would go on the weekends and buy bags or CDs for 99 cents.
Yeah. Dude, here's the CD. Felipe, can you see your screen?
Okay.
I'm on a laptop now.
Okay, here, check it out. Look, did I show you this already?
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody should get this cheap. The sound, it's kind of archival sounding, I would say. No, that's something Gordon put out. But
dumb kitty cat.
No, but again, no, this is amazing stuff.
Yeah, it's got Elmo Hope, Scott LaFaro, Lenny McBrown, and Harold Land. So really good. At the Cellar in 58. So anyway.
Where did you, Felipe? Where in Mountain View did you live?
I by San Antonio Caltrain station, right next door. So it used to be like a shopping center there. They did They demolished the Sears and everything. Now it's like all Facebook buildings there.
Oh yeah. Oh, over there. Okay. And that used to be Tower Records was over there too.
Yeah, but I think by the time I moved in, Tower Records are no longer there.
Yeah, too bad. That was my favorite Tower Records. Yeah, I lived in Mountain View for a couple of years.
Okay. So I usually by San Antonio. I was on San Antonio Road. with El Camino. Was called California Street there.
Oh yeah, I know. I know that. I love Mountain View.
There used to be like that milk. Remember the Milk Pail Market?
Yeah.
The place was amazing. It was so bad when they closed. People were like crying.
Yeah.
But Facebook took over the whole block there. I remember the Sears being demolished. I saw the wrecking balls there. And then everything's like Facebook there now. There's a couple restaurants, all those buildings, 4 or 5 stories with shops at the ground floor. That's how things work there now.
Yeah.
But I used to
that
go
whole area got really renovated.
Yeah, when I was living there, they totally revamped the whole. They're still like revamping El Camino Real, right?
Well, I always said that Palo Alto and Mountain View had the best weather in the Bay Area.
Oh yeah, no, that was amazing there. Like drizzle in the winter, and that was it.
Yep. In the summer it wasn't too hot, it wasn't too cold.
No. So Rasputin was there. I was to go to Rasputin. Then they moved somewhere else in El Camino, more towards like Santa Clara. And then I think they closed that location now. They're no longer there.
Yeah.
And then I used to go a lot to Street Light in San Jose. They're good, especially my very first record store days, like 2009, 10, 11. I used to go there. It was cool because they used to make like a single line outside the store. So you would like snake around the single line, and then they had like this. A display. All the record stores they stuff there. Your comes to your spotting line. You choose whatever you want. They pack it for you. Just leave the store.
What I might have missed it. What did you say? What store was that?
So Street Line in San Jose.
Oh, I go there every Saturday.
Yeah, I used to go there a lot. So I got many of those raffles that they do online. I got like I got records. I got like some posters. Really really cool stuff.
Yeah.
So I used to go there, and then San Francisco. I went to Amoeba often as well. It was cool. It was cool. I mean, I was buying a lot of records back then, but not as many as I buy these days.
Yeah.
I was a postdoc, so it was California.
When did you start buying jazz records, Felipe?
I would say I started with CDs, Chris, around 98, 99.
Oh, okay.
And I got really hooked first with those Columbia Legacies, those editions that I showed, the Miles stuff, and I got a lot of Brubeck and Monk. I got a lot of Billie Holiday on Columbia, and then I started expanding from there. And then I found some of the Prestige ones, the Riverside. I bought a lot of Monk stuff. Then I got some more Brubeck.
Yeah.
And then I started buying Coltrane. And then I moved here. And then I was getting a lot of vocals. I like vocals, so I bought a lot of Ella Fitzgerald, Sarah Vaughan. I have like
all on CDs still, or is this?
Yes, mostly CDs. I mean, it was in Brazil. I mean, you cannot even think about getting records, right?
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, 98. There's not a whole lot.
Yeah. So, but Columbia was putting out the Legacy series. That stuff was still to this day is probably some of the best sounding CDs you can get on Columbia. And the booklets are amazing. They all has extra tracks. As I was telling you about on the Lady in Satin, because they put the extra tracks there, but they were like so long.
Yeah.
And the good thing about the CDs, you can program them. They include at the end of the CDs like a 2-3 second, I can't remember, silent track for you to program your CD to play as originally, and then you would program the silent track in between the tracks to emulate how the record would be. Things like it was very well crafted. And then I got my first Miles was kind of blue, and then out of the blue I went there, I bought like Miles in the Sky. Every week I would go to the store, and whatever was on sale I was buying. And if you remember back in the day, like late 90s, CDs were not cheap. They're expensive.
They're still not cheap.
Yeah, and if you think about those mega stores like the Virgins, the Tower Records, in Brazil, the most popular one, the big one, was the FNAC, which is a French chain. They still exist in France. They're really big, like same thing like Tower Records, like 5 stories, stores, one every floor dedicated to a single genre. And if you remember those days, classical and jazz had a dedicated floor,
Mhm.
It was super snobbish. It was really scary to get in there because I think everything is going to cost a fortune. So one day I took the chance to just walk in and say, I'm going to see what's in there. I didn't know like jack shit about it. And then I said, I look at the whatever was a decent price, and I look at kind of blue. Say, man, this must be good. I'm gonna buy it, and I bought kind of blue. It was my first purchase. I didn't know anything about it, and I remember listening to it, and it just hooked me.
Yeah.
And then I read the book. The booklet is pretty thick. That comes with the CD, the Legacy Edition, and those extras have the what I think they're I think the extra true tracks they have in there. There's an alternate take of flamenco sketches,
Hmm.
and there's also I think which one? I think Freddy Freeloader. There's a second take as well. I think that those two on, and there's a false start to I think one of the songs, and that stuff was amazing. That stuff was really amazing, and it really hooked me. And along that one, I bought Lady Satin. They're my very first two CDs there, and it was quite amazing. I had like a Iowa 3-in-1 CD tuner and a cassette,
Hmm.
and a mini disc player, which I still have, the mini disc player. And I listened to those CDs and that thing like nonstop. And then of course I ripped to my computer. I put on my iPod and I would listen to that all the time. And then it was Napster was already gone. I was using Casa, whatever.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
the best one to download back in those days. So I downloaded a lot of jazz tracks. Whatever I could
Yeah, I
find,
wish
it
I
was
would have
really.
been into jazz back in the '90s because I would have loved to have downloaded all kinds of shit.
And then I ripped a lot of that stuff to CDRs, and then I put in my iPod,
Yeah.
and they were great. And that was burned CDs because my car, I had a CD player in my car.
Yeah, me too. I remember making kind of crappy CDs because you download these somewhat shitty MP3s, and then burn them, convert them to WAV file and burn them on
Yeah,
CDs
yeah.
in your
Oh,
car.
for sure, for sure. And then I made a lot of CDRs to play in the car. And then my next car, my next car stereo could read MP3s.
Oh,
So
nice.
so that was the great thing because I could just burn MP3s to a CD and listen to like hours and hours of
Oh
stuff.
yeah. I had the same thing in a car stereo. I remember that now. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Instead of-
Wait. So you were able to enjoy music that was in a compressed format?
Yeah,
I didn't give a shit, man. I was drunk, making out and driving and playing loud music. That was great.
yeah, exactly.
With whom?
Uh,
With
that was
whom?
another-
There's secrets, Felipe secrets.
Yes.
yeah, that was college days. That was great.
Yeah,
You
what year
remember when we had LimeWire?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Felipe,
And we-
what year did you get out of Stanford?
Left Stanford 2015, Nicole. I was there from late 2009
Uh-huh.
to early 2015.
Okay.
How
Yeah.
challenged were you at Stanford, like academically?
I mean, I was working as a researcher, right? I was not like doing any credit. I was like I was staff. I was a researcher.
Okay.
So I was running. I was in the ENT department, so I was running a microscopy facility, light microscope, electron microscope, and I was also doing independent research on hearing. Yeah. So those fun years. I mean, you can drink beer every day. At the end of the day, you just walk out to Palo Alto, go for a happy hour. That was a great days.
Yeah, that's called living right there.
Yeah,
What
and,
about are you
Yeah, why did you leave that? That would be great.
well, so the thing is, research is great, but you depend on grants. And every 5 years is the biggest stress of your life. You have to renew a grant.
Yeah.
Getting NIH grants are like it's less than 10% acceptance. Whoever
Sure.
lives on grants know how stressful that is.
Yeah.
did you get a PhD?
Yes.
What was your thesis? What did you defend?
Oral cancer. That was pathology. Yeah.
I want to read that.
My thesis is kind of boring. I never published my thesis. I published my stuff that I did on hearing when I moved here.
Hearing stuff is I'm more interested in.
So I spent 5 years at the NIH in DC.
Did you ever meet Dr. Fauci?
Yes, he was in the campus. I saw him many times.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, so all those, everything is in campus. I was at NIDCD, which stands for Deafness and Communication Disorders. So inside the NIH, you have everything there. The FDA, the infectious diseases where Dr. Fauci is, the genome department, everything is there.
Yeah,
everything is there. So I was studying development of the hearing organ. And when I was at Stanford, I was in developing molecular biology, molecular structure, developing maintenance, and then also synaptic activity on the ears.
I want to talk. Dude, I would love to talk about this for like ever, but Chris will be so mad.
Yeah, it's crazy shit. It's really deep.
Chris is going to lose his mind if we start talking about something that isn't jazz.
Oh no, yeah. But it was cool. I mean, I did everything from like taking pictures on a microscope to cloning mice. That was pretty cool.
What about the future? Are you like, what's he?
So no, in 2015, because of this grain thing, it was super messed up. I was super stressed. I decided, so I have a dental degree from Brazil. So I studied to get my degree accepted here. So I took the boards. I took a residency in dentistry at UF. That's how I ended up in Florida.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't want to leave. You don't want to leave that hearing stuff behind, though. Like,
no, it's cool. I still read. I still go to PubMed every once in a while. I still read the papers. I still follow up, catch up. I mean, I still have many friends there. I still talk to them about what they've been doing now and all this stuff.
Let me ask you a question before we get we can go back to talking about jazz and like, stop.
Thanks for allowing us to talk about jazz on our own show.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for allowing us to.
Yes, thank you.
That's not how I wanted that to come out, Chris, you fucker.
That's a final question.
I just wanted to know, is in your experience with learning about hearing and learning about that organ in general, is there an age in males where where hearing accuracy jumps off of a cliff, like a significant cliff?
So most of it, I mean, we can talk about that separately, but you start losing high frequency hearing like in the late teenage years. The high frequencies does. So if you get at the age that you are now, you can still listen. You can still hear above like 10K. You're good. You're very good. Way above the curve. Yeah. Because if you think about, so the hearing organ is like little hairs that bounce.
Yes, they're cilia, right?
Yeah, cilia, and they're connected to by very single filament links, and those links open the calcium channels and everything. Blah.
Easy to damage.
And yes, and they don't recover, they don't regenerate. It's just like neurons. It just made once in your life. And if you think about 20K hertz. What is 20K hertz? It's vibrating at 20,000 cycles per second.
Yeah.
Imagine a cilia every single moment, because you close your eyes at night, but your ears are always working 24/7. Okay.
They're always vibrating. They're always being impacted.
Always, whatever. So think about an organ that's vibrating 20,000 cycles a second for like 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
That cannot last. It's just crazy. It's too much.
It's not linear though. That, like, my question was, like, what does the graph look like? And age and then frequency drop off, assuming normal.
It's hard because it's very personally dependent. I mean, I did
because of exposure, right? Like,
yes,
you're a jet engine once, you're done.
Exactly. I did a hearing test like a few months ago. Fortunately, I have very good ears. I'm still in the 15K range. For my age, it's like impressive.
You can hear above 15K?
I'm in the range of between 13 and 15.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how old are you, Felipe?
I'm 46.
46. Okay.
Yeah, I'm still lucky, but I mean, always like took very good care of it.
I'm deaf as a post from going
Yeah,
live.
Check this out. Here, watch
You
this.
haven't been exposed to a rock
This
concert.
is hey, dude.
How's it going? Nice seeing you.
What's going on? Long time no see, guys.
Yes. Thanks for stopping by.
Hey, this is jazz pertinent. This connects to the same conversation, but Chris won't be mad because this is you want to listen to jazz for the rest of your life. So I have these, and Felipe can. These are professionally molded earplugs.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to get those pretty soon.
With filters. I have filters. I think they're 10 decibel filters. So these are not expensive in terms of how much do your ears mean to you. Like I can go to the loudest concert on planet fucking Earth and have these in, hear it real pretty well. It like the filters do a good job. It's not perfect, but it's better than putting foam in your ears. And I won't sustain any damage no matter how. I mean, sure. Like if I was standing right next to 3 15-inch subwoofers or something. But like basically this is perfect protection and you can still hear because of the filters. So everything else is silicon, right?
That's cool.
But then it has filters that go through and they're perfectly molded to my anatomy. And it was
Can you oh my god, can you quit fondling them like that and talking about how they're molded to your anatomy?
Yeah, you mold them. Yeah,
you want me to do it a little bit slower,
Yeah, I need to. I'm supposed to get those this fall because the band has everyone get a pair.
Yeah, they're $150.
Well, I wear hearing protection in a lot of instances, like especially when we do marching band stuff, because this is marching band season for us right now, and there's 8 bass drums in a line we're all hitting. So yeah, I definitely wear earplugs, and they test me. Can't remember if I get tested every 6 months or once a year, but I'm due for another one soon. So
yeah, all you have to do, and I'm about to text this because somebody asked, but all you have to do is go to any old person hearing aid place. And if you're under 65, they'll know why you're there when you walk in. Like seriously. And they squeeze this shit in your ears with a string and they pull it out. They send it to a lab, send it back, and it's all yours in a little case and everything. $150. If you care about music and you're gonna get older, it's the best $150 you'll ever spend.
This seems like a inside thought.
Of course, I wish I knew that back in the 60s when all the rock concerts I used to go to.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. Because you don't get a do-over on your ears.
Yeah. I'm lucky that I just, every concert I've been to since I was like 16, I've always brought earplugs.
If you've ever heard a field snare drum rim shot, like you're in like, holy shit, 2 of those and your hearing's done.
That's one of the, I mean, I joke about this, but I honestly think basic training gave me hearing loss because I did not have access to hearing protection during that. And I had to do indoor marching band stuff for the drum and bugle corps. And also basic training, everything is like all the buildings and everything is like tile inside and everyone's screaming. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I had permanent hearing loss from that experience.
Yeah. I shot guns a lot as a kid with no hearing protection. So my ears are pretty much shot anyway.
You can barely tell.
Yeah, I know.
What summoned poetry on plastic? Where was the conversation?
I just finished editing a really long video.
That's sweet.
So I'm
What's it about?
it. So does anyone here watch Dave Hurwitz?
No.
He's this guy on YouTube. He's editor of Classics Today. He's this guy on YouTube that compares like 8 million different recordings of different.
Oh yeah, is he the one that was complaining about young people recently?
Well, he did a video complaining about vinyl, and so I did a reaction of that to that video, and I kind of broke it down piece by piece because I generally like him. I thought that video was kind of dumb. So
the part I thought was dumb was just like the fact that every time you're playing it, the vinyl's wearing out, and that they had to buy 5 copies of every record. So
yeah, I talked a lot about that, and I don't know if that's something people actually experience, or that's just something that like record companies used to hype in the 70s and 80s to try to sell more records.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, because I buy records that were pressed in the 50s that still sound amazing.
No, if they were played on something that wasn't set up right, then you're going to get wear. I mean, I can very specifically hear the records that have that, because it's always like the second half of that side where it's just like, oh
Right.
yeah, that cartridge was not aligned.
Yeah.
But
No, that makes sense.
yeah.
You played Roberto. You played drums without hearing protection in a small room. Yes, me too.
That's not very smart, Roberto.
In a large room.
It's not. I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but I think a lot of the reasons why I tend to find that it's not that I like warm gear, but I tend to like gear that has a more subtle high frequency better. And I wonder if that's because a lot of the people in this hobby are generally a little older, and high frequency hearing is just not the same when you get older. And I'm wondering if when I'm older, I'm gonna like brighter gear too.
Maybe. I mean, because if we can't even hear it, then you know.
I've heard a lot of stories about guitar, like a lot of legend rock guitar players, and their assistant engineers and their tracking engineers talking about, God damn, these guys will come in here and dial up the brightest tone ever, and I have to talk to somebody like Keith Richards and tell him, hey man, I know you're Keith Richards, but tone's a bit bright and we can't use it. Like, you need to, can I please mess with your tone? And so.
Sure.
I remember that from when I saw the Stones a couple years ago. I remember when Keith Richards came in, it was like, wow, that's a jangly ass sound.
Yeah. Well, those guys got to be fucking deaf as a post, man. I mean,
for sure.
Yeah, Eric Clapton was talking about how he has to have he either has to use a specific set of in-ears with a specific mix, or he has to have monitors that are like super complicated on stage just to hear shit. I'm like, God damn, man. Like, people are obsessing over what pickups you're using.
Yeah.
And you can't hear shit. Couldn't hear that shit
for sure, yeah.
Long time ago. Like, I remember in the 90s in Stratocasters, lace sensors were pickups I always coveted. I always wanted them because they were like David Gilmour's tone and everything. Mm-hmm. And then I heard about an interview with David Gilmour. It's like, yeah, they said they sounded good. I don't know. I'm like, right. Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah.
Well, I think some musicians try to be humble when they talk about that stuff. They're like, oh yeah, I use this and I don't really care about that, but they probably care.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, they I'm sure he cares, believe me, but it's like, at the same time, at that point in their careers, the honesty sort of comes out a little bit more. And they're like, yeah, man.
You know who cares is Danny Carey, man. That guy's like gets down to the tiniest detail of every bit of his, drum kit.
I'll bet he's used ear protection his whole life.
Yeah, or he's deaf as fucking hell. I don't know.
Yeah.
I remember. Does anyone? Louis might be the only person that knows this band. Louis, you ever listen to Fear Before the March of Flames?
No, but I know the name.
Yeah,
I know the name.
That band I've always found really interesting, and they had this really amazing album from when did that come out? Like 2007, 2006, called The Always Open Mouth. And I was listening to a podcast. That's the one band from that era that hasn't done a reunion. And I really want them to that would be an amazing record for them to tour on. And someone on a podcast asked the guitarist, I think his name is Adam, I can't remember his last name. And someone asked him like, man, would you ever think about touring that record again? He's like, man, I use so many crazy pieces of equipment and studio tricks and weird tunings on that album. I have no idea. I do not remember what I did at all. He's like, yeah, one of the tracks I remember I cut a bunch of holes in a red solo cup and put it over the mic in front of the amp, and that's how I got that sound.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
On the stuff that I'm writing right now, that resonates because I'm specifically writing things that I can definitely play either by myself or with a stripped down sort of straight ahead power trio or a two guitar quartet.
Playing every instrument on the song.
Well, I did to get the songs done, but I'm gonna go play them out, and as I find musicians to play with, when I was writing everything, it was very important to me that it was something I could be like, oh, you're in the UNT jazz program as a double bass player. Well, you're going to be able to play this, and then be able to play it electric bass just fine. You know what I mean? I didn't do any weird stuff like you're talking about, like, but with intention, so that I could play it live and have like high energy and not worry about, how the hell I'm going to rearrange this to play it live.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, that's a good question from Roberto.
See you guys later.
See you, Nicole.
Have a good night, Nicole. When someone pays for me to do that,
yeah,
I don't know. I got a pretty full plate right now. I'm just, I'm about next week. I start a job as adjunct professor at CSU.
That's cool.
So
cool.
I'm doing that
That's
and doing
cool.
the band
Congrats.
stuff and trying to be a reviewer. And I realize there's just, I don't know if there's enough hours in the day to do all this shit.
Yeah. So how are you balancing this whole thing?
I don't know. So far, it's going okay. I'm starting to feel the heat now. Mostly in I can't spend the time doing reviews like I used to be able to do. Because like what my schedule used to be like is when I was more freelancing, it would be like I'd have like a really, really busy week and then a week off, and then like a really, really busy week and a week off. So I could just like be like, all right, this week I'm doing this thing, next week I'm doing this thing. Whereas now it's kind of like a more steady stream of stuff. And there is I do have a lot of flexibility in this job. Like we have performances and tours we have to go on, but then I have like, as long as I get my work done, I don't necessarily have to be in the office all day. But still, it's a decent amount of stuff.
Yeah.
Military is such a good music gig. I think military
really is
a good starting music gig, man. You're getting paid like the same as somebody.
Well, I mean, the regional bands are good starting gigs. These gigs are gigs people retire in. The premier gigs are I mean, we have the same starting salary as the Colorado Symphony.
Well, I mean, I didn't know that, but I guess that's my point even more. Holy shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah, because I don't know how well you know military. So like, there's two sets of music gigs. There's the regional gigs where you go in as like a normal enlisted military person. And
that's what that's what my
every
assumption.
4 years. Yeah. Those are good gigs, but that's not a gig I would want to do for 20 years. Like that's a great gig to do like when you're fresh out of undergrad or masters and you need a job and you need something to do, but like you will move on to people.
Sorry, you got your gig because you're good. Like, right? Like,
well, everyone auditions.
You auditioned into your gig, right?
Yeah, it wasn't like I auditioned for like the Air Force bands. It's like I auditioned specifically for because we're one of two bands in the Air Force that's a premier band. It's us in DC.
Yeah, okay.
Because all the branches, they have the DC band that the chief of staff of the branch of the military is the boss of, and then each of the military service academies, so like West Point, the Naval Academy, and the Air Force Academy, those three, they have their own special premier bands attached to them.
Yeah, that's sick. That's great.
Yeah, and you're in Colorado, which is amazing.
Yeah, and well, what I like about this job is like the last couple of years playing with Tucson. I mean, I love that great orchestra, great music director. I love the stuff we were playing. I mean, it didn't pay nearly as much as what this pays, but I was playing in the same hall every week to largely the same audience. And I would go do gigs around Arizona or sometimes California, but like this, I get to play with the same people all the time who are great people, but we tour. Like we just got back from playing in Northern Colorado. And then I know right after the new year, we're going on a tour of the Northeast. I'm going to be playing in Massachusetts and Rhode Island and places like that. So I always play for a different audience, really. And that's really cool. Fun to me. It's a new experience each time.
That makes sense.
Hey, Chris.
What?
Are you going to yell at Mr. Poetry on Plastic for not talking about jazz?
No, he's like my favorite person in the VC, so no, not at all.
Where does that leave me?
I need to listen to more jazz lately.
Oh, Chris, and by the way,
I got a bunch of those. Oh, go ahead, Felipe.
No, sorry, just gonna say, Mike, by the way, we just interviewed a guy that has a really big channel on YouTube, and he spoke highly of you. Okay,
that's true.
Oh, is it out yet?
No,
no, it's gonna take some time, but it's gonna come out. And
Am I allowed to know who it was, or is that secret?
Well, no, we're live, so no, we can tell you on the side.
Secrets.
Yeah.
It's secret, yeah, but yeah. He's
I don't have
really
a cool mic
guy.
that I can do that with.
It's
Yeah.
Michael 45.
No, it's not Michael 45.
Oh,
He is in Europe, though. He is in Europe, though. This person.
He's in Europe.
I haven't talked to Michael since he stopped going on the Rachel show. Well, I didn't really talk to him much on the Rachel show because
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
That is not exactly the highbrow audiophile
Right.
vehicle. It's more the morning entertainment vehicle. So,
Dude,
and
I wanna
sometimes in
hear
the
it.
morning I still do listen to that when I'm like getting breakfast in the morning, getting ready to go to work, but I don't come on anymore.
Yeah. Poetry is greater than 45. Well, no shit. Who didn't know that, Roberto? Whisper it right now.
That's for sure. Yeah.
I don't. Everyone on YouTube has their niche, and they have their stuff they're good at talking about, and the audience that finds them for that.
Yes, for sure.
I mean, I give a lot of credit to Michael because he really spread the word about like the quality of modern audiophile reissues and like and how special those releases were, and it drove a bit of the buying frenzy and a little bit of the bubble, but at the same time, like, but I mean that I don't know if that was his intention. He was just talking about what he found was really cool, and I think that's interesting. I mean, that's what I do. My channel is just I find shit that I think is cool, and I try to talk about it. And if people want to watch,
yeah, right. There's nothing wrong with that. And those good audiophile reissues, like even just the Blue Note Classic series, the Tone Poets, the ECM, the new ECM reissues, they sound great to me. And I'm not an audiophile. I have very basic stuff, but the fact that people are out there talking about those things and they're super cheap-ish and accessible, this is why I have so much jazz. I would never have had anywhere near this much if I didn't have an easy avenue into it, you know?
Yeah, that's actually, I mean, that's kind of the same for me for jazz. Jazz was never something I was super into or well versed in or knowledgeable about. And just the fact that people are so passionate about jazz in this community, I will buy stuff just because people are like talking about it and it's interesting. I mean, that's how I originally got into Music Matters, was listening to Baraka P Dub. And it was it was two people that got me into Music Matters. It was Baraka P Dub and it was that guy Ian from Singapore. Hi-Fi, remember him? Hi-Fi Vinyl News.
Oh,
I think that was before I was around.
Yeah, I remember. So, and I think the thing about jazz is, I mean, these are classic records mostly, really, you know, and there's like small groups. So if you get a good repressed reissue, whatever it is, you're gonna listen to all the instruments very clearly. Very.
They're the perfect avenue for audiophile recordings because they were all like 3-track recordings.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, so you get everything there. And if you compare like a classic series, Tom Poet, whatever recent now, to any of those 70s Blue Label, they're Van Gelder, everything, they're getting value now because they're getting old. I mean, those things, like the new ones, are so much better than that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So much better.
Yeah. You think so, Felipe?
Yeah, for sure.
Like the classic series are better than like a 70s RBG.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I never buy those because they're more expensive than the audiophile reissues.
Exactly.
Why would I buy them?
Yeah, and the vinyl is not that as silent as it is nowadays. The mastering is not so clear. You don't hear everything. You know, it's nice. It's Van Gelder. It's loud. It's punchy. Again, it's compressed. You know, and it's not the same quality. No, everything that they're putting out now, as classic or Tom Poets, is way better for sure.
Yeah, love it.
Not a question.
I mean, unless you have like a bum tape or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, if the source is bad, you're fucked.
The source is degraded because it's like some 70s tape and, you know, not the best. But you still buy OGs all the time, Felipe. So Felipe likes to have the historic version of things, but he also is honest about what he thinks sounds the best, which is
I like that more than anything. I love the honesty about that more than anything, because someone is like, I want to have all the OGs because historically they're fucking cool to have and own, and I'm willing to go look for them, find them, find a good copy, and look at this fucking thing. This is OG. That's awesome. I love that shit. It's Indiana Jones for jazz, man. I love that. But this in the same vein,
I do that for classical.
Yeah, and the same person will be like, but this $28 classic sounds better.
The problem is we don't really have that yet. I mean, they're starting on it, but we don't have the catalog in terms of classic jazz recordings being reissued in an audiophile market that's way farther ahead than anything they're doing in classical.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
What about CDs though?
I was going to ask you that. So probably in classical, CD is the way to go if you don't want to go crazy and buy old stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean CDs are. I mean, you can get them for nothing. I mean, I was at the International Horn Conference up at Fort Collins 2 weeks ago, and the library had just put out a giant shelf of CDs that were free. And I just went through and I grabbed 20 CDs of great recordings, and they're probably not audiophile, but I wouldn't have had those recordings otherwise. And they'll still sound good. And I'm ripping them to my new Inuos streamer.
Nice.
I just like the honesty. I really do, because I can appreciate both aspects. You know what I mean? Like, I like collecting cool shit too. Every human does.
Oh yeah, I second that, Louis. That people are commenting too. I mean, I go for OGs because I want to have it, a piece of history.
Yeah, but nothing wrong with that either. I
mean,
love that.
But can be the music matters. Sorry, nothing can be the music matters.
Yeah, I dig that conversation because it opens up a lot of really interesting things to talk about and think about, instead of like, oh no, this sucks or that sucks or whatever. Like, oh, you're an idiot if you just want the OGs or the class. You know, just I hate the dishonesty about that conversation that sometimes comes up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot of the journalists, I mean, you know, you say like tone poets sound better than OGs, and they probably do 95% of the time. You know?
Well, I mean, the thing is like people will say a certain thing is a certain thing because of their attachment to it, because they spent money on it or something like that. And then they feel like they have to say a certain thing a certain way because of what's invested or what they might look like if they say the opposite thing. And it's just like, you know.
Although I will say, I think the Vertigo swirl of the first Black Sabbath album sounds better than the Rhino. Yeah. I'll fall on that sword. Yeah, I have both, and I think
I'm still trying to figure out if the album. I'm still trying to figure out if the album itself is good. I can tell you right now, my opinion hasn't.
It's not as good as the couple that come after.
Well, Black Sabbath got better at writing Black Sabbath.
Paranoid's better. Paranoid's better.
Paranoid's better, right?
I mean, my favorite Sabbath album is probably the one that sounds the worst, and that's Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath.
I love that. I love that take. Man, I wish more people would have that take on different things. Like,
is anybody interested in that LA Woman UHQR?
Not only do I have the 45, I have 2 copies of the 45, so I should probably not buy that. I do want to get the Bill Evans ones though.
Felipe got them.
Yeah, the Bill Evans are great, Mike. The Bill Evans, it's something else. But yeah,
I've got the one steps of both, but I kind of want the UHQRs.
Is it wrong that
can you sell the one steps for more money than the UHQRs?
Well, the Sunday at the Village Vanguard I can, because that's one of the few that was done from the master tape.
Oh. Yes, I think it's either the only one or one of the few that were actually analog one step.
It was I think it was didn't What's Going On, that was also all analog, right? I think.
I think that was a transfer also.
Oh, okay.
I'll go double check, but I think that was a transfer.
Okay. I don't know. In like the other one steps, you know, I have a bunch of those other MoFi one steps, and now I don't want to sell them just because they're not worth anything. I might as well keep them. I mean, they're worth something, but they're worth like $70, and I paid like $100 for them. So, and most of them sound good. The one, I mean, there were the few that were disappointing. The Clapton one was disappointing. The Janis Joplin wasn't great. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't great.
Yeah, I didn't get any of those. I have the stupid Muddy Waters that everybody said sucked compared to the analog productions.
Oh, I have that. I think it sounds good, but yeah, the AP is a little better. But I don't have the 45 AP. I only have the 33, and I cannot bring myself to buy another copy of that goddamn album.
I got that, and I got like a Paul Simon one, which I never listened to. So
yeah.
You know what a good conversation is
when you're not talking. Ah! Just kidding. What were you say, Louis?
I also think that there's a lot of stuff that we bought in 2020, 21 just based on scarcity, right?
Oh, 100%. Oh,
Yeah,
come back.
Get whatever you get because that's the only stuff. That's the audiophile. That's
that is a very interesting picture of Louis right there. That is a different side of Louis.
Is it Louis actually?
So.
Is it?
I don't know who that is. I don't know. Maybe
it's like Louis in NASCAR fan form.
Yeah. JD Louis.
Yeah. Oh no, not that. He's not wearing eyeliner.
Did anyone see that old picture of JD Vance in like high school taking that picture with the girls at the urinal, and he just looks like looks like the kind of kid that like would like find a dead squirrel in the yard and like show it to everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh God.
But so yeah, I think there was a lot of stuff that we bought in those years that I have a lot of stuff I never listened to just because that was whatever was available back in the day, and oh my gosh, it's gonna sell. I'll buy it. I would.
In 2020 and 2021, yeah, absolutely.
Right.
I still buy all the fucking Tone Poets and classics every year, though.
Like, oh no, for sure. Tone Poets.
I've slowed down on those, but I still get a few of them.
I just buy them whenever they have one of those 30 or 35% off sales, and I buy like 20 of them.
Yeah,
I mean, they're like $20.
Yeah, Target used to have a lot of sales on those.
The UDiscover website has a permanent sale. It seems like there's a code we all use. It's
UMG30. Yeah.
UMG30.
Yeah.
You just have to like use a new email address or like manipulate your email address to come up with a new one. You could use it over and over again. It's wild.
Did you guys get any of those recent Rhino hi-fis?
I got my last one was the Black Sabbath. I sold one. I still have one. I'm still deciding what to do.
I got a batch of them because I got the Yes Relayer because that's one of my favorite Yes albums.
It was good. I have a Brazilian OG of that one. It's pretty good. I mean, I think Relayer is a good sound record.
Yeah, I have an original US and that one sounds good. The new one also sounds really good. I haven't compared the two, but and I also got the Jaco Pastorius and the Devo.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. I was gonna get the Miles Davis, and then I was like, nah.
2-2. Yeah.
I mean, I streamed it, and I'm just like, this is a little too corny.
I got Olay, and then what was the other one I got? Like another jazz one. I can't remember. Oh, the Ornette Coleman. That was really good.
The Olay and the Coltrane. I have the ORG 45s of those, and I just
Well, I did too, but I hated the Olay because they cut the main song in half in the middle of the fucking track.
What Olay do I have? I was
looking. You have the 75th,
but I couldn't find it. I feel like it disappeared.
Okay, but I like the Rhino Hi-Fi sounds pretty good. I mean, those Coltrane Atlantics aren't the best recorded records of all time, anyway.
I was really impressed with what Analog Productions did to Giant Steps because I got that and that was the best I've ever heard that album. It's so good. I'm selling my. It's not an original, but it's a very very early stereo.
Mm-hmm.
Which one do I have? I've got it for sale on the Hoffman forums.
I had that 2LP one they put out a couple of years ago. The Rhino put out. It was like.
Oh yeah, I missed that.
It wasn't that. Mine was kind of noisy, so I just took it and that Olay 45 and bundled them together on one of Rob's auctions and sold them for $40 or something. I didn't care.
Yeah, I've got the 1962 what is it called? The White Fan.
Oh yeah.
It's like $100 record.
Yeah.
I need to sell that. If anyone wants a really early stereo Giant Steps, let me know. It's very clean.
I have the mono, the Black Label, the OG, and I have an stereo like late 60s. The stereo is better. Yeah, I think so.
Makes sense. I like that. I like the 40. I mean, so all the Atlantics I have 40 is all the orc stuff in 45. and except for the LA because I sold it. So I've got basically, I think, all of his shit. Except I don't have the avant-garde one. Has anybody done a 45 of that?
Not sure, Chris.
Yeah, it's called the avant-garde. I forget who else on there, but with Coltrane.
Yeah.
Do you have that one, Felipe?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have that one yet. I also don't have Ascension.
I've got a Japanese pressing of that.
Yeah.
I think I've
Do you
listened to
like
it twice.
Yeah.
It's not my favorite Coltrane, but it's
Yeah,
such an interesting album and it's like historically significant. So I figured I just had to have a copy.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
fair.
for sure.
Dude,
What?
I think the universe ate my copy of Ole.
You should go back to Recycle and get the Rhino version then. Rhino Hi-Fi version.
Yeah.
I'm missing an entire record, and I don't know how that's possible.
I'm missing more than one. Dude, I've got a record over here that I've lost the cover to. Like it's in this pile of shit somewhere, so I've just got it stashed, and hopefully someday the cover will turn up.
Oh, you want to see something cool? Check this out.
I'll be the judge of how cool it is, though.
Witchfinder General, death penalty.
Hmm.
They talk
Do you
about.
have any Bathory?
No, but the album I know you're talking about. It looks like the way they do the font. It looks like Batlord. And
Yeah.
It's something I'm interested in listening to, but I don't know.
The early the early black metal doesn't interest me that much. The stuff that's come out recently I like, but the early 90s black metal stuff where it was just like trying to sound evil for the sake of sounding evil.
Well, the Bathory guys weren't really trying because the main dude was pretty much evil. I think he.
Oh no, the original wave of those guys, they were all terrible people.
I think I mean, a lot of them ended up murdering each other and shit. It's crazy. But
I say that, but
they were super early. But when I was a kid, I think me and my best friend we were like in 6th grade or maybe 7th grade, and we were listening to like Iron Maiden and reading like the Conan comic books that had like half naked chicks in them, and we thought we were badasses. We had an older brother. He dubbed us a copy of this Bathory. He was like, "Check this shit out, little boys," and we were like, "Holy shit, we're going to hell now for sure."
I mean, I think it's definitely interesting artistically. I don't take it seriously. That's all.
No,
Slipknot is not black metal.
Yeah. Slipknot is.
But I will say,
hold on a second, Mike. Are you trying to tell me that Satan isn't real?
Yeah.
No, don't tell what's his name, Thor that.
Don't tell Thor that.
Right? Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I swear that guy talks about Satan more than any metal band I've ever heard in my life.
Dude, I can't find this stupid Olay.
Olay, because it ran away.
I gotta say, as much as he seems like a absolutely insufferable human being, the last two why can't I remember the name of the band, the Varg Varkness's solo project, what's it called?
I don't know.
Really, no one knows what I'm talking about? No. Why can't I remember the name of the band? They have 2 albums that I like.
What kind of music is it?
It's like ambient black metal.
I would have no clue.
Burzum, there we go, Burzum.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
The last 2 Burzum records he did before he went to jail, I think are actually beautiful. It was the 2 he did in the early in 1993, 93 and 95, Philosophem and Hivis Lisset Tar Os. I can't do the Norwegian, but those 2 records are gorgeous and atmospheric, and there's like elements of like electronics in them. And it's just that music doesn't sound aggressive to me. It sounds haunting and gorgeous.
Philosophem was 1996. What was the other one you were talking about?
The one he did right before that, HVIS.
Yeah.
Those 2 records, I have copies of those on vinyl, and they're beautiful records.
How do you know, Roberto? How do you know there's no jazz artist that praise Satan? You don't know that.
I'm interested. Of those 2,
Get them both. Don't even ask the question.
Like, are you track specific intimate with those records or no?
No, those are records I put on, and they're like a lot of like post rock where it just kind of washes over you. I think the first one, Hivis Lisette, that one is more instrumental heavy. It's a little more in the vein of like black metal instrumentals, whereas the Philofsen is what is it? How do you say it? Philosophem. That one is more. He leans a little more into the electronics and like the dark ambient.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's interesting because that language that their stuff is in is not Norwegian. Is
he doing it in some like old Norse whatever?
It's Tolkien.
No. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. He's really
no. It's black speech from Lord of the Rings. That's great. It's also influenced by Norse, of course. But
well, Varg is a messed up dude who has a lot. I mean, you know, he's the Norwegian equivalent of "Make America Great Again." But,
oh no.
Other names for him: Count Grisnacht, the Count Greven Gandalf the White.
Well, this is the guy that wasn't he in Mayhem? Because this is the guy that he was in Mayhem, and he found the other guy in Mayhem that had shot himself with a shotgun. Yes. He found his body and took a picture of it, and they used it for an album cover.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, Old Funeral, Satnel Uruk Hai was a band that he created. Criminal, first-degree murder, arson, and possession of 150 kilograms of explosives.
Yeah, no, he's not a good person.
Inciting.
Sounds like a chill dude you'd want to hang out with.
But I don't. You know, artists don't have to be your friends. They just have to make stuff that speaks to you, even if they don't speak to you.
Totes.
Yeah.
Totally McGodely.
I mean, that's classical musicians have been dealing with that in Wagner for ages, because his art is brilliant. But he was a total douchebag.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
What's worse than that? Just being a douchebag with nothing to contribute to society.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like most of our politicians.
What? Felipe?
Yes.
What do you do when you're not on camera?
I'm pretty much like sitting on my couch now. I have a record playing, kind of really low.
You know, like in corporate America, you'd have a manager yelling at you because you weren't on camera at the meeting.
I tell people to fuck off when they do that.
Chris has a honey hole of a job then.
Yeah, I do.
And I have the lights off too, so you can barely see me if I turn it on.
Ooh, mood lighting. Nice.
But that's cool, man. Like we'd still have the
Felipe orb that's pulsing at us.
Yeah. So now that you're talking about the thrash heavy metal. So, question: what is your favorite Sepultura record? Both of you.
Oh, Roots. Roots is the only one I really listen to.
So you like Roots over Chaos AD?
I haven't listened to enough of the other stuff. I know years ago I bought Roots on vinyl, and I love that record. I love all the Brazilian percussion in it.
Yeah, and the thing is, I kind of blame Roots for new metal, right? Because they changed so much the sound there.
I am on the new metal. I'm on the new metal rehabilitation bandwagon. I think new metal got a bad rap, and some of that music is brilliant.
Like what?
Well, I mean Deftones, but Deftones are super popular now, and they never really fit squarely within that style. But like the first couple Korn records are excellent. I don't care.
Absolutely,
what says.
Absolutely. Okay, I have an opinion on this. I think the way.
Let's hear it.
What?
Come on, Louie. I'm just fucking with you. Come back. I want to hear your opinion about Deftones. Okay. What's your opinion?
Anyway, I want to hear your theory. I mean, I also have a theory, and my theory is that the problem with new metal is it became so popular so quickly that it became very saturated in the pop culture, and you had a lot of bands copying that style that it just got burnt out way too quickly, and there was too many bad examples of it.
That's fair.
My theory is that new metal and rap metal are too close together in their timeline that they got wrapped up.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Well, yeah, and Limp Bizkit's a little to blame for that, but I have
Yes.
I have an ultra contrarian opinion, and that
Oh,
is
no.
the first Limp Bizkit album,
Is amazing.
$3 Bill Y'alls,
Absolutely
is
amazing.
Genius.
Absolutely.
Everything else is trash. All the other records are garbage, but that first record is just so much raw, unbridled Florida gunk that is beautiful.
The thing is that rap metal isn't really rap metal. Rap metal is rap, right? And new metal.
What about
new metal? It's a. I think the argument ultimately is semantics, because I would never call Deftones rap metal, because it isn't.
They only really had one song, and that song was forced on them by the record company.
But the thing is, it's not. It's just not that thing. And so, Limp Bizkit, their first record, you could call it rap metal to some extent. And so there was this weird lot. There's the gray area between those two things, fucked everything up, right? Yeah. Because there wasn't a clear dividing line between genres. The bad that became rap metal, which was bad,
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Tarnished what everybody called new metal. The name new metal, the NU with the umlaut and everything, that was invented to make fun of the genre. That was never what the genre was supposed to be. The Deftones, I would never call any of that. I'd call it an art experiment first.
Yeah. I need something to categorize that sound, because there is that sound with the low tuned guitars that are very rhythmic.
But hang on. The what's the lead singer's name from Deftones? I've forgotten.
Chino Moreno.
Chino, yeah. That dude's a fucking monster, man. I went and saw them with my daughter. She loves them. I went and saw them 6 months ago, and he's got such a beautiful voice. And then, like, just his acceleration and just full on screaming rage is
same with Korn,
unparalleled. It's so crazy.
Same with Korn, man.
I don't like Korn as much, but I'm just I like a few Korn songs.
Korn. Definitely.
I was already locked in. I mean, I was like in my 20s when Korn came out, and I was already kind of locked into other shit,
Korn definitely. They produced too many not good albums after their brilliant ones. That was the problem with Korn. Is they've made like 3 amazing albums, and then they just put out like 6 very mediocre ones.
Mm-hmm. That's most bands, though.
Yeah. Well, another like. Does anyone here listen to Does Louis? Do you listen to Duran Gray at all?
Dorian Gray? No.
Duran Gray?
Oh, Duran. I know Dorian Gray. I know the character.
No, Duran Gray, the Japanese metal band. They were that band has fluctuated styles over the years, but in the late 2000s, they were really trying to adapt more to Western sounds from Japanese metal, and I thought they made like 2 of the best nu metal records ever made. 2005's Withering to Death and 2006 or 7 Marrow of a Bone. And those are like, they wrote those after they toured with Korn and the Deftones. And those records are some of the best nu metal I've ever heard. Now, their fans don't like it because it's very different from all the other stuff they did, but there's a lot of interesting. Japan got on the nu metal train a little bit later, but they took that genre in places that Americans never even dreamed of. There's this other Japanese nu metal band called Muku. It's spelled MUCC. It's named after their version of, like, they have this children's TV show character with the same name. It was like their version of Barney. So they named their nu metal band like Barney, but the Japanese version. And man, their records in the 2000s were just one after another incredible. I'll link one of their things in the chat.
I'm sorry I wasn't tracking on that last thing. We're embroiled in a 311 discussion in the chat. God, I'm glad Chris is gone. He's being mean to me. Made fun of my avatar. By the way, that was a picture of me after I ran the main marathon. No big deal.
Louis, check out that song I sent you in the chat sometime or whatever.
Well, let me sample it real quick.
Sample it.
Oh yeah, I'll try. Yeah. Oh, that's a cool one, Mike.
Oh,
That's a cool one.
what's happening?
Louis listening to Japanese new metal.
Oh, Louis, come back,
No.
please. This is not entertaining for anyone. What about Godsmack?
Nah, never liked him. I can't do that style of vocals where it's like, "Rrrr." I can't do that.
I like the first couple of records when they first came out. They were fun, but after that, they sucked ass.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, before I get to the first chorus, this reminds me of what would be a Japanese, slightly harder My Chemical Romance.
Really?
Well, I mean, there's clean guitars in the intro, then it goes into syncopated, like heavier riffs and stuff, and then in the verse, which I'm watching right now, I mean, this guy's he's emotional. Yes,
I like his voice because he's got that kind of voice that like naturally just breaks up.
Yes, and that's like I'm not okay. This is a very well. God damn it! I'm only a minute and 22 into it.
No, Loki, we're a figment of your imagination. This isn't really happening.
Yeah.
Have you awoken from your slumber?
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna jump out. I'm gonna be listening. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna jump out too. Then. I'm tired. What? Well, Louis, what do you want to react for an hour about the song that you're listening to right now? Oh no! Look what we did again. This is like. Let's have a reenactment of someone freaking out and me just like adding them to the screen and then putting them backstage and adding them to the screen and putting them backstage while they yell the whole time. Would that be fun?
I'm sorry I'm bad for the show just because I want to hang out with you. I'm sorry you're offended by it.
I like the hang.
I like the hang too.
I'm sorry you're offended by me wanting to be your friend.
What?
I'm sorry you're offended that I just want to hang out with you and talk about stuff that definitely isn't jazz.
Yes.
It's not the forum to do it, except when I talk to you and we're not here, you don't even respond. Most of the time. Most of the time.
That's not true. We talk to each other every day, all day long.
It's mostly true.
So
I'm tired. Means I'm high, by the way. I'm fucking lying. You're gonna stay up for another 4 hours. Fucking staring. Look at you. Just look at you.
The one downside about this job is I have to pee for my country.
Oh yeah. Oh, even if you're in a legal state, they don't give a fuck, huh?
No, federal employee.
Oh yeah. No, he's never doing drugs again in his life.
Maybe Kamala will change that.
No, I hope she doesn't. Fuck, man. Have you met stoners recently? I don't.
Yeah, I think I don't really want to.
They can be annoying.
Yeah, yes.
This is Roberto. This is Jack Daniel's single barrel proof bourbon.
Oh.
I think this is one of the best easily available non-allocated bourbons you can get today.
Yeah, but bourbon's gross.
Yeah, if you're a fucking pussy.
You don't drink anything. Shut up.
Yeah, I drank oceans of this shit. I love that it's in a fucking crystal. That is crystal, I'm assuming.
I mean, it's a Glencairn glass. I don't know if it's actually
that means it's crystal, yes. Yeah. Well, do one of these and like it'll do the rim thing. It'll sing.
Is that what makes it crystal?
Yes, actually. That's the easiest.
I'm not putting my hands in $70 bourbon.
That's fair.
Well, do it for the gram. Jeez. Like hold it by the base. Just put a drop of water on your. Yeah, there you go.
It's not making a sound. I'm not doing this right. I had to do this in a piece once.
Yeah, you got to feel the grip has to happen on your fingertip, right? It's just like any other instrument.
I think it's just glass.
This is like me trying to play flute. I just can't make a sound.
That's trash. It's glass. Throw it away.
The Chico Freeman ratio, I have not picked that up, but I'm going to. Absolutely. That's like the craziest thing that's ever happened on the Jazz Bums. So,
wait, what was the craziest thing?
So, Analog Productions just reissued this Chico Freeman record they did on India Navigation, which is super weird. They ever put it out to begin with, right? Mm-hmm. So when we interviewed Chad like 6 months ago, Mike just happened to bring up that record out of nowhere. He's like, "Hey, Chad, I saw that you reissued this, or you reissued this Chico Freeman on India Navigation back in the 90s." He's like, "How'd you know about that record even?" And so Chad was just like, "Well, when you was sleeping, I was listening to records. When you were going to school, I was listening to records. So that's how I know about it." And he goes, "And by the way, no one knows this, but we're repressing it right now." So it was just really weird, the coincidence that Mike brought up that one random record that he happened to be repressing. But that was the best part, because he
while you were going to school, I was studying split.
Yeah, exactly, 100%, dude. 1,000%. It's fucking awesome. No, talking to him was cool because he's cranky or whatever. People think.
While you were smoking crack, I was also smoking crack, but I was I was doing it.
Absolutely. But the passion he has for all that stuff is wild.
It's
obsession. It's fucking awesome.
It's the persistence of passionate people that really is the thing, right? Because you can be really fucking obsessed with something, but when was the last time you were really obsessed with something for 45 years?
Yes. Well, I mean, I've been obsessed with boobs for probably about that long. I don't know.
Which ones?
What do you mean, which ones?
So what, you cast a wide net.
Present them.
Yeah, all of them. I don't care. You can break it. What do you mean you can break it? Oh.
Because it's not crystal.
Yes. You can break crystal
like
too.
Shit. This record sounds awful. Was recorded.
All Misfits records sound awful. The music's great.
There's only one Misfits record, and it's this one. The others are just conglomerations of bullshit. This is the one.
Yeah. Yeah, those old live videos of the Misfits.
Anyway, hold on. I'll
so much fun.
Before Chris yells at me.
For what? Why would I yell at you?
I don't know. Being myself.
For showing the same record 15
Louis,
times.
While you're being yourself, you should listen to that Darren Gray track I sang.
Yeah. Wait.
That's when they were. Check the private chat. That's when they were touring with Korn on the Family Values tour, and they were playing.
Yeah,
they were playing the middle of the day for like 50 people, and the dude was just going up there and like cutting his face open and falling over in pools of water and sweat. And
Jesus.
I was willing to do that just now for the Jazz Bum stream, but Chris doesn't care about anything.
I care about everything. What are you talking about?
He doesn't appreciate me.
Yes, I do.
You don't appreciate me. You want to see my skull collection?
Yes.
That's the thing with Roberto. So Incubus was great. Incubus are still pretty good, aren't they? They're still playing.
Well, they were always great. It's just depending on what's popular. Like he was always a great singer.
Yeah,
he was
Morning,
great.
and that he actually
absolutely great.
He has a
brother was too. Right?
Oh, hey, Greg. Yeah, Incubus. Like, I think Morning View was like one of the first rock CDs I ever owned.
Really?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
Yeah. Jesus, you were like
32
last week.
Yeah.
I feel like you're getting old because I feel like I've known you for a while, and you were like in your 20s, and you're like the youngest person around. 32 is still pretty fucking young for this crowd, but
yeah, no, it's time flies. COVID made time fly.
Yeah, COVID has made time fly. It's true.
What's the name of him? What's his name? The singer?
Isn't it like Brandon something?
Brandon, I forget, but his brother was singer for Hoobastank, right?
Is he? That is one band that they made a really great debut album and then just never made any good music again.
That's okay. Well, I'd love to normalize. Like one of the things I'd love to normalize is like a band doing that. Yeah, it's a great cover too. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, those two records. I mean, Science is also really interesting and cool, but those were the two records that I listened to a lot in middle school.
Chris, are you going to do that thing where you take your shirt off and take like a whip and like whip yourself because you showed records that aren't jazz? Like after the stream is over, you're going to like get in the mirror and be like all mad. I'm never going to show non-jazz records.
There's a record everybody should have though. Good.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's fucking great, dude. Tank Girl soundtrack.
What Veruca Salt song is on that? Oh my god, better question. What Belly song is on that?
Let me see, because I don't remember.
Why don't I have that?
You should have it.
Why don't I know about that?
Thief is the Belly song.
Really?
Stomp's on here, yeah. Bjork. Army of Me's on here. That's where I first heard that song.
What's the Veruca Salt song?
I just told you. Oh, no, I didn't. It's hard because the way they did it, it's fucking stupid.
Yeah, reading stuff.
Yeah, it is. Where the fuck is it?
I didn't mean it.
Sorry. Look how stupid it is the way they did it.
I
It's
didn't
like a thing in the song that's like, here, you look.
You want to see one of my
Portishead song's badass on there.
Now I have to read the fucking thing
Yeah.
from 1,000 miles away.
If I have to do that, I'm gonna have to like do this in the camera.
Oh, it's Aurora. It's fucking great. I love that song. I forgot. Yeah, it's called Aurora. The Veruca Salt song. So anyway, that one's kick ass. Just want to show all my dumb rock records.
Dude, the reason I ask is because this is one of my prized possessions.
Okay,
You're big and I'm not. Hold on.
Let me see. I'll show you a bunch of records that aren't jazz. We're at hour 4.
We're gonna lose so many viewers though.
There's only
Chris.
60 people watching anyway. Who gives a shit?
Piece of shit.
Everybody
Here.
loves it. It's still
This
here.
is one of my fucking prized
Oh,
possessions.
Belly? Yeah, that's great.
Oh my god, this record is so fucking good. This changed my life. I love this record.
I don't know this. What is this? Is who is this?
It's like it's one of the people associated with the Pixies in a way that was the Breeders. This is fucking Tanya Donnelly. This is her project.
Yeah,
and it's fucking absolutely. It's just 90s girl rock, and I love it.
Oh, Greg, that sounds awesome.
Love it.
Yeah.
Dude, just like Spotify this shit. This record is called Star.
Mm-hmm.
And
the record.
they never quite captured. The next record's called King. First of all, the design on this is amazing. But
sick.
I mean, this is part of the soundtrack of my life. I love this fucking record. It's so good. I love it. Oh my God.
Down, bro.
You shut the
fuck up. No, you're talking with someone in the chat.
Wait, what's wrong?
That doesn't matter. Look at all my girl records. I love this one. One of this.
I have an OG of that.
This is not an OG. It's a fucking killer record. What else do I have? Here we go. St. Vincent.
Yeah, this is music that I think was cool before I was able to listen to music that was cool.
Yeah. This just came out like 2 years ago.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm not up on. I don't look. Isn't St. Vincent like an older band, or are they newer?
No, she is. I mean, she's probably been around for 15 years.
Oh, okay. I never really listened to them much.
And this is a fucking killer record with her and
oh my God, I want that.
Yeah, it's fucking great. It's such a great
record. Since you hate music and you don't listen to those, can I have them?
There's no fucking way to. I love this record. Oh my God,
it's not jazz though.
I've got which records aren't jazz. Now this artist is fucking killer, but her records are such trash. I mean, as far as like the pressing quality goes. So let me see if I can find it on CD. But Tash Sultana, do y'all know her at all? She's like a loop. She like plays loops and shit with guitars and keyboards and sings.
I have my fill of loops with John Scofield.
Okay, well, whatever. She did a really cool Tiny Desk concert. She's got this one, and then I've also got this one of hers, which has got the coolest cover ever. But
that's not one but 3 Cobras.
Yes, exactly. It's sad though because the quality of the vinyl is bad. I've got my Billie Eilish, of course.
What's that? Oh, Billy?
Yeah.
Put that in my pile.
No, wait, it's my file. This is one of my favorite records ever.
I want that too.
Do you know it?
No.
First Aid Kit? No. They're like these sisters from Sweden, I think. But they do. Sweden or Norway. I always fuck up where they're from because I'm an idiot.
Is it wet? Is it wet leggy? Is it like the wet leg?
I don't know what that means, but no, it's folk. They're fucking awesome, like these awesome folk singers.
So it's wet leg.
I don't know what wet leg is. Anyway,
wet leg rolls.
Here we go. You want to see more random shit?
I mean, it's your show.
Okay, cool. On a roll. Okay. That's all crap I was buying before I bought jazz.
Yeah, Roberto, I as much as I like that music, I have the first U.S. press. I love the Cranberries.
Dude,
and I'm
me
so
too.
happy Analog Spark did that first album by them because it
Yeah.
sounds amazing.
Yes.
I have the first U.S. pressing of the first Rage Against the Machine album and the Robert Ludwig cut, and it sounds insane. It's like a RL Black Sabbath or RL Led Zeppelin level cut. It's
Right.
incredible. I can't bring myself to listen to Rage Against the Machine anymore. It's
What,
just
the
too cringe.
5-sided fistagon? You're like not into it?
I mean, like now that I'm like older and I really know about like what that band was about, like man, they made a song in support of Shining Path.
Yeah, yeah. I know.
And like the bass player thinks the moon landing was fake and he tried to fight Buzz Aldrin.
That's now, dude. We'll leave that. Yes, I know.
I mean, that'll do it for me too, you know? Like, I'm with you.
I mean, Buzz Aldrin is kind of full of shit. I'm just kidding. So anyway, keep going.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine fucking with the guy who walked on the moon? Telling him
that one dude that did it. Yeah, remember the guy that tried to go up to him and say you're a piece of shit?
That was the bass player from Rage Against the Machine.
I don't believe you.
Was it really?
It's on Wikipedia. Look it up.
Look it up.
That was the bass player from Rage Against the Machine.
Anybody know Mad Season?
Yeah.
That's it. Just yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not jazz, so I hate it.
Well, whatever. What's this record? You know this record?
I'm trying to stay on brand. I want that.
You can't.
God, Around the Lake, or what? What's the name of that song?
Awesome Kingdom.
Yes, so good.
Yeah, that's where my lake house is. You want to go?
I mean,
no, I got this, but I don't know. I'm
kind of dude, Chris, make up your mind.
Yeah. About what?
Decide to walk with me.
Okay. Well,
around the lake.
Oh, that's a great record.
This, I don't know if it's the #1 record of all time, like Apple said it was.
Fucking fuck that. No, it's not even close.
No. This is interesting.
That's just them hiring writers who are like, we have to tear down the Beatles in the boomer rock, and they just pick some random record that they like.
But yeah, it's true. They had Beatles records on the list.
Yeah.
This is a cool record. This is a band, like an indie band called Middle Kids. They opened up for who the fuck was it? Ryan Adams, maybe. I saw live. So about the record.
Hold on, my headphones are listening to this guy getting punched.
Oh God, how dare you? Whatever. Fuck it. That's it. There's some random shit. Well, so does Madonna, Roberto. She just have troubles, man.
You guys ever listen to Christine Young?
No.
I feel like that's someone Louis would be into.
Yeah.
He's watching.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. This particular clip of Buzz Aldrin punching a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, that's not the same.
Called him a coward to his face is not the bass player from fucking Against the Machine. But Buzz Aldrin landed that punch. It was great. I loved it.
Well, I think...
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that, the easy Google.
Tim Comerford. Yeah. Let's see.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Somebody got in Buzz Aldrin's face and called him a coward, and Buzz's reaction was to punch him right in the face. It was
dude. Great. He walked on the fucking moon. He has the right.
Could you imagine some fucking dickhead telling you that you didn't?
Right
after you walked on the fucking moon.
Yeah.
And you're 70 or so, however fucking many millions of years old you are, and some fucking 30.
Oh no, he didn't. He's not the guy in the video. He did come up to him at a party though, saying the moon landing was fake.
No, that's just
fuck him. Fuck all that, man.
That's so dumb.
So
I can actually almost forgive you for thinking the moon landing's fake as long as you're not like a flat earther. Like I can see.
Surprise me if he's a flat earther.
That's.
Oh, he also thinks ISIS isn't real, like what didn't exist, doesn't exist.
Oh God, we don't have time for this.
That's bizarre.
We don't have time for this.
He's a bass player. It's not like his opinions mattered all that much. It's a fucking bass player, dude. Come on. Like, does anybody even know his fucking name? Is he Tom Morello or
Oh,
no? I don't even know the
Yeah.
guy.
Tom Morello is also a fucking idiot because
It
the
hurts.
worst decision I ever made was following Tom Morello on Twitter, and I was subjected to the worst dumb shit takes I've ever
Really?
seen in my life. Yeah.
Yeah.
He got in like a fight with like a restaurant owner in Seattle, and he tried to like sick his Twitter following on them, and it was just the most pathetic shit I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that is kind of weird. People do dumb shit on social media, though.
Dude,
What?
fucking one of the people in the chat sent me some cool shit via email. One of the musicians. I think you'll be talking to him soon.
Hey. Don't be leaking
Cool.
privileged information.
I'm not leaking anything. Shut up.
You
I think
shut
it
up.
was.
Hold on a second.
Yes,
Chris.
it was an anti-littering campaign
Chris,
for sure.
hey,
What?
Chris.
What? Oh no. Oh no. What's this? Oh no.
Oh, that's me.
True power.
But I'm excited. That's cool.
What's going on? I don't know. One of the most hilarious things I've ever seen was when Rachel was doing that to a certain individual a few months ago. And they were just raging out, and she was just, "What are you saying? What?
Yeah. That was super funny. That was, I haven't seen any of that in a long time, but that was super
I haven't consumed any of that content in 3 or 4 weeks. I just can't.
Yeah, a couple months.
Yeah. I am definitely feeling a little more hopeful about the election, though.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was ready to bury myself and die, 6 weeks ago.
I was prepared to vote for a corpse.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I mean, well, I don't know. I'm not going to suck off Biden on this stream because I did enough of that on Rachel's stream. But I mean, Biden's record is someone who spearheads legislation has been impeccable.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't care if he's old and feeble. He was doing a good job. I would have happily voted for him again, but it seems like the popularity wasn't there. So it's good that you gave the torch to someone else.
The facts don't care about your feelings. Crowd's really in their feelings right now.
There's no doubt. I mean, the thing to me about Biden is I always thought of him as like a one-term guy. I thought he saved the country from the lunacy of what was going on.
Well, maybe he did again.
People,
that's what I'm saying.
It was that was a selfless act that he did.
100%.
He could have stayed in, and he didn't have to. But
yeah.
Why aren't you shitting?
I'm
Chris, tell Mike to stop talking about other things than jazz.
No.
Sorry.
Why is it only me?
It's because you show dumb shit I don't care about. We're talking about politics right now.
You just showed a bunch of fucking 90s records that no one gives a shit about that tunes into this.
Everyone in the comments like them.
Motherfucker.
Everyone in the comments like them. Anyway, I'm feeling more hopeful. I don't know if Kamala's gonna win or not, but things are looking up.
I think she has good momentum.
5 points.
She's got good messaging so far. She's definitely picked the right kind of running mate, someone that is are my earpods dying?
I don't know, we hear you.
Oh, okay. They're making that sound they make when they're sad.
Oh yeah.
But no, and I actually I saw Kamala Harris. Oh no, there goes the right one. I saw her speak in at the Air Force Academy in May. She came and did the graduation there. And it was a good speech. And she had the right kind of messaging for a military crowd. So
good. I mean, I don't know. I think she's remaking herself, and I don't think people really have known who she is. She's a vice president. I was telling an article the other day about George Bush, the elder George Bush. When he ran for president, he was vice president for 8 years, and nobody knew a fucking thing about him. He was
probably the last Republican president that I don't know if I would have voted for him, but I respected him.
Sure. And so
George Senior?
George Senior. Yeah. He was 19 points behind at the convention. And then when he accepted the nomination, he ended up winning that election. So, that was huge.
And, what's kind of ironic is the reason he lost his re-election is he did the right but unpopular thing, which is when he realized the budget wasn't going to add up, and he campaigned on not raising taxes.
Right.
And he realized that if he was going to make the country work, he had to raise some taxes. But because he had that campaign slogan, "Read my lips, no new taxes," and he made new taxes, that's probably why he lost the election.
Well, that and Ross Perot fucked him.
Yeah, and yes, that too. But it was kind of sad because he actually did the right thing, but he got punished for it.
Well, it shouldn't matter if you do if you're actually doing the right thing for the country, and like your reason for wanting to be president of this fucking country is to do the right thing, which I'm very skeptical that anyone who takes that job or wants that job is actually doing, then you should be fine with the way that turned out. But I try to understand the brain of somebody who wants that job in the first place. I don't know that I can communicate with that person. It's just such a crazy ass thing to be a career politician and then want that job.
I don't know. It depends on who they are.
I think in some ways, the people that are career politicians, like for instance, the people that have been in Congress for a longer time, they're able to take risks and vote and advocate their conscience a lot more than the people that are really just on the verge of running or like running for their first reelection.
Yeah,
and that's why whenever, especially for Congress, people talk a lot about term limits, but in reality, well, first of all, it takes a couple years to actually learn how to be effective in the job. A lot of the people that just get into Congress, they don't end up doing anything. They miss a ton of votes, and they don't know how to effectively advocate for legislation. They don't know how to work with coalitions. They don't have connections, and so they are essentially impotent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, since we're having a political discussion, the thing that I think about when I look at these things is I think about if somebody came to me tomorrow and said, look, here's $250,000.
Okay.
We need you to say this.
Okay.
Right. And I think to myself how that much money would change my life. And I look at it on paper and I think about it and I can see the cash and I can smell it and all that stuff. And I think about what they're asking me to do. And I think about what it means to me to have integrity, and still knowing how tough of a decision that would be to say, fuck you. And then I think about how much more money over the course of several, 5, 10, 15 years is going to be.
Yeah, but that's
why these people end up making the decisions they make. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it becomes easier to understand.
Yeah, but that money is not going directly to them. That's going to their campaign funds.
No, I don't mean the president. I do not mean the president.
No, that's not. That's the way it works for Congress too.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
When
until you get caught being crooked as fuck like Bob Menendez, then it's
So Warren Buffett is probably the most successful person who's ever made investments in the history of the world, and Nancy Pelosi does 140% better than him.
Yeah,
in the stock market,
information, bro. It's called inside information.
And then that's a thing that
but
just we let happen.
It's not actually inside information because she's not an employee of the companies. That's how that works.
Well, also, she probably doesn't hold the.
I know
when you say she does better, do you mean that she's turning more average profit, or that she's, for the amount of investment she has, she's turning a greater profit?
She's turning a greater profit for the amount of investments.
Well, yeah, that's because
she sits on the committees for these different things that she understands. Maybe. No, there's no maybe, because of the distance between the most successful person that's ever done it in her portfolio.
Well, it's much easier to have really high returns when you have a higher risk portfolio. And you have smaller investments.
No. It's because she knows what she knows.
Okay, well, you want us to vote for Trump now? I mean, what's your point?
No, I want those people I don't want those people to be able to hold stocks.
Oh, well, yeah. Good luck getting decent people that know how to do shit in Congress then.
That is my point.
Right? I mean, that's the problem with that.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to
do. The broke fucks running the government. I mean, they run it like they're broke fucks anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
We're not going to solve that problem tonight.
I mean, I just looked up like I like using PolitiFact sometimes, but also there's a lot of independent fact checkers, because like some of these rumors that I hear, like USA Today did a fact check on her. Like there's a rumor going around that she bought shares of a radiation drug manufacturer. that was being regulated, and that was fact checked as false. So I
Well,
have some skepticism.
I know that what I'm saying is accurate on a long-term basis, that she has generally outdone.
I don't know that. How do you know it? Did you study it?
Because we can see her trades.
Well, have you looked at them?
Yeah. Yes, I did. I did 2 days ago. Like I watched this whole thing on.
Anyway, I mean that's fine. What I don't trust Nancy Pelosi. That's cool. We can agree on that one. You know, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you want me to say there should be greater regulation around.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to make some like massive statement. I'm saying that these people should not be able to use the committees that they're on to then buy stocks.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. Still, but I mean,
nothing. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
Well, yeah,
I agree with you.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, but if you look at some of the wealthiest people in the country, they're not politicians.
That's true.
No, of course not. But we don't want the people that are legislating shit for us to be doing that. That was my only point.
Yeah, that's
okay. I would support that regulation.
And fucking Chris ruined it.
Oh well, it'll be all right. I would support term limits too at a certain point. I'm more of an this may be fucked up, but I'm more of an age limit person than a term limit person.
That's
both. Reasonable.
If once you're 75, you should fuck off and go home. Maybe even younger. Maybe
before that, like why? So the argument.
Well, also, the counterpoint to that is there's also, I mean, like a guy like Biden, the amount of experience he brought with him the presidency is.
He was incredibly effective, especially for just how narrow his congressional margin was. I mean, it was literally a one vote majority, with some people in there who were barely Democrats. I mean, Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema were counted in that majority.
Yeah.
And that's actually why Kamala Harris was so important, because she actually had something to do as vice president. Normally, in most terms, the vice president is a pretty useless job, but she was actually that extra vote in Congress.
Right.
Yeah, it's true.
I love the idea of an age limit, because the argument against it is only, oh, well, we got this one guy and he's the best guy ever. And so the fact that he's 78 doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I think an age limit of 70 would make sense to me. Like if you're going to turn 70 during the term that you're going into, that's really
I would think that the retirement age should mimic the term limit age for anything. Because like if you've worked your whole life and now it's time to reap the benefits of doing that, and like you've got all of the things that come with being of retirement age in our society, then that should be the term limit, or that should be the age limit for anybody who's holding office, because you've rescinded you did your duty to be a citizen of this society. Now you can go chill out with your dog and watch sunsets and shit. Fine. Same with our politicians.
Yeah.
Well, whatever age that is decided to be, whatever, it's fine.
The thing for me is when you get to a certain age, you don't really have skin in the game of the future anyway, because you're not going to be here. So like.
Exactly. And that retirement age should be like, you've still got a good 20 years.
Yeah.
Like the retirement age shouldn't be like, oh, you got 5 years and you're fucking done, right? You're dead, because that's the average age, right? But you should have 20 years in the sun. You got your childhood. It was kick ass. Then you had to hate the fucking world for all of your middle age, probably.
But a lot of people find meaning in life through their work.
I know. But my point is that when the average person retires, they should still have about 20 years in the sun, assuming that nothing bad happens, to just chill out and do nothing, because you paid.
Well, they don't. I mean, they usually get about 10 or 11 on average.
I know. I'm just saying should, not what is real. But like the same should be with our politicians. Stop making decisions. And you're right, Chris. Like, you got 20 years left on this bitch. Like, let's let people who have 40 make the decisions.
Yes.
On average, if you've got 40 left on this bitch, you've got some real skin in the game, like you said.
I think the Gen X folks should be the ones that are the older folks in there right now, not these. I mean, we still got silent generation motherfuckers up in there. Like, go home and die. It's time.
Go home and die.
Well, look at Dianne Feinstein.
No, I'm fine with it. I love it.
I mean, she was a wonderful person. She was a wonderful mayor, wonderful senator, but she was there so damn long. She didn't even know where she was at towards the end.
Go
Yeah,
home.
I did see some clips of her that were a little.
That was fucked up. Like I think she contributed, amazing service to the country. But I'm just saying, like, dude,
the thing about age limit should be in lieu of some sort of rigorous testing. That's my thing. Like, I'm in favor of like an age limit because rigorous testing is too hard to do right.
I don't think that's fair to say that about RBG. I don't think she ever lost her intellectual hold on things. She just screwed us into not having Merrick Garland on the Supreme Court right now.
Yeah.
And actually, fucking turtle face McFuckface Mitch McConnell did that. But
God, he is a fucking piece of shit, isn't he?
No.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I think Biden's proposed reforms for the Supreme Court are pretty good, and they should be nonpartisan. I mean, there's things in there that benefit everyone because it benefits it's more favorable to both people in power that make sure they get a Supreme Court pick, and people out of power to make sure that if someone dies at the wrong time, someone doesn't get to stack the court with like 5 people.
Like what just happened to us for the next 20 years of our lives.
Yeah.
And what and the fucking what could happen, what we are faced with that could happen.
Yeah, for sure.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I mean, but at a certain point, even the Supreme Court has. I mean, what they did with Roe is insane, but at a certain point, there's limits of what they can even do, because if they just piss everyone off, the whole country will revolt.
Well, Roe at least
Roe,
I don't agree with that decision, but at least it's like, I mean, to base the entire abortion law in this country on a ruling on right to privacy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Probably not solid ground. We should probably have some type of congressional legislation, and it probably means you won't get third trimester abortion in that. But at the same time, most of the world gets by with like a 26-week cutoff.
Yeah.
And that's what 90% of abortions are. And if you can get that legislated, and if states want to go farther, they can. But if you can get that legislated, that's going to be a stronger foundation for long term than
certainly.
I'd be good with like 20 weeks even. I mean, that seems reasonable. A lot of the countries in Europe have that, or lower terms than that.
The question, it's a sticky question, right? No matter what, but like,
and as 3 men talking about it, it's not like we really.
Right. And that's the thing. I can't bring to bear anything about it. I just think that if you don't own your body, you don't own anything.
Yeah. I mean, I do have a wife and daughters, so.
Yeah. If you don't own your body.
Which is fucking scary here in Texas, dude.
No shit.
I know. Envy you.
Man.
Up.
Like.
And I got a trans kid in Texas.
I'm fired up about it. I'm a white dude, Yeah,
me too.
I'm a cis white dude, but like, I just don't understand. Like, I know there's plenty of other people like me that don't understand. I know how the vote's going to turn out. I think.
I mean, you understand that issue, or I mean, because abortion's always been a very like, if you look at like polling on issues over time, abortion hasn't really moved in like 50 years. You have 2 very intractable camps, and the public opinion hasn't really shifted much.
Yeah, but it's like approaching 70% of people thinking it should be legal and available.
Yeah, in some ways, yes. Probably not full term, like probably not in terms of Roe is the problem.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't think
there was still room for regulation even under Roe. I mean, the whole partial.
I mean, they found ways. States found ways. They were constantly challenging.
Yeah. I mean,
I just hope that I hope that I don't die before we live in a society where everybody owns their body.
Well, we did until like 2 years ago. So
yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean,
it's crazy. Like, you see memes, right? Like, what's real? Jokes are real. Yeah. Jokes are fucking real. You see memes about like, well, if this was flipped and men had to make the decision, this would be fucking law overnight. That's a joke. It's a meme. It's a joke. It's real. That's fucking real.
I don't know
if this was a men's issue and not a woman's issue, shit would be fucking codified.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Because I think one of the
Well, I mean, I
problems
don't know.
with
They
the
want to ban
abortion
porn
debate,
now. I mean, these fucking idiots want to ban porn now too.
yeah, never
And like birth control and
never
shit. They're all
doubt
it's all the same people, you know.
the resolution of tradcons. But I think like one of the primary issues with abortion is both sides seem to be talking past each other about
Yeah.
what their important issue is, because I think when you talk to people on the left, their idea is that the emphasis behind abortion bans is that conservatives want to control women's bodies. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's some people that think like that. But if you actually listen to their, like, sometimes I'll just play, I'll be driving and I just listen to C-SPAN. And so you get to hear a lot of weird conferences and shit. And you listen to C-SPAN. And I'll listen one day they were just covering the pro-life summit in DC. And I'd listen to like 2 hours of pro-life people give speeches at their conference where they were all cheering each other. And no, these people legitimately think that abortion is like a holocaust of children. That's the position that they have.
I mean, that's
Right.
what they say, but it's also the history of that is complete bullshit. I mean,
Well,
it is. Don't
yeah.
get me wrong. I think it's complete bullshit. But you have to meet someone in what they actually believe and the thought process they actually.
And I'll do that with
cannot-
them.
Yeah,
I will 100% do that with them.
Project what you think their motivations are onto them if that's not actually what's
Here's the
driving them,
thing.
because then you're never going to reach them. You're never going to be able to.
You're never going to reach
them
them anyway, dude. You're never
No,
gonna
here,
counter
I have a succinct argument for this, and it has absolutely.
Well then,
everything to
democracy
do.
has failed. You can't have a democracy then if you
No,
can't
because
reach
there's
people.
more of us than there is of them.
Well, no, check it out,
That's
Mike.
not true.
I can
Well,
meet
how do
them
we
where
get
they're
more of
at.
us?
I'll tell you. Here's the difference, and here's my very succinct, very in a box thing that I would sell any pro-lifer, and that is that I get it. You want the number of abortions to be 0, right? Same. I would love it if I lived in a world where that was never something that anyone had to do, right? The way that I think we get there is through better education, better medicine, better families, better taking care of each other, especially during our formative years, better understanding of sex and sex education, and not an outright fucking you can't do this with your body. That's the line and the difference. I would love it if the number of abortions was 0. I'm sure every woman on planet Earth would agree. It's just that the way that we get there, and it's never going to be 0, right? We're going to minimize that number as much as we can through education, taking better care of each other, all of those things. That's why that's where I think we depress that number. These fucking psychopaths think that we depress that number by taking away the ability and the right of any woman in any circumstance to do that in the first place. And that's fucking dumb as shit. And the reason why I'm not on that camp is because I'm not dumb as shit. I know that this is the way, and it's going to be a little bit more messy and take more dollars that no one wants to spend.
Here's the thing, though.
That's the way we do it.
They've been convinced of these things, though. I mean, back in the 70s, like the Southern Baptists weren't even against abortion.
Well, they're convinced of shit that isn't real.
I'm just saying, like this, the fucking history of this whole movement. It was born from fucking the Chamber of Commerce, the National Chamber of Commerce, looking for an issue where they could permanently install people that would give businesses tax cuts.
Is anybody watching this right now? By the way,
yeah, there's 52 people.
I don't believe that. That's crazy.
We only lost 8.
I'm just saying, like that's where that came from, because they didn't give a shit about it before then. Like it wasn't this big thing. The silent majority didn't exist, or the moral majority, or whatever the fuck they wanted to call themselves.
I mean, it was a reverse pendulum swing of. I mean, like people forget, like the start of the 70s was a little bit nuts.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, you had Vietnam going on. You had all that shit.
Well, not even Vietnam. You had large scale civil unrest. You had like domestic terrorist organizations blowing shit up. Yeah. Like you're gonna have a conservative backlash after that. As this
true. Well, then you had Nixon as a result of that.
Well, yeah, Nixon was the conservative backlash to that.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct. I mean, that's where the war on drugs started and all that bullshit.
Oh, and Reagan took it home, didn't he?
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, he did.
In some respects, like Nixon was such a my opinion of Nixon has changed dramatically over time in different directions, because in some ways he was just such an evil motherfucker, but in some ways he was an incredibly smart dude.
Yes.
And some of his domestic policy was not bad at all. I mean, he started he founded the EPA.
Yes.
Started a ton of national agencies. He wasn't like one of those like tear it all down conservatives.
Right.
He believed in a strong federal government. He genuinely had some good domestic policies, and he was more or less smart on foreign policy, even if some of his stuff had unintended consequences. Like, it's hard to hindsight, how treating China differently in the 70s would have gone in the modern age, but it was probably the right thing to do at the time.
I mean, yeah, he should have never been president. So he should have been in fucking federal prison. I mean, he fucking, I'm worried that Trump's been trying to pull this shit with Bibi Netanyahu, the same shit that Nixon pulled with the fucking Vietnamese when he sent Kissinger over there before he was even president to delay the fucking peace talks so they wouldn't happen until after he was president. And he used that to say, "Hey, only I can end the war," right? And that's what Nixon pulled off, and then he extended the war for another 5 years.
The things I'm worried about with Trump are much more related to, I think. Well, I mean, how much have you read on January 6th?
Oh, I know plenty about January 6th.
So you know about the fake elector plot, right?
Yeah, of course.
Like that shit. Like the more I read into that, that's terrifying. Like it was literally like people talk about the actual riot at the Capitol, but that was just a forceful push to try to get this plan that Trump had to illegally seize power to happen. And the only thing that stopped us was fucking Mike Pence.
Yeah.
We should give that man a medal of freedom. As much as I don't like Mike Pence.
100% agree.
Hey,
he's not with Trump right now. He's like, I'm not.
No, and the thing that scares me is now the people that have been.
Can you make me big? Can you make me big?
I guess. Anyway, finish up. What were you saying, Michael?
I was going to say the thing that scares me is that that portion of the Republican Party is gone, and the only people that have any electoral chance in the Republican Party now is people that are willing to do whatever Donald Trump says.
Correct.
And that includes basically stripping any federal regulations that prevent Trump from being a dictator. That's and I wish I was being hyperbolic here. I don't think I am.
Well, I took it seriously when he said the other day, Christians just vote for me this one time, and in 4 years you will
never have to vote again.
Never have to vote again.
I have a way out of this.
What?
It makes me uneasy.
Don't get my channel taken off of YouTube, please. Thank you.
Am I going to get a call from the FBI for being on the stream?
Can you just make me big for a second, you motherfucker?
Depends. I don't know. You're starting to worry right now.
I have a way out of this, and what I mean is I feel uneasy about talking about politics on the fucking Jazz Bum stream, as fun as it is to be in our little echo chamber.
Yeah.
So, Mike, you don't have to make me big anymore. So, Mike, you stream through your good system, right?
Whoa, hang on a second. Don't come on my show and tell me what topics are okay for us to talk about. Like, it's fine if we talk about politics. You're just saying you don't want to?
It makes me uneasy personally to do it. And I thought that the whole point was not to, because every time I talk about one thing that isn't Jazz Bumps related.
Dude, that's all jokes though. We're talking about serious, like life important things now.
Well,
it's hour 5, buddy.
But my point is we all agree already.
Yeah, we all agree. That's true.
Maybe, yeah. On
there's it. I'm not saying
core
there's
values.
not. I'm not saying there's not interesting things to talk about politically. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that like it stresses me the motherfuck out a lot.
Well, let's leave it at this. And I'm just saying I feel like there's a chance that we'll have another adult running the country next year.
Yes, very.
Yeah, and I mean that's the good and the bad thing about Trumpism. The double-edged sword is that once he's out of the political picture, this isn't really a coherent political movement. This isn't, there's not a coalition of core values. There's not really a platform here.
Right.
It's
They're
just
going to have
kind
to
of
reform their party, basically.
this cult of personality once he's out of the picture. So if he loses this election, he's pretty much done. He's going to be too old to run again. 100%. And whatever comes up through the Republican Party is going to be, they're going to try to mimic what he had. But I mean, we saw in the primaries with Vivek, it's going to look like a weird mirror, like a distorted funhouse mirror image, and no one's going to go for that.
Exactly. I think we need healthy. Right. I think we need a healthy Republican Party, which is what.
No, that's
more like John McCain and those kind of people.
Yeah,
like
there needs to be a healthy opposition because trust me when I say, I went to music school. I am so tired of being around smug leftist dipshits, and they need a reality check. But this Republican Party is not the one to do it.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like I have been moderate my whole fucking life, man.
Yeah.
Like, dude, being extreme on one side is just as dumb as being extreme on the other. And
I don't even mind if it's principled positions, but I just it's too easy to get high on your own bullshit if you're living in an echo. That's why I kind of like, especially like the two last states I've lived in, Colorado and Arizona. I kind of like them because they're kind of purple. I mean, they're purple enough that I don't have to worry about Republican takeover, and we still have decent policies, but they're purple enough that I'm around Republicans. And even though I don't like them, sometimes you just need to actually hear what other people are saying in person so that you don't get your understanding of the other side from the media you consume.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big problem with rural areas and their view of people on the left. And I think it's a big problem with like college campuses because they never,
but college kids are supposed to do that. They're supposed to be dumb. I mean, they're learning how to be adults. I mean, I give them a pass.
Yes,
on that more than these 55-year-olds that are like hardcore right wingers.
I will agree to some extent because yes, you are supposed to be a dumbass when you're 20, and I think we're living in this weird world now where for the first time, dumb 20-year-olds have a social influence that they haven't really had before.
Yeah.
Like you can be a 19-year-old on TikTok and blow up. Your opinions about the world can go viral, and that's weird.
And you can make $7,000 a month doing it.
Yeah, there's also another fact though that I've got two Gen X kids, not Gen X, Gen Z kids, I guess, and these kids are fucking smart though.
Like, I'm not saying they're not smart.
They know shit. They're socially aware in ways that I would have never even dreamed about being aware.
Yeah, because
and not all of them, but I mean, there's a large percentage of these Gen X people that are, I think, pretty well aware what the truth is. Except for then you have like the right wing manosphere fucking mouth breathers that are a threat. Like just the whole incel culture.
Yeah, anybody who's 20, anybody who's male, American, and 22, and just cannot find a mate. Those people do not like.
That's a real problem, though. I mean, that is a real problem that people have talked about.
Yeah, dating culture is kind of messed up.
I mean, it's a problem for them, and a lot of people are struggling to find their person or even friends.
I mean, yeah, that's why I'm here.
I know, that's why I'm here too. No, I'm just saying though, like the end result of that incel bullshit is fucking horrifying. But there are symptoms of our society that are causing it.
Yeah, there certainly are. I just don't think those people exist in the numbers that maybe it seems like they do.
That's probably fair.
I think the natural drive to overcome obstacles to find a mate, I think sometimes I think that generally in my experience on planet Earth as a human is stronger than the given for most people, for the majority of people. I'm not saying
I don't know. I mean, you look at a country like Japan and they're dealing with the same problems.
True.
They're dealing with different problems though because their sexual culture is repressed. Their sexual culture
in some ways. In other ways, definitely not.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, they still have a very man-woman problem, right? They have a cis problem in so far as in terms of their recent 50 to 100 year history, women have bend the walk behind the man 10 feet, don't talk type of thing. And the sexual repression of their country is different than ours. I'm saying it's better or worse. It's just different. And so I don't know that I can understand theirs and I can't understand their culture as easily as I can understand mine because I don't live there and I didn't grow up there.
Well, I mean, it's largely a symptom of a hyper developed information economy culture.
And happening too quick, right? With no guardrails of anything. Like,
I mean,
from TV
we kind of underestimate just how wildly the internet has just changed everything. And we haven't really, it's happened so quickly and so rapidly that
we haven't
really been able to deal. We haven't been able to respond to the consequences of that in any.
To me, it's the homogenization of the internet, though, on these sites like Facebook.
That's true. I mean,
it's like this technology makes money, and therefore we will no longer control how fast everybody's exposed to it.
Yeah, but the Facebook specifically, man, and Twitter too. I mean, all these echo chambers, but Facebook seems to be one of the worst, where they just keep.
Isn't it funny how when we were kids, when Facebook was new, it was like, oh, this is just like a newfangled thing, and then like we sort of like sloughed it off a little bit, and then our fucking parents are the ones obsessed with it.
Yeah, but the social media that the young people are on is not any better. It's just a different kinds of brain rot. I mean, back when Twitter now is more of a. Twitter now, the only people left on Twitter are politics junkies like me, and then you got the far right Elon Simps, and then for some reason the communists and the anarchists have stayed on.
Excuse me, it's called X. It's called X.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm still not calling it that.
Nobody's.
And then you have like Instagram and TikTok, which are predominantly just hyper far left.
God, I love it.
No, TikTok is a cesspool, and TikTok is actually.
Oh yeah, it's a cesspool. I love it. I'm not saying it's
everything. There's tons of right-wing horseshit.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of Russian
propaganda
propaganda on TikTok.
Oh, there is. That's true.
I love it though. I fucking absolutely love
half
the
that's right-wing bullshit though. I mean, half the Russian propaganda.
I get it too. I get the right-wing shit on my FYP too.
We get a various amount of unclassified security briefings on some of this stuff, and like we have data like Russia, both accounts linked to Russia, Belarus, and China have been responsible for large accounts on TikTok and Twitter that organized in-person protests, and some of them were even organized like the protest and the counter protest were both sparked by accounts linked
they did that in the
Russia
2016 election. They were doing that back in 2016, man.
Yeah.
Okay, I have an important thing though, real quick. So Jeffrey asked a question here that I have an answer to. So can we have jazz bumps for president, please?
No.
It turns out you can. So.
Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. Everyone, the link is in our.
You're a piece of shit. I didn't know that existed.
Yeah, dude. I'm a piece of shit.
Well, because you've been mean to me tonight. I buy your fucking merch all the time.
All right, there you go.
Stop taking gummies. Stop taking gummies and being mean to me.
Buy 5,000.
I mean, you really want to make a difference in the world. What you can do is you can just show up to your local city council meetings.
Yes, that's true.
Yes,
and stop the boomers who are like 74 and want to retire on their house they bought for $300,000 and is now worth $2.4 million, and stop them from stopping every new apartment building construction ever, because right now that is what's driving up housing prices.
I mean, well, part of that actually, I'm in that industry. Part of the problem too is the money is the cheap money is dried up, so the developers are holding their powder dry because the economics of the deals of building a lot of these apartment complexes isn't there right now.
But I mean, like you got apartment buildings in some of these major cities that have been held up for like a decade.
No, I know.
Because of
that's true. They're building them everywhere.
I mean, they are, but they're not. We have some of the most major cities in the United States have vacancy rates that we haven't seen since like 50 years.
Mike, can you put your email in the private chat?
Me or that Mike?
You.
Oh, why did I say Mike?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm used to Mike always being on the jazz box.
I have a music-related thing to talk about.
Okay, what is it?
Is it allowed?
Have you bought a Jazz Bums 24 T-shirt yet?
Is this still allowed on the Jazz Bums? Are we okay to talk about music, or
if we stay on for another 2 hours, Michael 45 will appear. So yes.
So.
Maybe.
Oh, is that why you're staying up? You got another interview with him, and it's
No.
Germany.
I'm just kidding.
He just
2 times I've gotten drunk as fuck on this show and stayed on for like 8 hours, and 45 showed up to both of them at 3 o'clock in the morning.
It's fun. So, Mike, my question is: you have a good system. That's a non-rhetorical question.
Yes, I think I do.
Okay, and you listen to vinyl and you stream through that same system.
And I have CDs too.
So you do stream through that system.
Uh-huh.
And you have a good streamer.
Yeah, I just bought one.
So if I send you a digital file that I mastered for vinyl and a digital file that I mastered for streaming platforms, you could listen to them and give me feedback.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Are you interested in doing that? Do I have to twist your arm to do that?
No, it might take like a week or two, but yeah.
I need it done tonight.
It's probably not going to happen, man.
Shut up, Chris. You mother.
Unless you're going to pay him. It's a professional, sir.
I'm just curious because I don't have a good system. I have studio monitors and my monitoring system is good for what it does.
Yeah.
But you
should build like an audiophile rig to listen to stuff too. And I'll come listen to it. Yeah.
Okay, pay for it.
Yeah, weren't you talking about buying an amp recently?
Yeah, I'm
the last time I talked to you, which was like 2 months ago.
Yeah, the Sprout is probably what I'm going to land on, but
you should check. There's a lot of deals on Hagel integrateds right now because they're changing over to a new generation.
Mm-hmm.
So I think like both the H190 and the H120 are like discontinued and they're like doing pretty big discounts on them.
I just don't think I can do better than the Sprout. I just don't think for under $1,000 I can do better than that.
Maybe for under $1,000, no. I'm trying to think of.
I mean, it's perfect.
It kind of is. It's a really. I mean, I use it in the bedroom. It's nice.
And without great speakers to push, I just don't think.
Speakers you're gonna get.
What am I gonna get?
Yeah.
What do I want? I would love a pair of JBL 100s or a pair of Heresy 5s.
You don't want to pair high efficiency speakers with a Class D amp like the Sprout.
Well, but that's just saying what I want. What I'm going to get is something that's going to be way less than that.
You could do some ELACs or
ELAC makes cheap stuff.
Well, they also they have the cheap like $300 ones, but then they also have like the Unify, which are like $600, and I think those will be a good match. The Unify were also designed by Andrew Jones.
That's the I was showing earlier before. I've got some crappy little cheap Pioneers on my desk here, but Andrew Jones designed them, and they're fucking great, man. They're like $100 speakers.
Oh, I remember those Pioneer speakers. I heard those once or twice. They're good.
I mean, for $100, they're fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my point is, I would love to send you a couple of tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. I put my email in the chat.
Yeah.
Are you gonna send them some tracks about how you need to find Jesus and come back to God? You ever get any of those for Halloween? Those are always fun. Like the old lady.
The chick tracks. Yeah, the chick tracks.
Yeah, exactly. You open it up and there's like somebody burning in hell. Like, if you don't repent, you're like,
yeah. Years ago, like a decade ago, I used to follow this YouTube channel that would do humorous readings of chick tracks.
Oh, that's fucking great. We used to get those all the time, man. It was fucking weird. Or like the lady that would give you a toothbrush for Halloween. The worst.
There was a lot of, when I was at ASU, there were a lot of like evangelical people going around talking to people on the main quad, and I would sit and talk with them. Maybe if I was going to get coffee, it was just sit and chat for an hour and try to sow the seeds of doubt in their worldview. It's great.
Yeah, that's always good.
One of the missionary guys I even invited to my first doctoral recital. I was like, hey, you want to come see some music?
Like, I don't care if people are religious. If it helps them, I'm happy for them. I just don't want them.
Yeah, I don't want to legislate. Like now,
legislate it and force it on the rest of us.
It's like my religion says I have to do this, and so therefore you have to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I still probably consider myself an anti-theist.
I'm an anti-theist by definition.
Yeah,
absolutely, 100%.
Because even if it's like,
yeah, I'm not.
In general, like, I mean, I believe in the right of people to have their own beliefs and practice and worship as they want. I don't want to infringe on anyone's rights, but I would rather not have people believe stuff without a good reason, because that thought process can penetrate other things.
No, that's fair. The thing, I mean, I came to this late. I was a Christian growing up, and I even was as an adult and went to church like every Sunday for years and stuff. But it's all bullshit, man. It's fucked up bullshit too. Like, one of the most egregious things is what they call Christian counseling, where your pastor will give you actual advice if you have mental illness and shit. It's super
possibly put his dick in you.
Possibly put his dick in you, yeah. But I mean, it's very fucked up shit. It's all about blaming your problems on yourself, basically, and that you just don't have enough faith. And if you're feeling this way, maybe you're not really saved, and all that bullshit. It's very abusive and fucked up.
I mean, growing up, I went to a fairly liberal Lutheran church, and even still, some of the stuff they were talking about in like Sunday school, I was like, this doesn't seem healthy or right.
Yeah.
Let's see if
I can go to Pentecostal Sunday school instead. That's even better in the Deep South. Yeah.
No, I only go to churches when they pay me.
Fair.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm an anti-theist too. And I actually just ordered, and it'll be here, I think on Monday or Tuesday, a stainless steel bracelet for a fundraiser for TST.
Oh, the Satanic Temple. I'm always on the fence about them. I mean, they do some cool stuff, but at the same time, they do some, I don't know, some of their stuff gets a little cringy for me.
They have a PR problem for sure, but that's, I think, the only way forward. And
I don't know about the PR problem. I just think, I don't know. I'd rather do stuff with like the Humanist Society or things like that. I mean, I've talked with Satanic Temple people before, and they're cool.
Yeah, they're cool. Like the thing is, the reason that I'm on board is because of their 7 tenets, because they're really succinct. They're perfect for me, and
I have a problem. I don't want to get sued. So
the problem with the problem with that I've had with organizations like the Satanic Temple is that, even though I technically agree with all their founding documents, that's an organization that likes to take political stances. And what happens if your religion takes a political stance? Well, I know they're not a religion, but what happens if you fall out of line with that political stance? It's like, well, now you're back where you started.
Right. Well, that is the problem. I agree with you. In our society, it's on both sides, especially in the extremes. It's like you have to be doctrinally correct, or you're an outcast and you should cancel. I think that's gotten better.
And that's one of the big problems. I think.
But see, the thing is, I'm sorry to interrupt. I will say that the difference there for me is that I do think that they are doctrinally correct. I do think that will last. Whether it's them or something else, I think that the doctrine is correct.
I'm just talking about the left or the right, and if you don't follow,
no, yeah, but see, but what I'm talking about is like falling in or out of of the politics or whatever. Right. I don't care about that. I care about their tenets and whether or not I think they will last, and I think they're good for humanity in the long term, and I think they are.
Yeah, maybe.
Fair.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know.
Chris,
what?
Fucking relax, okay?
I am relaxed. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, bro.
Just calm.
Oh, yeah, it's 11:42 here.
You're here. I need you right around here.
I'm not even getting started.
I just sent you.
I haven't begun to defile myself.
Check it.
All
don't
right.
make me wait a fucking week for
He's
you to
busy, dude. He's got shit to do.
No one's talking to you, Chris.
Hey, he's a YouTube celebrity you're talking to, bro. You don't understand. He's a big guy. He's a big wig in the community. This isn't like you're talking to Rob or something, or us.
If I made content as frequently as Rob, I probably would be a celebrity. I need to put actual work into my YouTube channel. I don't do that much.
Don't do it. It'll ruin your fucking life.
No,
yeah, probably.
No,
Yeah.
it'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
Do you
And
make
that's why
do you make a decent little chunk of money off of your old videos still? I mean, you still getting views on all the content you have, or no?
on my personal channel, I mean, I make like $80 a month.
Yeah. Okay.
But I mean, my reviewing actually makes money, and I like that
Sure.
because if I were to do that stuff on my own channel, in order to make money, I would have to have an upload schedule that would just destroy
Yes.
me.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when I go to work for other people, I can be a contributor. I have a set contract with a set rate, and I don't have to deal with all that stuff. And
Yeah.
I much prefer that.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
Are you
the
doing
Absolute
video
Sound's
reviews?
great.
Are you doing video reviews, or is it mostly written?
Yeah, for the Absolute Sound. Yeah, I've been
Okay,
doing that
cool.
since last summer.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's check your
That's
stuff out.
the main thing, and I'm doing some articles here and there for Track and Angle.
Mm-hmm.
But the Absolute Sound stuff, that's work, because before, when I wrote for my old magazine, like writing a review is something I got very good at.
Right.
Like listening, taking notes, writing review. Doing a video is in some ways harder,
Sure.
because I'm not just writing a review. Now I write a script. I used to go in, like the first couple ones I did, I went in with notes, and I realized for something that long and intensive, I can't do that. I can't, because then I'll ramble. And so the last review I did, which was for the Inuos streamer, I wrote a script for that and did a teleprompter, and that went a lot better. Now I just have to make it a little more organic, I think.
Yeah, that's the tough part of it, I guess.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm not used to doing really formal video reviews. All my serious stuff has always been in writing.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm terrible at all that shit. I mean, I like just hanging out. Felipe has done some really good review videos on our channel.
He does like deep dives.
Yeah, he really does. And Mike has too, actually. Mike's done some pretty good ones too. He just did that Sinatra Impex one step.
Oh, nice. I didn't get that, but because I have the regular 45.
Yeah, 30. It's 33 though, isn't it? The Impex one, the Sinatra.
I thought it was. Is it?
I think
It's been a while since I played it.
I think it's 33.
Oh, but it's quite good.
It is. It is. I mean, yeah. So, Impex is cool. They've been nice to us. They've given us some promo copies of those one steps.
Oh, cool.
Felipe got the Gets Gilberto, and then they gave Mike that Sinatra. So that was pretty neat.
What'd you get?
I think.
Nothing.
Weird.
I mean, they sent me its record, but I mean that was because I was reviewing it.
Yeah.
I don't typically get a lot of records for free. I guess I get record if I want to review something. Like Fremmer is really good about sourcing it for me.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of times, no, I don't just get like random promos.
Yeah.
Dude, Mike,
if you did your stuff on your own channel, you probably would start. If you went really hard for that again.
People hit me up wanting me to do stuff on my own channel, and I try to be like, can I do it for this other company, or can I do it for Tracking Angle or something? I don't want my channel to become that. I just want to like talk about random shit. I mean, I did that crazy record. I reviewed that for my channel because it was such a niche thing, and Michael wrote it up I think a couple years ago. Yeah, that was kind of an exception. But did you see that $600 record?
Oh,
I saw it. Yeah,
it's like a different company from ERC, but they're doing like a similar thing. It's kind of cool. I had a long chat with the owner of the company, and he's just like a giant nerd.
Yeah,
in a good way.
That's cool. I mean, if people want to buy $600 records, they can.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy it, but it's cool. I enjoyed learning about it.
Yeah, that's cool. I think the ERCs are kind of a scam, but that's just me.
When they're doing like rock titles, I think I'd agree with that. When they started out, they were doing some really, really niche stuff that I think was a little more valuable.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if it's a $3,000 record, then you can buy their copy for $500. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Like the classical stuff.
Yeah, they were reissuing stuff that a company would never have touched otherwise.
Right. Yeah. And that's where the price makes sense, because economically you kind of have to do that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if it's that niche. if you want to make a decent amount of money off of it anyway. That's what's interesting with the Rhino Hi-Fi stuff. Like you think about that, right? They're $40 records. They're selling 5,000 of them. That's 200 grand. Like that's not that much money.
No.
Yeah, but it only costs them $3,000 to press.
It's more than that, but yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
$3,000.
You
like
saw the Black
mechanically.
Sabbath. I think they brought it back. They're just doing unnumbered.
Which one?
Black Sabbath.
Oh, they've actually officially announced that?
It's my number.
I think so.
Oh, nice. I mean, that's what I was going to say is they're absolutely going to do that because otherwise it doesn't really make sense. Like, why would you not?
Wait, is this one supposed to be
do
numbered?
that? Which one?
This one?
Yeah, you can buy Black Sabbath again on the website. So if you wanted that
Really?
record, go buy it.
Yeah, go buy it now.
Wait.
It's
The question is this one supposed to be numbered?
Yes,
Where's the number?
on the jacket, on the back. You have to take it out of the thing and look at it.
You have to take off the obi?
Yeah, probably. It might be underneath the OB. I don't remember. Oh, I never unsealed
yeah,
one.
I got a question. Why can't
is.
why can't they do obies like they used to, where it wrapped around the jacket instead? It was this
It
annoying
takes
thing
more
that hung
effort to
there.
install it, I think.
International.
That's my pet
recording
peeve.
does it.
I know. I like the real OBs too. I don't like those wraparound shitters. Even the
No,
OB
I hide them
like that.
I hide them inside the record jacket, and
Me too.
because they're a pain. Because like you take out the record and it falls off, and
Yeah, no, I don't like them either. I can't bear to throw them away though for some fucking reason.
no.
I have 3,019.
Okay. Yeah, both the I made $100 off mine. So
Oh, dude, my record
yes.
and numbered.
Hand numbered. All right.
Yeah.
Are you hand numbering?
Aren't
or
they all
not?
hand numbered?
No, they're hand numbering
excuse
them
me.
at the plant.
How many are you pressing? Or do you not want to say?
Well, I'm not at liberty to say.
So 500. Is that a good guess?
I'm not made of money, Chris.
No. Okay. 300 then. I'm just guessing here, man.
I think we should talk about why you're so mean to me,
I'm not being mean to you at all.
just in general.
Yeah, that's true. There was I sold mine for 120.
Wait a minute. The record I just showed?
Yeah, I sold it for 120 on fucking Discogs, dude.
Please.
Yeah.
Please.
What, you don't believe me?
That's no. I do. I fucking absolutely believe him. That's the bubble. That's the bubble bursting right there. Like, get
Well, yeah, they just released it without a number now for $40 again. So yeah,
get out of here.
you probably get
That's terrible.
$70 for it from some dumbass that just wants a numbered copy. But
That's terrible. I won't.
like, it's never going to be
participate.
It's never going to be $150 record because it's numbered, right? Like, I don't see that never being a thing.
Yeah,
Nobody
like
gives
okay, for instance, the record that I just made,
Yeah.
like there's only going to be 200 copies of it forever.
You can repress it if it gets big. Somehow.
No, well, I mean,
That happens.
the metal parts. I mean, I have to redo the metal parts and everything. Yeah, but yeah, I guess
Why would you have to redo them? You can't get the.
they're gonna
Yeah.
throw them away
Okay, that's fair.
because I'm fucking nobody.
Yeah.
I mean, you
You
could
can't-
just request
Oh,
them. You could have them
that-
send them to you, and you
Yeah,
could make
that was part of the thing, and
Yeah. Is
I
it
didn't-
extra to get them to send them
yes.
to you?
Yes, of course it is.
Yeah.
But Mike, the song I sent you to compare the vinyl master to the digital one is the one that Joey Callio did work
Oh,
on
that's
with.
cool.
Yeah.
That
like
was
that.
an absolutely great experience. That was
Awesome.
one of the best experiences I've ever had.
Yeah, it's true. People did buy multiple copies to resell.
I hope that everyone buys more.
I've
I
never-
regret not buying the ZZ Top box because that thing was selling for like over $100.
I don't think I've ever. I'm trying to think of if I've ever. I've never bought multiple copies of anything to resell. There's like maybe
Yeah.
3 albums in my life that I bought 2 copies of and kept the other one sealed.
Yeah.
Oh, I will say, okay, the only time I've ever flipped a record, like really flipped a record, is when Analog Productions announced the first UHQR, Axis Voltus Love.
Mm-hmm.
I bought a stereo and a mono, and at the time I didn't have a mono cart, so I kept the mono sealed. And then I saw how crazy people were going for the mono because it was super limited. So like a year later, I sold the sealed mono one and I just played the stereo one. That's the only time I've ever done that, I think.
I've done it 5 or 6 times. Record store day, I've done it several times. Like I bought a Taylor Swift record
Oh yeah, well, fuck
years
the
ago.
Swifties.
Yeah. No, I mean, you know, there was nobody. I mean, there was nobody in the store at the moment looking for it. I was like, okay. So I bought that, and then I bought this Van Halen like live show or something I thought I wanted, and then I got home. It was like $75, and I got home and it was going for $200 on Discogs. I'm like, okay, I don't want it that bad.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so I sold that like in 15 minutes.
Yeah, the way that I buy records and the way that I collect music is like that's never gonna even be on my radar. It's so weird.
The only reason it's on my radar is because I want to make free cash so I can buy other records.
Yeah. It's just that I like am so involved in like trying to just seek out new music, and I know that the only way I'll fucking deal with it in a way that gets into my DNA is if it's on vinyl. That's like, you know what I mean? Like that's the only reason I am into vinyl at all. I give a fuck.
I also just rent records a lot. You know what I mean by that is I'll buy something for $10 and like be like, okay, this is cool. I'll listen to it 2 or 3 times. I'm like, am I going to listen to this again in the next 10 years?
I would rather die than put a record in a box and send it somewhere. Like, I don't care.
Fine. I mean, I took a bunch of shit that I had from a collection I bought and sold it in Rob's auction over the last month.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, like everybody can do that. Like, I just don't. I just don't.
Well, you don't. Yeah, you're not there yet. You don't have a bunch of extra shit you don't need anymore.
I have a lot of classical I need to sell, but the problem is it's classical and it's hard sell.
Is it even on like Discogs or eBay?
Yeah, but
hey, do you have clarinet? Do you have Mozart's Clarinet Concerto in D?
I think I do actually. I think I have multiple copies of it.
Do you have all the movements are on 133?
Yeah, it's not a long piece. I think it's that Philadelphia Orchestra one where like the one side is the clarinet concerto and the other side is the bassoon concerto.
How many copies of that particular clarinet concerto do you have?
I can check Discogs. Let's see.
And will you sell one to me? Because I just don't want to go look for it, but I need it.
Sure. Yeah, I'll just send it to you, man. Let's see. How many Mozart clarinet concertos do I have? Well, Discogs says I just have one, but I know for a fact I have like 7.
There's 4 movements of it. Yeah.
3.
How many movements did you have? Right?
Most of the Mozart concertos are 3 movements. Maybe the Mozart clarinet concerto is 4 movements. I'm not sure.
That's why I'm asking.
No, 3 movements, just like all classical concertos.
William roasted.
How many copies do you have in A major?
What? There's only one Mozart clarinet concerto, and it's in A major.
Why do I think it's in D?
Because the second movement Adagio is in D. The first movement's in A major, the second movement's in D major, and the third movement's in A major.
Will you learn clarinet, Louis, so you can play Benny Goodman songs with me?
I mean, in Louis' defense, that is the best Mozart concerto. The oboe concerto is not nearly as good as the clarinet concerto.
The clarinet concerto is like a fucking thriller.
Nice.
Yeah.
Have you ever
listened to the oboe quartet?
I haven't. Well, I may have, but it didn't stick.
Mozart wrote 2 pieces for the oboe. He wrote. Well, people actually think there's another concerto he wrote for oboe, but it's probably lost, and we're never going to find it. But the one that we have is an oboe concerto in C, and then there's an oboe quartet in F major, and the oboe quartet is spectacular, much better than the concerto.
How often does something like that happen where a major, like a work from a composer, is found this many years, after the fact?
That's fucking.
Well, a lot of stuff got found after the fall of the Soviet Union.
Okay.
And music scholarship's gotten better. I mean, because here's the thing that happened with music and classical music is that for a long time people didn't play older music. So in Mozart's era, like people didn't go back 50 years and play music of Bach or Handel or and in Beethoven's time, people weren't really looking back at music 50 years before that. It was only at the kind of the middle to end of the 19th century that people started looking back at older composers and taking interest in music that wasn't contemporary. Actually, one of the first composers to really start that was Felix Mendelssohn. Felix Mendelssohn was a big proponent of Bach and Mozart and those composers, and he did transcriptions of a lot of that music, and he brought a lot of that music into popularity.
So how was it found in the Soviet Union? Is it just like in libraries?
Well, just a lot of stuff got misplaced, or probably a lot of stuff got destroyed in the world wars. A lot of old libraries and things like that. I mean, a lot of that music was. Sorry, when I say the Soviet Union, I mean the Eastern Bloc. I don't mean the actual Soviet Union. I mean like East Germany, Poland, because a lot of that stuff was stored there, or a lot of those composers were working in that area. The Czech Republic, lots of courts were operating, music courts were operating in those areas, and a lot of that music got stored there. But also a lot of it got thrown away. Some of the stuff would get played, and then they just throw away the parts.
That makes sense. It wasn't like
so there's a lot of
later.
There's maybe, I want to say 10% of 15% of Bach's total output is just gone forever.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, you think back, and I think back even much further back in that, like with Genghis Khan, when he took over, when he sacked Baghdad, and they took every book in the libraries of Baghdad, and they threw them all in the river and killed all the scribes. So they said the river was black with ink and red with blood. So all the knowledge that was there. I mean, Baghdad was like a big hub.
Yeah, cultural capital of the world.
Oh, before religion.
A similar thing happened. A similar thing happened. Like people think about I mean, there's a lot of myths about the Dark Ages, but there's this great book I read like a year or two ago called the Darkening Age.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember who it's by. The Darkening Age by Catherine Nixie, The Christian Destruction of the Classical World, and it's kind of about how
absolutely yes,
after the fall of the Roman Empire in kind of what we call the Dark Ages, a lot of it was actually like zealotry. Designed to strengthen, adherence to Christian religion, that was destroying a lot of libraries and a lot of early mathematical thought and things like that. I mean, there's a really interesting movie that came out a while ago with Rachel Weisz, the woman from The Mummy, called Agora, and it's one of those based on a true story movies about this philosopher that lived in ancient Alexandria, Hypatia. And it's a real story. She was a woman philosopher who was a teacher and a mathematician in Alexandria after the Christianization of Rome, and this was right when it was just starting to shift over from, I mean, Rome had officially become Christian, but they were still tolerant of the Hellenists and of the pagans and of all those different sects. And then eventually the mobs started taking over, and she was murdered. She was murdered by Christian zealots and flayed alive and dragged through the streets of Alexandria. And
sounds like what Jesus would do.
The guy that was more or less responsible for her murder, Cyril of Alexandria, who was I want to say a bishop of Alexandria, he was sainted.
Natch.
He's canonically sainted in the Catholic Church.
Hey, I love the violence of religion, but can you tell me a little bit more about this album that you have that you want to send me? Like, you actually have it?
Oh, I need to, it's in my mom's basement. when I go up there next weekend, I need to,
do you know what do you have any idea?
I think I know which one it is. And I think it's
like who the conductor is or anything, or the orchestra.
Something you're looking at gift horse in the mouth. You want all the details of where he's going to give you for free.
No, I'm just wondering if he knows you, motherfucker.
Oh, it's because I think I have two copies of this. It's the Philadelphia Orchestra with Eugene Ormandy, and the clarinetist is Anthony Gigliotti.
Yeah, on Columbia. Hell yeah.
Yep.
That's sick.
That'll be nice.
Yeah, I think I have two copies of it. So let me double check.
Dude,
not all my classicals and discogs. Yeah,
I'll send you a Velociraptor egg, man. That's great.
Oh yeah.
What about like, you know, one of the things I think about that's really weird is how our history is so short, like our written history.
History of our species is so short compared to how long this fucking planet's been here.
No, I know, but I'm just saying.
But also
like,
the written history is actually short when compared with not only humanity but also human civilization.
Yeah,
exactly. And we've destroyed it at least twice.
I mean, like, what's the oldest shit we have? Some cave paintings from 20,000 years ago, maybe.
Yeah. No, I think written history is really fascinating because I like one of the things that's fascinated me about history, and music has been a window into this because music is history of like affects. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah.
It's like the music that made someone feel a certain way back in the day. You can kind of transport yourself not by what they thought or what they were experiencing, but by, oh wow, like someone 100 years ago probably felt something similar when hearing this music, and that's kind of interesting to me. But like written history is interesting to me too because the world's a long time ago was not only was it the same, but it was the same, but it was different. Like reading about, I watched a historian talk about ancient Rome at one point. He's just like, well, the people in ancient Rome, they're like us, but they're a little different because the world was more cruel. And so it's very interesting to like see people who are normal people who have the same wants and thoughts and desires just kind of navigate and exist in this world that is inherently more cruel. But that's not a value judgment. That's just how society has been for most of existence.
Yeah, I think it depends on where you're at in the world right now too.
Yeah, but I mean, like
if you're in Gaza, you probably feel like you're pretty much as worse off as the Romans, or worse.
Fair,
potentially, but at the same time, like what we exist in for the last, I won't even say 100 years. I'll say maybe 80 years.
Sure.
Is an anomaly in terms of like human history. Like this is the first time in forever that I don't. There's still wars. Wars still exist, and wars are not great. But we're talking about civilizational ending wars, happening every single generation for all of human history. Like entire generations wiped out in conflict. That doesn't happen anymore. Part of it is, I think, because nuclear deterrent has just changed the way we think about world stability.
Well, I mean, I think that's true on the macro scale, but on the macro scale, it's not. I mean, there's still horrible things that happen in smaller areas, you know, like Rwanda, shit like that, you know.
But those are, like I said, those are anomalies. They are not the normal order of things.
Well, I think that's just technology. I mean, nuclear deterrent for sure, but I mean, you know, nobody wants World War
and
II.
it's also we've established a precedent where like, and this is why I think people don't take. I get annoyed when people don't take the Russian invasion of Ukraine seriously enough because we've very rightly so, I think, established a really, really great thing where it's like you do not invade countries for territory anymore. That isn't a thing. We don't allow that. We have come together as a world and said it's probably safer if we just don't tolerate that.
Right. And hilariously, what was viewed as a superpower is getting its fucking ass kicked in attrition.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're definitely they're not doing well.
That can't be overstated. It just can't.
Yeah.
They were like
here's why it can be overstated. Hang on.
Largest standing army in the fucking world.
Yeah. And here's why it's overstated though. Ukraine cannot keep the pace up that Russia can long term. There's no fucking way. Putin, if he wants, can continue to throw people into the meat grinder. He's got a lot more people to throw in the meat grinder than Ukraine does. That's just a fact. That's why Germany lost World War II, right? It wasn't because the Russian soldiers were better than the Germans.
Yeah, but they don't have the industrial capacity. You forget that we gave Russia most of its weapons in World War II.
I know. They built a shitload of those old tanks and shit. I mean, they really did.
We gave them 15% of their tank capacity.
Sure.
And we just gave Ukraine one of the things that's important to think about in
I'm not even talking about equipment as much as people. It's a fucking meat grinder right now over there, dude. It really is.
But the thing is that the tactical advantage that the United States and its allies are giving Ukraine, 1 or 5 F-16s
could really,
isn't
We're
equivalent.
a couple months.
You know what I mean? Like their technological advantage is going to be much, much greater than 1 to 1. You know what I mean?
Sure. And we're giving them all our old shit that we don't use anymore anyway. So
actually, if you guys are interested in this kind of stuff, one YouTube channel I really highly recommend checking out is this guy named Ryan Macbeth. You guys heard of him?
No.
He's an ex army sergeant who now is an open source intel analyst. And he contributes to a bunch of news stations, but he just does he bought all the expensive intel software that a lot of news agencies use, and he does really informative videos on like military news and military current events, and he talks a lot about like the war in Ukraine and various things. He does a lot of like social media debunkings.
That makes sense. What do you think about this incursion they've pulled off? I think it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it is, and it's
dangerous.
What's interesting is, and he addressed this in his video. I think the most impressive thing about that is not necessarily that they were able to do that incursion, because I mean it's a big border, and they're going to be able to make some headway into that. What was most impressive is how good their OPSEC was, which is their operational security.
Yes.
Nobody heard about that, and that's a lot of mouths to keep shut.
Yeah.
I mean, that was really the impressive part, was the element of surprise they were able to do. And we'll see how that goes. I mean, I think the main important thing in the Ukraine war, and it's something they've been able to keep up in the war, is that they haven't allowed Russia to get air superiority over their airspace.
Right.
And as long as they can prevent that from happening, they're going to have some footing.
Yeah.
If Russia gets air superiority, it's game over. But
I
don't think that's going to happen now. Yes. Our weapons are. They're the ones shooting them.
No, I know.
But yeah, and if they're able to get trained on the F-16s, then it's a misnomer. We didn't actually give them the F-16s. It was Belgium and a couple other EU countries that donated F-16s, but we actually have treaties that say, like, there are international treaties that say like if we sell arms to a country, they have to get our approval before they're allowed to give arms to another country.
Yes.
So we had to sign off on that, but we weren't actually the ones that provided it.
That makes sense. That's interesting. I'm hoping that this incursion embarrasses Putin enough, and I mean, I think what they're trying to do is force him to the table. So in the
and here's the thing. He could pull off a decisive military victory if he was able, if he had the political willpower or the political ability to do a full conscription, full draft conscription.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to do that because the way his administration, the way the government and the media apparatus is presenting this to the Russian people is still that this is a limited military operation to go stop some terrorists in eastern Ukraine.
Right.
That's how they're putting it off in the media.
What are the casualty stats?
I mean, Ukraine has lost tens of thousands. Russia has lost like 300,000.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's casualties, not deaths. Total.
A lot.
I mean, I could Google it too. I thought
you.
So let's see.
The drone warfare has really come to the front in this whole thing. It's crazy.
Just the handheld Stinger missiles too, like of course.
They have. I've seen lots of footage of these little drones just dropping like grenades down an open hatch on a fucking tank.
Yeah, I love it.
It's like, oh, oops.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong. I'm looking at the wrong.
Make early.
I was looking at 2014.
It's pretty funny though.
I mean, reports seem to vary wildly.
Yeah, no shit. What's happening in Venezuela?
So August 1st, they very blatantly rigged the election.
I knew that.
So Russia has a casual. Is this casualty or deaths?
I want to know deaths.
Deaths.
It looks like since February 24th of 2022 to August 1st of 24, Russia has lost 469,000 troops in Ukraine.
Jesus.
And versus Ukraine?
I'm trying to find that.
Because that's an incredibly fucking horrifying number.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's approaching what America lost in World War II, man. So I'm telling you, it's a fucking meat grinder. That's how Russia.
Wait a minute, are you fucking kidding me?
No, we lost half a million people. Yeah, we lost 500,000 people
So
in World
War II.
I know that.
February 25th, 2024, we're looking at about 31,000 Ukrainian soldiers dead.
Yeah.
That's a fucking 2 orders of magnitude?
Maybe.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You're telling me Ukraine lost 30,000 people and Russia lost almost 500,000?
It's much harder to take land than it is to defend it.
Yeah. They do have a strategic advantage. Like I said, especially because they've been able to keep Russia from having air superiority.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Air superiority is game over.
Yeah, I mean that's really what happened in Syria is that Russia had air superiority over Syrian airspace and they just bombed this shit out.
They almost lost. So they lost like a little bit less than 0.5% of their overall population. That's crazy.
That's what the Russians do, man.
That's crazy.
That's their strategy. They just throw people.
I mean, like when they in late in World War II, when they were fighting against Germany, their tanks were so much shittier than the Germans. And I think they said their life expectancy was about like 45 minutes to a couple of hours for their tank crews. So they like just stopped putting seats in the tanks.
Oh well, so
but the difference is it's drone warfare now. It's like
I know. I'm just saying, like they had so many fucking people. That was their whole thing.
Well, one interesting thing, and actually I will give credit because I actually learned about this by watching Ryan's channel, and it's so they're using like World War II era Soviet tanks in this war right now, and one of the reasons, they're using some World War II era tanks. They're also using some like 60s Soviet era tanks, and there's videos of whenever like these drone missile strikes or these guided missile strikes hit these tanks, you see that the turret head explode upright. Have you ever seen those videos? And I learned the reason why that is because these were all designed for a different era of warfare. In the American tanks, they have a gunner crew, and the American tanks, the Abrams tanks, they were much bigger in the turret area. And because they had to have room for 2 people, one person to fire the gun and one person to load the gun.
Right.
And the Russian tanks have an automatic loading mechanism that means you only need one person in there. But because of the way that's set out, all the ammunition's right there, and if you hit that, it blows up. But here's the thing: in the conventional warfare, they weren't worried about getting pinpoint precision hit from above. They were worried about strafing fire on the ground from other tanks. And so the Russians wanted to make that tank as low to the ground as possible and as small as possible because it's less chance of getting hit by conventional weapons.
That makes sense.
But in this era, it doesn't matter. A target's a target on a heat sensing, radar guided munition. So it's a huge liability because you just pop that thing with a small bomb and it blows up.
Yeah, and then you have Stinger missiles and all that shit that make trivial work of those old ass tanks.
Yeah,
wire guided fucking nightmares for them,
But I mean, the tanks are still causing a big problem for Ukrainian forces. I mean, it's still a pretty entrenched ground war in the Donbass.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, it's midnight here. I should probably call it a night. It's been fun talking with you all. It's been a while since I got to chat.
Dude, don't go to bed until you listen to that thing.
Oh my god, dude!
I'm gonna listen to it. I'm gonna listen to it tomorrow.
You want him to have fresh ears, Louis, so you can listen to it with fresh ears.
I appreciate it greatly.
No, all the band people are gonna go watch Drag Race, so I might do that instead.
I feel you.
I mean, listen to Louis' track, not watch Drag Race.
Wow.
That's what I knew it. I knew that's what he meant.
All sacrifice.
Hey, when Mike leaves, Chris, it's just you and me. What are we gonna do?
I don't know.
You want to do that thing we always do?
Or I berate you for an hour. No.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah,
Bye.
Thanks for joining us, man. What thing?
You know the thing.
Ooh, I don't know the thing.
Tell me your hair tips.
I don't have any.
You have fucking long ass hair.
Just don't cut it. That's the tip. I need to take care of it, but I need to go get a haircut.
No. I know how to get it long.
Yeah.
Is that all you do? Is just put it in a fucking? Why have long hair? If all you ever do is put it in a ponytail.
I don't put it in a ponytail. Always ever.
Show me your other styles.
It's fucking hot as shit right now, dude. That's why.
Don't
it's
you
like
have
a blanket on my back. Huh?
Don't you have air conditioning?
My wife put it on 76.
Ugh.
Yeah. So our fucking electric bill is like $500.
Yeah, it's rough.
So my house is old as fuck.
Yeah. I hear you.
Mom and dad are alone again. Well, Louis is the mom then.
Who's the mom? What's happening?
I don't know. Mark said mom and dad are alone again.
It's like dad just slapped mom at the dinner table.
Yeah. Ooh.
Dude, I remember sitting at the dinner table for my dad's 5th divorce.
Jesus.
And
5th divorce.
Yeah, I was a teenager. Like fourth, I think. And it's like she called it, like my stepmom called us all to the dinner table.
Mm-hmm.
Like me and my 2 stepsisters and my stepbrother, my stepmom and my dad. And she's all in fucking rough and in tears. And she's like, "We're getting a divorce." I'm like, yeah. I knew this would be happening at some point.
Yeah.
Didn't think it would take 8 years, and then suddenly my family was gone. It was weird.
How many times has he been married now?
I think that the grand total is 5. I think that he was married before I was born to somebody who wasn't my mother, but I don't know and I don't care. And
it's crazy. Oh. So here's a fun story. My parents got divorced when I was a little baby or whatever, but my stepdad and mom were together since I was like 1.
Mm-hmm.
And as an adult, they split up, like probably 10 years ago. And they didn't tell me for like 2 years.
Yeah.
Like my sister knew and everybody knew, but they didn't tell me because they were afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, it's not about being able to handle it. It's about you have to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
but then afterwards, we found out that my stepdad had been married. So I've got a stepbrother that's 6 months older than me. So he was married to his mom before my mom. But then he was also married to a lady before that we never even knew about growing up.
That'll happen.
Yeah.
That will happen.
It's wild.
Yeah, it's fucking weird.
Well, I mean, as a kid, you think of your parents as not having existed before they had you. You know what I mean?
I didn't get to like solidify that feeling because I was like moved around and jostled so much. Like I was on like drug runs.
Yeah.
Like solid fucking, drug runs when I was 3 or 4.
What do you mean? You were running drugs at 3 or 4?
I was a passenger in the
me too.
And the drug running.
Yeah.
It's weird. Like one of my earliest memories is so weird. I love it. I remember I was with we were in a Jeep and like various like parts of it were not like on. So it was like, like a Jeep.
Sure.
That wasn't an odd thing to me at the time. It was just like it was an open air situation happening while we were driving down the highway. And I do remember I was old enough to clearly understand the language. And I knew that the guy that was driving the Jeep was my mom's boyfriend.
Okay.
And he said, "Man, we got to pull over. I got to pee or whatever." And I was like, "Yeah, I understand that problem. I get it." And I remember the consensus among the group of like 2 other adults and him in the Jeep that we were driving was, no, we can't do that. You just got to pee your pants. Right. But I was just old enough to understand what that meant and like understand the whole thing. And this motherfucker peed his pants right in front of me. Like you could see his jeans turn dark and the whole thing. I was like,
why?
I didn't get enough data to give you an answer, but it was drugs.
Oh, okay.
That's what I assume. What other assumption could I possibly have made that we cannot pull over to the side of the road? We have to keep going because there's somebody on us, or we have to get there in a hurry.
Right.
Like it had to have been like, and because of the history that I do know, it was drugs.
I hope my dad and his stupid friends paint a stolen trailer when I was like 5.
Yeah. Like shit like that, man. Yeah, I remember one of my most indelible memories, dude, is, you know how we wake up really early when we're 5?
Sure.
Like we're sick. It's 6 a.m. and we wake up and like go play with our fucking toys or whatever, and the adults are sleeping.
Yes.
Well, I woke up in that way in like a trailer, and like my mom and some dude like sleeping, just like sprawled out on some bed. So I'm awake. I go over to her and I like do one of these, hey, get up, I'm hungry, or whatever the fuck I wanted, right? Mm-hmm. Hey, and nothing at all, right? So I had seen cartoons at this point, and like you know like the dollar signs that roll around in the eyes of the fucking cartoon that just got hit with a frying pan or whatever.
Yeah.
So I crawl up there and I get on my like near my mom, and I like peel her eyes open with my thumbs.
Right.
But instead of looking at a cartoon, I'm looking at her eyes, and they're just not moving.
Right.
Right. So because I'm so young, I'm like right at that young point, I just don't know anything yet. I'm like, all right, well, she's dead. And like,
shit.
Yeah. And like, I don't know what that really means, but all I know is that she's not going to help me get food. So I start like climbing around in the kitchen and stuff. I end up like, I'm impossibly young, but I get up on the counter and there's a watermelon just like sitting there or whatever. And so I remember I found a big knife. To me was big or whatever. It could have been just a steak knife. It could have been a butcher knife or whatever. But I just remember hacking at this goddamn fucking watermelon because I know what's inside of it, but I have no idea how to get into it. And I'm too small, weak, young, whatever, to like actually use this knife to do anything. So imagine me standing on a counter in a trailer, like a single wide trailer, like near a sink or something, like hacking at this fucking watermelon. When the two adults that are in the trailer are passed out or dead or whatever.
Well, messed out or what? Like,
no, she was passed out on something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the next thing that happened was next thing I remember is I walked out with no shoes on or anything. Like I was probably wearing no clothes or whatever. And I stepped in like really squishy mud. You know that feeling when you're a little kid and you step in squishy mud?
Yeah.
And then the sound of wasps, a terrifying sound of wasps. Yeah. And the last thing I remember is police sirens.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened after that.
Was those squishy mud dog shit?
No, it was just mud, but there was mud daubers and wasps and things.
Have you ever stepped in dog shit with your full-on naked foot?
In the middle of the night. Dude, I can't believe you brought that up.
It's the worst.
It's the worst.
The smell
when I was so small and so young, the smell hits you. And it's like, what are you gonna do? And like, I had to like fend for myself, and it was just terrible.
Yeah. Water hose time, man.
God, it was awful.
Yeah.
Stupid. Dude, one of the songs on my album is about that.
About near dog shit.
No, about like the near death experiences I had because of that same sort of shit. Like seriously, same sort of shit. Like that drug run, this dude pisses his pants because we can't pull over. Like, how close was I to fucking being around some real shit?
When I was young, when I was like 3 or 4, my dad used to. It was mostly weed shit. I think that he was involved in. But I remember he'd always go pick up a buddy, and they'd have like a big black box, like a plastic, hard case full of weed, and they'd just sit there and smoke it, and the truck would be in there.
Yeah.
For hours.
It doesn't matter that it was weed. It matters that it was dangerous, and I was 4.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
But it's funny that like those things that I just talked about weren't like near death, but like the things I talk about in this song are.
Mark's got a very. Sorry. Yes. This is an important point, though. It could have been a speed type situation where if they stopped the car, it would blow up. That's why they got suspense.
Sure, that changes the situation about it being dangerous to a 4-year-old. Not at all. Right?
True. Very true.
Like, oh, well, it didn't have to be drugs. It could have been like, or it could have been speed, or I don't know. Who knows? It could have been that Keanu Reeves was in the Jeep and I just didn't know.
He was the one pissing his pants?
Yeah. And fucking, what's her name? God, what's her name?
Trinity?
No. That chick. Sandra Bullock.
I can't believe she ever got with Jesse James. That was the biggest mistake of her life, probably. No,
Jesse James makes good choppers.
Yeah.
Choppies.
I could tell back then that the difference between like the shit he was building and then the shit that fucking the Pauly dumbass was building for Orange County Choppers was a totally different level.
Yeah.
Because Jesse was like a fabricator. Like I remember,
Yeah. He
going in bending his own frames and all that shit, Those other dudes were buying frames and just bolting a bunch of shit together and doing some fabrication.
Yeah, I agree with you. Fucking no, Amazon doesn't have Vostok watches. Oh, they do. Okay.
Those shows were kind of wild 20 years ago. It was like all about fabricators and
fabricators are the best.
The Gas Monkey Garage?
Yeah.
Did you ever watch that show?
Mm-hmm.
The guy with the beard, Aaron?
Mm-hmm.
He's my mom's best friend's son. Isn't that weird?
Sounds made up.
It's not made up. You sound made up. When are you starting your sleeping medication again?
I already started it. I'm sleeping fine.
That's good.
But I don't know, drugs like that are complicated.
Yeah, that's true. Will it make my foot stop hurting?
Wait, what?
So I need something to make my stupid foot stop hurting.
I told you, man, you're just going to have to stop being a pussy and like work it out.
And
it's going to hurt. It's like, and I know we talked about this when we were walking, like that's going to hurt. That tendon,
hurt. Yeah.
Working out that tendon's going to hurt and there's no way around it. You just got to do it.
The doctor told me I should do dry needling. I was like, that sounds painful.
Dry what?
Needling.
Just roll it out, man.
No, they like stab your heel and around the tendon and then your calf and all that to loosen all the muscles up.
Dude.
It's like, that sounds horrible.
I mean, listen to your doctor. Hey, listen to your doctor before you listen to me.
I'll just have a sore foot, though. Like, the sore foot doesn't seem as bad as like getting stabbed in the heel with a needle.
Dude, I've run thousands of miles. And when
thousands?
I was literally thousands in my life. Yeah. And I'm telling you what, like that tendon going like this and like hurting you.
Yeah.
It's only like if it isn't torn and if it isn't injured, there's only one way to fucking work that out. It's to roll it. And it's going to hurt. I know because I've done it. And I also know because my coach did it. My marathon training coach had the same problem. He had to do the same thing. And he told me it was a bitch. So just get like, you have a roller, right?
Yeah.
So do it.
What's a roller? Like a tennis ball?
No, a rolling pin.
A rolling pin?
Yeah. Like a roller. Like they make softish little rollers with little bumps on them that you can buy at Amazon. What you do is you like sit in a chair, you put your goddamn foot on it right on the arch and you just roll it back and forth. Okay. But you push hard and it hurts. And that stretches the tendon out and you'll be fine. Stop being such a fucking sissy about everything.
No, it's kind of hard.
I know.
Yes, yes. Yeah, give me better advice than Louise that didn't require pain.
That doesn't require pain is your problem. That's like the fucking rub here. You're not getting out of this. You're going to have to experience some pain. But it isn't that bad.
I need to get a new brace for nighttime because one I have is a piece of shit.
Yeah, but that's not really fixing anything.
It's helping.
That's just it's helping you not wake up in the middle of the night with a cramp.
No, it's not cramp in the middle of the night. What it helps with is the fact that when you get out of bed the next morning, you step down and it re-tears everything that was healing overnight.
Nothing is tearing.
Some doctor explained it to me. I trust her more than you.
You didn't tear your fucking main.
No, they're micro tears. The pain that you have, like at the site, where they connect to your heel and all that. That's what that pain is. There's like little micro tears ripping open again, basically.
Yeah. Sounds like you're listening to your doctor a lot.
Yeah.
How's that working out?
Pretty good so far.
Except your foot hurts. Dude, your doctor told you got to work it out too.
She did.
She did.
Expensive shoes.
Don't get expensive shoes. Just roll it out, man.
Hey. Actually, you know what? I did notice not wearing shitty flip-flops actually helped.
Oh, when not wearing shitty flip-flops helped? Yeah. Weird.
Like when I came to tell you, I actually wore shoes for the first time in like 6 months. No, I think what happened, I bought some Croc like slides and was wearing them everywhere, and I think they fucked up my foot.
I don't know. It's always like feet are so weird and individual, you know.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, the Crocs definitely did that. It's like, who knows?
Well,
so you're like actively losing weight too. So it's like it's gonna change drastically over the next 6 months.
Sure.
But if it's not like the worst pain in the world just to roll your foot, it's like you have to like push as hard as you can. You know, like if you have like literally it's a rolling pin. Like literally. If you just like imagine if you took a rolling pin out of your kitchen, right? Like a hard ass wooden maple like thing, like it's gonna fucking, you're like imagining it's like, oh my God, this is gonna kill me. And then you just sit in a chair and you're just like set your foot on it. Yeah. You don't like put power down or anything, but like you like then you roll it back and forth. It's like you already know in your mind that's gonna hurt a little bit.
Sure.
And then you just apply a little bit more pressure. It's like, okay, this is tolerable. This sucks, but it's not like wincing pain. That's what I mean. When I say
I have to do that,
you just do it a little bit every night until it doesn't hurt anymore. That's like that's what has helped me, and it's what helped my marathon coach. Ask your doctor.
She said the same thing.
Yeah, but it's not like I'm just fucking with you, and I'm like, oh my God, this is gonna kill you.
She said you could also use a frozen water ball, and that could help too.
Yeah, same thing. But it's the same. Yeah, perfect, same thing. I mean, that's like extra steps because you don't want to like ice it while you're also trying to get blood to it by moving it. But I mean, if it doesn't really matter to you, it doesn't matter. Just like you're when you're trying to expand something, you don't want to also be trying to contract it with temperature. I guess it doesn't matter. Whatever your doctor said. I'm not a doctor. I know that that's generally the rule, and I know it helped me. It's not that bad, but you got to do it every night. It's like one of those goddamn things.
Yeah.
Just like everything else that's good in life. You have to do it all the time.
Yeah, because I'm at the age now where I'm like, oh, is this an injury or something I can heal, or is this just the way I am now?
No, it'll be fine. Like, look at the comment. Like AJ is like, yeah, shoes make a big difference. Rolling pin or a tennis ball, just like you got to do it all the time for a while, but it'll go away, and it'll go away for a while.
Okay. Good.
As long as you're like active and walking in good shoes. Yeah. It won't like be the thing, oh, I have to roll my foot tonight for the millionth year in a row. It's not like that. But
I mean, I would take that if I could live for 1 million years.
Well, you lived for fucking 40 something years or whatever without that being a problem. So you can expect that.
Here's a more interesting topic since we have 55 people watching us still somehow.
I can't believe that. That's crazy.
It is crazy. So vampire comes to you.
Got it. I'm into this.
Wants to let you become a vampire and live forever. Do you do it?
What are in this vampire universe? What are the rules?
It's basically
standard vampire
interview with a vampire rules.
Okay, so garlic I can still eat garlic, no problem.
Yeah.
Don't care about crosses. Big deal.
No, you just can't be out in the sun.
Can't like sunlight, instant death.
Yeah. And you can't drink from the dead, obviously, just like an interview with a vampire.
And if I do, I actually die for the real?
Yeah,
so,
but you might come back. You might be able to come back like Lestat did. You might be able to live as a worm-infested body.
But if I wanted to kill myself,
you just walk outside in the sun.
Yeah. Okay. So I instantly, like, if I get
sick, it's true. People have always said, "Oh, it's like a curse. You're living forever." Well, all you gotta do is walk outside in the day, and you're dead. Like it's gonna suck for you.
Okay. Yeah.
For a little bit while you burn it out, you know?
Okay. Can you go over my powers again? Like my good powers?
First, you're basically immortal.
Got it.
I mean, maybe if you like get blown up by a bomb, like that, you're not really going to survive that. You know, like a fucking actual like a warhead hits you. You're probably.
So I'm not like Wolverine, where like one of my bones.
No, but if like you get cut, it'll heal. Like they have self-healing properties, right?
Vampires. How fast though?
Fast enough. Fast enough.
Pretty fast.
Yeah.
Like
it's really more about it's. Well, I mean, you're really like a dead person, right? I mean, vampires are basically like dead people. They're cold.
Yeah, I'm already like that.
Yeah. So, you know, and you're gonna have to drink blood to live because that's another way you'll die.
When I drink the blood, do I get satisfied?
Oh yeah, it's like the best sex of your life, right?
Ah, cool. Do I still have sexual attraction to whatever I'm sexually attracted to, or is that just like numb and
I have no idea. I don't know what that part. Maybe
you're the one fucking making the thing up.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
How do you not know? Sure. You're the one. Sure. You're the fucking dungeon master here.
Yeah, you're like Data in Star Trek. You're fully functional still.
Yeah, but do I care?
I don't know. It's probably an individual thing still, just like every other thing. I don't know if you've been alive for 500 years, you're still trying to.
Okay, so the reason I ask is because in Interview with the Vampire, in the book, in the Anne Rice books, it was Anne Rice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like there was no sexual attraction.
Sure.
Like Lestat and they were attracted to each other because they were vampires, not because they were sexually attracted to each other, male, female sort of thing. So it's like I'm attracted to like getting blood and I get satisfied from eating the way that I would eat now, whatever.
Right.
But I like don't like.
No, the satisfaction for that's much different though. It's like a, like a exhilarating, like you're taking a life type thing.
Immortality. I get to like learn from all the generations of humanity.
And you're obviously an evil creature,
Why is it evil?
Because you're a vampire. Fucking vampires are evil, dude.
Why? Why are we in? Why are we?
They're murderers. They live to murder other humans.
No, I'll drink blood from.
Well, not all of them. What?
I'll drink blood. I'll drink blood from a blood bank.
Oh my god!
I'm a vegan vampire. What do you want?
Fuck that, dude. No, you gotta be full on. You gotta fucking murder.
No. I don't have to do anything.
So you'd be like Louis. Would you be in the sewer? You would be Louis in the sewer eating rats, like drinking the blood.
No, I'd fucking use a lot of my powers that I have that are amazing to be able to either convince or make money enough to get blood.
Okay, new rule. You can't do that because it has to be coming from a living creature.
Okay, then no.
No.
Yeah, I'm not killing anybody. Okay, caveat. See, this wouldn't work because I'd die because there'd be two.
Ooh.
The caveat would be, right. That's a good one. Bad form.
Bad form, yeah.
Well, okay, so the caveat would be I'd kill people, but only really bad people. It's like I'd die before, like I'd have to eat every day and I wouldn't be able to.
Right.
I mean, there's plenty of bad people.
Let's say you only have to really do it like once every couple of weeks. You're kind of like a reptile. Maybe you only have to really feed like killing someone like once every couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'd go. I'd give it the. I say that I'd give it the try and go like kill oligarchs and shit and whatever.
Sure.
But there's not enough of them to sustain. That's not sustainable. So I'd say no.
All right.
Okay, so here's the deal. You get an actual lightsaber.
No, you didn't even ask me what I thought about the situation.
I don't care. Anyway, listen.
There you.
So you get an actual lightsaber.
I would become a vampire for sure.
Yeah. We know that you're, kind of a piece of shit. Anyway.
How's that a piece of shit?
Anyway, listen. God damn it.
I'm not ready to move on yet.
Try to pay attention. I know it's tough.
No, I'm not ready to move on yet, is what I'm saying. I want to have a counterpoint to you.
You already said you'd be an evil vampire. Great.
Yeah. Well, I mean, are they evil if that's their nature and they're just like a higher?
You're the one who
species?
told me that they were.
I mean, they're evil in humans' eyes, but like is it more like you're just like a great white shark?
In my eyes, being a human right now, yes, I agree. You made your choice. You're evil.
Yeah, but then if you're evil and it's inherent inside of you, is it really wrong?
Yes. According to me, as a human still, who isn't immortal, who isn't a vampire, who isn't killing humans, yes.
Okay.
Can we move on to lightsaber talk now?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
It's a good one. You ready?
Let's see.
Okay. You get an actual lightsaber. Just like you think.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Can I have a red one?
Hold on. Try and keep up. Okay. But you can, would you rather you get a lightsaber but you can never see any of your family again, including your wife? Question is, what color is your lightsaber?
Red, dude.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Darth Vader. All day.
Green for me because I'm not a bitch. But yeah,
red.
Green
I wouldn't trade my wife for a fucking lightsaber.
Well, you just said you would.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that.
But you can use the Force too.
Vampire Sith. Well, that is kind of attractive. Oh, you can use the Force too. So can you be dark side?
Man, the Force is your path. It's your path. Force is the Force.
So I used to have a buddy. We'd talk about like, what if you were just suddenly the ruler of the world? You know, how would you be?
I would be bad. I'd fuck it up.
He's like, y'all are all my slaves. I'm like, okay. Cool.
Yeah, right. Until you rise up and kill me, you guys are bitches.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I get it. I don't.
Oh,
I don't want to live by the sword, die by the sword.
No.
Type of thing. I just want to fucking hang out and make music.
What would be better to have, a lightsaber or a blaster? An actual like laser blaster?
Okay. The only reason you would choose a lightsaber over a blaster is if you could use the Force, because a lightsaber without being able to use the Force is fucking useless. Other than
you're gonna kill yourself with it, like in the first hour.
Yeah, or cutting stuff down, right? Yeah. Oh, good. You're a carpenter now. You can cut shit down. Great.
Yeah.
Like, unless you can use the Force to use the lightsaber to deflect blaster fucking blasts, which in the fucking canon of what we're talking about is impossible unless you can use the Force. Then there's no fucking reason to have a lightsaber. You're totally going to cut your fucking arm off in 1 second.
No, I don't know. You can deflect shit with a lightsaber if you're just good without using the Force, possibly.
We literally have a contest where we pay people $230 million a year to hit a ball this big with a this long.
Yes.
This big. And you're telling me if you're good enough with a lightsaber, you can deflect blaster shots?
Well, you've seen the blaster shots. They're obviously very slow compared to like a bullet because you can actually see them happening.
It's because they have light associated with them.
Seems slower than the speed of light, though. Weird.
Is this are we on Tucker Carlson right now?
No,
I'm just asking questions.
Weird,
I'm just asking.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, AJ. That's why
blaster shots, are they slower than the speed of light? I'm just asking questions.
That's actually a really good question. I'm just assuming they wouldn't be since they're lasers. Or is this like some kind of energy weapon that's not a laser?
I don't know. You're the one who made all of this up.
Well,
I blame you.
Who wins in a fight? The Star Wars or Star Trek?
I mean, what kind of fight?
Like just technology.
I mean, I don't know. They're both pretty advanced. Well, come on. Like, don't just give up. Like
Star Trek wins instantly. They have transporters and shit.
I think Star Trek wins, but not only wins, but wins instantly, and you don't have any like specific opinions.
Yeah, I do. They have transporters. Here's what's done about Star Wars or Star Trek that I love. Once you take out someone's shields, just transport them all into space. Like that's how I would handle that shit. If I was like fighting against someone in Star Trek, I wouldn't be part of the Federation. Like, oh, your shields are down. Guess what? You're all in open space now. Thank you. Problem solved. Now I have your ship. It's fine. Like they never did that.
That's pretty evil. Maybe that's why they didn't do it, because the
or,
Federation
transport their warp core into space and leave them stranded to slowly die.
Slowly die. That's even more evil.
Freeze to death.
Yeah, you're getting worse here.
Well, have you seen Star Trek? That happened to some of the ships. They would find the ship, derelict ships, and everybody's just like frozen and shit,
Yeah, but the onus wasn't that somebody else did that to them. It's that they became stranded.
Oh, it was, somebody else caused it usually.
Are you okay?
Didn't they find Scotty in like a transporter buffer in one of those movies? Like he had stored himself in a transporter buffer while the ship like lost power and everything. I swear that happened.
When was the last time you had a dream specifically about Star Trek and this sort of thing happening?
Never.
I don't believe you, because I'm a little worried about you.
You don't like Star Trek? What's up?
That's some Holocaust, that's like crazy, like evil war crime shit that you're talking about.
Just saying how to win, dude. Like you're fighting the Borg, fucking beam them in space.
Yeah, the Borg, I don't know if they needed to breathe.
That's a good point.
The Borg cube was nothing to be trifled with.
The Borg were like the best fucking nemesis ever, dude.
Yeah, totally. Well, other than Q, right?
Well, Q's not really. Q's not. There's no competition there. You have no hope,
right?
Unless the other Qs show up to punish him for being a dick to you. That dude John Delancey is fucking awesome. The guy that played Q.
Yeah, he was good.
Yeah, it's called strategy, Louis. That's right.
Yeah, right. Okay, I don't disagree. Like, here's the thing. I don't disagree. I'm just like trying to figure out your level of evil.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of just total bullshit in the Star Wars universe that I just can't.
Yeah, there's magic. That's the problem with Star Wars. It's magic. I love Star Wars, though. Don't get me wrong. It's a difference. It's like it's magic versus technology.
Well, but see, the thing is, it's okay though, because the magic was accessible by both sides. Right.
Yeah,
it's like the fraction like reduces. Like it doesn't matter. It was magic and technology, and both good and evil had access to both.
Sure, right? But I'm just saying it's fantasy versus like sci-fi.
Well, if it weren't fantasy, we'd have the things they have in Star Trek too. Yeah. But it is fantasy still too, at least for now, right?
Yeah, it's funny is when you look at like the old Star Treks and like the clipboards they had were so much shittier than an iPad. It's pretty funny.
Well, yeah.
Or like or like people in Next Generation, people handing in their reports on those little iPad looking things. Like, why would you have to hand it? Like, just
exactly.
Use a computer, you idiot.
That is funny. And another thing is like when something bad would happen and their little thing be like, fucking Riker to ding dong, fucking my god, it doesn't work. Like. That exactly happens right now for the same reasons.
Yeah. I like Star Trek a lot.
I think the biggest technology jump, the thing in both Star Wars and Star Trek, the thing that doesn't jive and the thing that makes it just utterly fantasy that you just like your brain immediately gets is how quickly they can go from one place to another.
Well, I mean, the speed faster than light travel is
right. Both of those universes, both of those ideologies have a break in the laws of physics that are specifically the same. That you
light speed. I mean, I think it's interesting. I think Star Trek does a better job of,
they're the same.
Illustrating that scale.
No, they're the same.
No, they're not. I'm just saying.
How is warp different from warp?
It's not. What I'm saying is like did you ever watch Voyager? Star Trek Voyager? It's probably the least popular Star Trek
a next generation purist would never watch that.
What's ridiculously dumb. Anyway, Voyager was great because the whole theme of the show was they got sent by a fucking entity, an alien entity across the universe, basically. And they were like, 500 or 100 years from home. And they were trying to figure out how to get back to Earth, right?
Yes.
So I thought that scale was cool. Like, even if you go at warp 10, it's going to take us 100 years to get it back home.
That's dumb.
Yeah.
I thought the next generation, like, it's interesting because when I was a kid and I watched the original Star Treks.
Yes, of course I would save a kid if I could pull a lever and there was a kid on the train track and I could save the kid.
Fucking Mark, he hates children. Listen,
I have children. Of course I would save a kid.
He hates those children too. He fucking don't listen to him. Listen to me. No, when I was a little kid, and we're basically the same age, right? So when I was a little kid, I remember watching the original Star Treks and being like, wow, these are super outdated and weird, right? But then I fast forwarded to being 14, 15, 16, 17, and Next Generation, and watching the living shit out of that and being like, this is fucking great.
Yeah, I think, how old are you?
46.
I'm 48, so I'm a little bit older than you, but I watched, so back when I was a kid, on Saturday nights, I mean, we had cable and stuff, but well, at times we didn't. But on Saturday nights, like the local stations would have whatever programming, like late at night, right? And for us, it was at 10:30, it was Twilight Zone. And then at 11, I think it was Star Trek, like the old school Star Trek episodes. And then after that was the Elvira movie, whatever movie she was showing.
Yeah.
And I watched this shit all the fucking time. So I loved the old Star Trek because I thought they were fucking kick ass.
One of the things that technology and Instagram.
The Next Generation was like a life changing thing, though, when it came out. For sure.
Yeah, it was fucking great. Like, but that's all we had was television programming, right? At that time, that specific time that we're talking about. So now, especially right now, and like technology with TikTok and all of those things, TikTok specifically, but Instagram too. There are, for instance, there's an Instagram fucking account, channel, whatever that I follow that is dedicated to
the Jazz Bums Instagram.
No, I hate that one. But it's this one. This one is just 90s nostalgia, and all it is like slow motion type of videos showing 90s streets, houses.
Sure.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, have you seen the 80s ones where like you're a rich like stockbroker and this is your
No, I haven't. I've only seen the 90s one so far. Yeah. But it is so on point to hit you with nostalgia that it's just like, oh my God.
I don't really like that shit because it makes me sad.
No. It's good. It's not sad. It's not happy. It's melancholy and bittersweet.
Yeah, that's true. Nostalgia's fucking horrible.
It's one of the most powerful human emotions.
I know.
In my opinion.
It's also fraudulent.
Yes.
Because when I think of the 80s, I think of all the great times I had as a kid, but my childhood was kind of fucked up. I mean, as we were talking about earlier.
but like that opens up a really interesting and fun, maybe not fun, but good conversation about the fraudulence of our programming and our emotions that we're built with. Like pride is a fraudulent emotion. It leads to nothing but destruction, but very powerful. Feels good, right? You're proud of something.
I think having pride can be helpful in certain ways too.
Sure. How often has it destroyed something for you though? Because when it does, it's real destructive. Those are lessons you learn forever. When you were too
not a really prideful person generally.
I don't mean like as a fully formed adult necessarily. I mean in the past when you're a child or an adolescent. Very destructive. But there's a lot of like, think about that. All the good emotions, all the powerful ones, they're like real double-edged. Yeah. You know, like being in love, like being in lust, being prideful, all that stuff. It's like, God damn, feels good in a moment. Huh?
It's all the good shit.
But it's all the bad shit too.
This is not Louis' anti-LGBTQ speech. There's no way.
No, yeah, that person doesn't know me. I don't like me being anti-LGBTQ.
It's a joke.
Plus, hopefully it is not something that person thinks I am.
No. But
dude.
Pride. I get it. It's a joke.
Oh. Slower than usual.
Pride's fun, dude. That shit's fun. We always go to the Pride parades.
Where do you in Fort Worth?
Yeah. It's not really a parade in Fort Worth. It's more like so they have one that's really fun. That's just forget what it's called, but it's like a kids event, like where LGBT kids. So we go to that every year, and it's super fun. And they have like a band, and they have all kinds of little vendors and shit.
They just go nuts.
Yeah, it's fun. Safe place. There were some fucking protesters. I'm like, God damn, why don't y'all go die? Like, with like Jesus. So it wasn't like the God hates fags morons,
God, I would love to. Dude, here's the thing. Like, I'm too susceptible to my own emotions in a way that I have to like actually reel in, or it'll cause me real problems sometimes, especially like in things like that. Like dude, I'll fight one of the, like, if you're actually unironically like holding a God hates fags sign.
Oh, sure.
I will fight you on national fucking television.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't care. Like, I will, like, people are like, oh, never do that. Always go high. Blah, blah, fucking blah. You're not going to go to jail. You're going to have a record. You're going to break your hand. It's not going to hurt them that much. It's not going to be worth anything. Blah, blah. You know what? Fuck that. Because I will walk up to a guy holding a sign like that and I will fucking punch him right in his larynx.
Let's not advocate violence and don't get our stream taken down, but yes, I agree. But I mean, the protesters there were like, they weren't really like being loud or really saying anything. They were just there with their Jesus signs or whatever. But it's like, why this? Why is this what you're focusing on?
It's not a matter of volume for me.
Feed people or something, you fucking idiots.
I just have a hard time understanding how I can share the same makeup with all the other people walking around and have such a different experience.
Yeah,
I honestly feel naive. I feel utterly naive in that way. Like, how do you become an adult who can drive a car and put your own clothes on and then go out in public and hold a sign that says God hates fags? How did that happen? Like,
that's just poisoned minds, man. Is what that is.
My mind has been poisoned in several different ways that I had to overcome, but like, walk me through how you got to that point.
I never did.
No, I know you, but like, you know what I'm asking? Like,
no, I know. I'll tell you how. It's called indoctrination and fucking brainwashing.
I guess I'm lucky.
And this AJ is 100% correct, because they're scared idiots. Because they're scared idiots who believe all the scared idiots around them. That's correct. It's more than that, though. I mean, there is some truth to it. And here's the most dangerous person. One of the most dangerous types of people. Self-hating gay men.
Yeah, that's brutal.
It's like, fucking dangerous. It's
like
dangerous.
Conversion therapy and all that stuff.
There's a reason at the RNC that Grindr broke.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
And, I mean,
that sucks for them.
It does suck for them, but they're trying to repress those feelings, and so they lash out irrationally if they have those feelings. And not all of them. I'm not saying everybody that doesn't like gay people is secretly gay, but it's definitely.
I've got some pent up feelings I'd like to air out that maybe you could help me with.
Okay.
I don't know how to get over how much I hate the harmonica.
Who?
The harmonica, like as an instrument.
It's a great instrument.
I fucking hate it with my whole.
Well, like, what's his name?
John Popper. Yeah, he did a
John Popper, dude.
Yes, but literally every other instance I've ever heard of it, I hate with my whole chest.
No.
Name a good harmonica song that wasn't built by John Popper.
I mean, I don't know. Like, fucking Ryan Adams plays harmonica on some shit's pretty good.
Awful.
Yeah.
Like
do you know Ryan Adams at all?
The guy who wrote the theme song for Prince of Thieves, the Kevin Costner movie.
No, Ryan, not Brian Adams.
Oh,
Ryan. Ooh. Yeah, you can't hate early blues with harmonica doofus.
I hated it. I hate all of it.
It's done.
Every bit of it.
That's awesome.
Like, I get super mad when I hear The Wizard.
I don't even know what The Wizard is.
The Black Sabbath fucking song.
Is there harmonica on it?
God, I hate it so much.
That's
my God.
Listen
It
to
sounds like a
Little
fucking
Pony.
early train jumping hobo jumping around playing the fucking harmonica. I'm like, this
Little
is
Walter
Black
Paul
Sabbath.
Butterfield.
Hmm?
Yeah, it's a psychotic.
That's what I'm looking for.
So there's some jazz harmonica too. Who's the guy?
Oh,
There's
good.
there's
Oh,
one
really?
jazz harmonica guy. I can't remember his name.
That psychotic reaction was fucking
Yeah.
perfect. That was comedic gold.
Let me find that guy's name. Like he did whole records. I don't have it either. Let's see.
That's super fun.
Toots Thielemans. That's who I was thinking of. He's a jazz harmonica player.
Oh, just so you know, I don't know if he'll come up or not, but I gave Joey the link.
Oh, okay. I'm probably
You're,
gonna
you're the only one who would see if he came up or not, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Toots Thielemans. That's right.
Toots. Of course, a guy named Toots is
He's tooting along.
just jumping around, all happy.
Yeah. Hey, man. I think it's cool. I don't have a problem with it.
Fucking
Well,
hate
here's what I think: the singer songwriter plus the harmonica is cool.
That's what I hate it the most.
No, it's because you're wrong. You should probably pick it up. You should pick up a harmonica and add to your solo act.
Well, true players of that instrument never call it a harmonica. By the way, they call it a harp.
Well, I'm not a true player.
Now you don't care anymore. Okay.
No, I don't care what they call it.
You're a fucking piece of shit.
Can you play a mouth harp?
They're just called harps. That's what they call them.
Not a harmonica. I said a mouth harp, an actual mouth harp.
That's what that is.
No, it's a different instrument that I'm talking about.
Do something different with your hair. God.
No.
Pull it, like at least pull it over your shoulders.
Hey, it's also known as a jaw harp, or it used to be called a Jew's harp, which is kind of offensive. So
no, a Jew's harp is a separate instrument altogether.
I know that's what I'm talking about. It's called a jaw harp too.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're not making any sense.
I'm the one not making any sense. I'm the one who's firmly against harmonica. I feel like that makes all the sense.
Yeah. I tried to learn how to use a jaw harp and I almost knocked my damn teeth out with the thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a big vibrating piece of metal in your mouth. It's not good.
Not used to it.
No. No, not at all.
What are you doing tomorrow?
I'm probably sleeping since 2:00 and I'm still awake.
When you're up late like this, how late do you sleep? Because like when I was a kid, I could sleep till
7 a.m. No, I can't do
right.
that. I'll wake up if I go to sleep like in an hour, like at 3:00. I'll wake up at 6:30, like one coffee.
Yeah. Karen has to work tomorrow till like 1, so I could sleep, but like my body won't let me.
No.
You know? So I'll get up and like hang out with the fucking animals.
So AJ wakes up so he can practice the harmonica.
Who is this AJ person? And like they're the ones sticking with us this whole time, right?
Oh, that's awesome.
How many people are fucking watching this horse shit?
50.
I don't fucking believe that number. That's crazy.
Epic, dude. It's this is not the longest stream ever, but
no, but it's bad. It's very bad. The quality.
Maybe George Gordon will show up.
Oh man, I haven't seen George since the incident.
I know. Well, let's not talk about the incident, but yes.
It's just like this nebulous thing.
Me and him did an 8-hour stream on this channel one time.
Yeah, I know. I think I was tuning in for that.
It's good.
Yeah, everyone fell asleep with the stream on. I feel bad. Their dreams.
Dude, I've done that. I did that on this stream. Passed out when everybody's like, "Oh no, he's asleep."
Aren't you the stream owner?
What do you mean?
Who is actually the grand wizard of the jazz bums?
Like how?
Like who has Emperor Palpatine powers?
I do for the actual channel probably and the StreamYard, I guess.
You guessed? Sounds like there's not a clear division.
We're all three admins.
Oh, so no clear division of power. No one true leader.
I mean, if I was a freak, I could change all the passwords and just own the stuff.
So you are the
they could probably do the same thing.
Well, could anybody else do the same thing?
Probably not. It doesn't matter. That's sure going to happen.
Dubious. So you could kill off all the other bums and like create new ones.
Yes.
The way you said that.
Yeah. I've been very drunk on streams before. I haven't drank in a long time though. Now it's been a long time. Probably. That was last time I drank 3 or 4 months ago. Just quite a while for me. Yeah, it's true. It was gathering.
My coup d'etat.
It was a coup d'etat. Joe Biden.
Yeah.
You know, Trump's like, no, this is funny. I noticed this week he's hoping that somehow Biden's going to just come back at the convention and take over again, so he can instead of having to face Kamala, he can face Joe Biden, which is never going to happen, obviously.
Obviously, the political buffoonery is at like critical mass. I can't handle it.
It really is. It's wild.
I was thinking about what was I thinking about?
I've almost died from alcohol poisoning twice on this stream.
On this stream?
Yeah. Not on this one right now.
Well, of course, but as an adult on this stream, what were you drinking?
Yeah, not really dying. The first time I accidentally drank 2 whole bottles of wine. Right, which was quite a bit.
I mean, that's not like passing out in a field in high school after drinking Schatzi Goldschlager.
Like 2 bottles of, real wine, not no bullshit.
No, yeah, 15%.
Cabernet,
Yeah.
That was pretty bad.
How was the morning after that?
Horrible.
Yeah. Puking at night or puking in the morning?
I puked that night.
Are you a puker? Are you a both puker or night?
No, night.
Just night, not in the morning?
Just get it done and you're fine, yeah. The other time was when I had those, I think it was like the 10-hour stream I did or whatever, where I had those IPAs and I didn't realize how strong they were. They're like 9.5%. I drank like a 12-pack of them. That damn near killed me, I think. That was bad. Yeah.
Were you like on all fours, like horribly puking?
I mean, after the stream, yeah.
Those are the worst, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Like one of the
I've only
worst.
done it 3 or 4 times as an adult. Oh, maybe 10.
One of the worst feelings as a human is like pain. Like you imagine like a really sharp knife and you just cut yourself. That's a kind of pain that you can relate to.
Yeah.
Or like poke yourself with something sharp. You can relate to that pain. But everybody, everywhere, all the time can relate to nausea, like bad nausea.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking worse in my opinion.
Yeah.
And like when I was too drunk or whatever, I had a technique where I was like, I already can tell this is inevitable. So what I would do is I would get 2 tall ass glasses of ice cold water with no ice in them, but just like if I could find ice cold water, like water bottle or whatever. And I would just chug like basically beer bong 2 full ass glasses of ice cold water. And then I would make myself throw up right then and there.
Yeah.
And it was just like getting that feeling away, getting nausea away from me was priority number 1.
Well, the thing for me, which, I mean, this is gross, but puking, you get the wet tongue feeling, when you're about to puke.
Yeah.
There's no coming back from that for me. I can't. It's like
it's inevitable. It's happening. Yeah. That's why I would do that, because
I don't fight it though. Like I've understood people would be like, "Oh god, I'm gonna puke," and they just fight it for like an hour. Like,
you like lay in bed and with the spins, but you're like awake. Oh god, it's the worst.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Puking, then fucking pass out. You'll be fine. But I've known some pro drunks, that friends of ours that drink every week, at least every weekend, and they'll drink these big coconut waters, like this big. Like right before they go to bed, and it seems to help a lot with like the hangover.
Dude,
and stuff.
Like the funny thing about like the drinking a bunch and like being an alcoholic and stuff is like there's no fix for you got too drunk. There's no fix.
No.
Only time and only water. And the time part, you're feeling that shit because you deserve it and it's happening. And there's nothing there's no gas station fucking boner pill or some fucking vitamin you can take or something you can drink other than getting drunk again or doing drugs. There's nothing that's stopping that.
What I enjoyed when I was drinking more was like drinking at night, not getting like hammered and puking, just bottle and a half of wine, say, right? hanging out with the wife, whatever, and then waking up the next morning and going and getting some Bloody Marys and brunch.
It's hair of the dog.
Yeah, dude.
But see, that's the thing.
Then you take like a nice 3-hour nap, like from 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. Nice little drunk nap. But I got too fat, so that's why I quit. It's hard to lose weight when you're drinking.
Yeah, because drinking short circuits all of your hunger things too. You want to eat and stuff.
Yeah, that was the whole thing, right? If I got drunk, I'd be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna drink a bottle of wine and that's it." And then it's like, "Oh, it's." We went up some of this other day real quick, and it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. This was during the pandemic, I guess. We were shit faced on wine. And at 2 a.m., we ordered Philly cheesesteaks from some place that just happened to be able to deliver.
So good. Nothing has ever tasted better, right?
Yeah, I know.
So good. Now, dude, I was talking to my therapist about this very thing, and it's this idea that I have that the universe, and I mean the fucking universe, is constantly trying to balance itself. And no matter what you do, it's like super great. There's a rebalancing effect that happens somehow, some way that's equal and opposite. Like you do a bunch of cocaine, you feel fucking amazing and everything. You have literally the worst hangover you've ever had in your goddamn fucking life.
Coke's not bad.
Well, but see, the thing is, you pay for it in one way or another. Either the next day, like with alcohol is a perfect example. You're paying
alcohol's
for it.
The worst, dude.
Yeah, but you remember like chain smoking cigarettes, doing cocaine and drinking? Like, you don't remember the hangover from that?
I never drank. I just did cocaine instead because it was so much better than alcohol. Like, why would you dull your fucking cocaine with alcohol?
I don't know. I only did it a couple times.
Oh, fuck.
But like, it was terrible. It was fucking awful. It's maybe why I didn't do it again. But it's like, I don't know. You do something bad, you feel bad. You fucking drink a bunch of alcohol.
Well, here's the trick with Coke was being under 25.
Coke tricks with Chris.
Yeah. Be under 25 if you're doing Coke, or especially if you're doing copious amounts of it, right?
Right. Got it.
Second, you got to have weed.
Hold on. I got to write this down.
Yeah, you got to have weed.
I'm already not 25. Can I still do it or no?
I mean, I would not recommend that. Recommend it.
For fuck's sake, Jesus Christ.
But, if you want to do a lot of Coke, be under 25.
Okay.
Do it, and then have some weed, though. So, because you're going to want to smoke a bunch of weed too. You're going to want to smoke a bunch of weed towards the end of your experience so you can pass out and then wake up.
Okay.
And you'll be fine.
So let me see if I got this right. Be under 25.
Oh, damn. That's next level shit there. That's true, AJ. I didn't think about that.
That's what I did, and it was awful.
Yeah. Yeah.
So be under 25.
Yes.
What was the next thing?
Weed.
Oh, weed. Be under 25, have weed. And then you're fine. And then like no bad effects.
Have like an 8-ball of Coke and half ounce of weed, and yeah, it's a good time.
Ounce. So you need, so it's like 8-ball equivalency is half an ounce
of 90s dirt weed, not like the new shit.
Oh, okay.
Right. You're gonna smoke 4 or 5 joints at the end of the night to
4 or 5 joints.
Over like a 4-hour period.
This is Hunter S. Thompson level.
Not really.
Dude, the weed nowadays is so fucked up. I just can't even say
it. No, dude. Yeah, it's crazy.
A one hitter of this bullshit is like, okay, here's 8 hours of Planet X for your fucking already anxious ass. Like, dude, why would I want?
The last time I went to San Francisco in 2018, we went to go. It was for a corporate conference, right? So all of us smart people, we start probably Coke and the dirt weed anyway, maybe. We start.
You notice the specs, I would hope.
Yeah, I would have hoped there was Coke in the weed. But we went to the dispensary and I got one of those little pens, little cartridges.
Sure.
It's like one hit off that fucking thing. I was destroyed for like hours. It fucking sucked.
Like,
I hated it.
My question is, I have 2 questions. Number 1, who's smoking that much weed to be tolerant to that kind of shit where it doesn't affect them, where it's like normal like weed, like normal getting high like we used to in the fucking 90s or whatever?
I know plenty of people like that. They can smoke that shit and be fine.
Those people are crazy. Second, if you're not already having tolerance to that, who the fuck would want that? That is not a great experience.
At all. A lot of people it is. For me, it was until I don't know. I think it was about 27. and I started growing mushrooms and shit just for fun, like in my house, because I got on the internet and figured out there was a thing you could do, and it was
amazing fungi.
Yeah, it was really cool. But I did a lot of mushrooms, and it freaked me out. So then I quit doing all drugs. Like they cured me off of everything, and except even weed almost. Like, because then I just started getting paranoid, and I think it was also that I was getting older and I had like a job and responsibilities and shit. So I don't know. All I do now is gummies, though. That's it.
The names alone of the weed nowadays is fucking ridiculous. AK-47. Oh yeah, give me $85 worth of that shit.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, it's like what's this purpley hairy thing called? Oh, this is called Gorilla Panic.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Or they're coming.
Yeah, the other thing I noticed too is that it doesn't taste good to me anymore if I smoke it.
It smells good.
That's because
I love the smell of the thing. I love the smell.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's this called? This is permanent. It's actually
this is how you are now.
I
used to get really baked up the regular old 90s shit too. We had some good shit back then. This wasn't like hydro or whatever. But if you smoked, half a joint of that shit back then, you still get high as fuck.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I didn't really do. I hated it so much. I didn't do very much of it.
Yeah, that's mostly what I did.
I also grew mushrooms in college, and it was amazing. It was. I never I wasn't like a psychonaut like I did.
Sure.
Like tons of drugs or whatever, but like I grew mushrooms. Joey's going to come up in a few minutes.
I'm going to go to bed before then, probably.
No, you got to stay because we got fucking rock. We got, dude. Don't be stop being a fucking pussy about everything.
Hey, settle down, or I'll kill you. Settle down. You're making everyone leave.
Anyway, listen.
With your rage,
I had a great experience with growing mushrooms. I gave my friends; they loved them. It was great. Whatever.
Yeah,
I took a few, not much, but then I had a really specific pest problem. These little bastards got into my mushrooms.
Are you serious?
When you grew, what did you grow in? What was your substrate?
Oh,
manure, right? Like clean manure?
No, fuck no, dude. What's up, Joey? How's it going, man?
Good. I mean, I was trying to stay away as hard as I could, and then you went into the drug talk, and it's like, all right, enough of this. I got to get in on this.
Yeah, I mean, no, I grew brown rice flour.
How big of a container were you working with?
So I would grow the mycelium on the mushrooms in these little cakes in little jars, little like mason jars.
Yeah.
So what you do is you take brown rice flour and this other shit, and you mix it up. You cook up these jars to make them sterile. So that's the whole. When you're trying to grow shrooms, you're trying not to grow mold, right?
Sure.
So and then you would inject the spores into these little things and put them in a humid space for a couple of weeks. They turn white. You dump them out on your substrate, and they just grow.
But what substrate did you use, and how big was it?
I used it was like a plastic tote tub.
Yeah.
You put like the hydroponic, like those little clay balls they grow hydro in.
Yeah.
Put those with like some water and peroxide to keep other shit from growing.
But it wasn't just dirt. Like, what was the dirt?
No, it's brown rice flour. It's a mixture of vermiculite.
But you didn't have brown rice flour for the whole tote thing. You just put dirt down or something, right?
No, little clay balls.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I used was sterilized manure. Like you can buy it at Lowe's right now. Like it comes in the same size bags as like soil.
Yeah.
Like if you were going to get soil to like grow flowers and like same thing. So I would do the exact same thing, only I would grow it in corn in bags, and the mycelium would get healthy. And then you break it up and pour it over this. So you pour this sterilized manure shit, literally, in a tote, the same sweater tote that you put under your bed or whatever.
Yes.
Right. And you break it up and you just like mix it up, and then you'd cover it up and it'd be fine. And it would flush mushrooms and it'd be great. Yes. But the problem was, I mean, I was living in some college apartment. I wasn't in the dorms, of course, but I was in.
Was the problem that you had a bunch of cow shit in your apartment and it smelled like cow shit in there?
No, it's sterilized manure, man. It's just basically dirt. It doesn't smell like anything at all. Like like it's literally at Lowe's right now.
Like I don't need any.
But my point is, these little ass pests, these little bugs got in it, and I Googled it and everything, and it was like, well, these are common little bastard bugs that happen, and you have to do XYZ to get rid of them. And doing XYZ to get rid of them was kind of a real pain in the ass. And so I just like shut down my operation and just like
two things.
Okay.
First off, were you guys selling or just for?
Not really.
No, just for our friends, just us.
That is, I love that. That's badass.
Yeah.
But second off, Louis, I'm sorry, but there's if you don't write a song about this, that's a swing and a miss. I mean,
dude, literally every single one of my songs are about this 2 weeks of my life.
The growing.
Yeah, the whole thing is a metaphor for
the bugs that came from the growing 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I also grew it on hay one time. Like I sterilized a bunch of hay and then put it in a trash bag, basically inside of like a laundry bucket, and then inoculated it, and it made this giant like hay bale full of fucking shrooms.
And then what happened? Like you can't stop the story.
Yeah, I took the shrooms and freaked out because I took too many and quit drugs. That's what happened. I took like 5 grams.
Wait, have you guys both taken LSD and shrooms?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I like shrooms. Shrooms always made me feel a little bit better about what I was doing, except for the fact that LSD was so badass when I was
that's fair.
When I was taking it. But it all was great until it wasn't. I'm sure that's how it is for everybody. But
that's such a great way to say it, right? It was always great until it wasn't. I think that the main ingredient to having the best trip ever is being young.
100%. You got to be. You still have to be under warranty when you're doing any of this.
Exactly. I mean, being young and having a clear mind is the ingredient that makes a trip like one of those life-changing experiences. Like, it's still good if you have a good mindset as you get older and you become an adult and you can do it, and you're in the right mind space to do that. I'm sure it's still blissful and all that stuff. It's just never going to compare to being.
I got some of those microdose capsules, the shroom microdose, whatever. I took like 3 of those. It's like 1.5 grams or whatever, I think is or maybe something around there.
I got them
I did that at a Tool show, and that was pretty fucking badass. I hadn't done that shit in 20 years. It was pretty awesome. Like I wasn't totally out of my fucking mind, but it was pretty cool.
My problem was wasn't a problem, but for me, what happened was that I had a group of people where we were all really into it, and then I splintered off with the guitar player I was playing with. He bought 100 hits of Blotter. Thinking, I'll make some money off of it. I think he sold 5 out of the 100 hits, and we did the rest. And also at Winterland one time, and so I worked my way up to 3.5 hits. It was that trip and the trip I took it was like out of a
you told me this story.
Right? What is that? A little eyedropper.
Oh God.
An eyedropper size hit of liquid acid in the bathroom at Winterland. That went on for about 2 days. It was those 2 trips that made me realize, you know what? You have gone as far as you can go. You need to stop, turn around. Don't do this anymore, because I realized this is how people crack. I'm getting to that point. It's not the high; it's coming down and not being able to turn your brain.
I remember when we were in high school and we were doing acid and everything. It was just me and another friend of mine, and it wasn't a group of people. We weren't really partying. We were sort of loners, and we were on our own doing our thing. It was part of what made it a great experience for me. I remember one time, just shortly after we came down, we were talking to each other about it, but we had our heads back. We were a little bit more, we were like still, there was tail end, but we were sober enough. I remember it clearly. I was like, this has been such a great experience, and this is so awesome. I love this stuff, but I'm pretty aware that this changes us. Right. And I didn't mean that in sort of a prophetic, like we're totally different people now.
Right.
And all that stuff. But like, I'm like, we're definitely fucking with our chemistry set here.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah,
this is,
but I mean, if it's, unless you're doing like this shit, I don't think the negative. There's really any negative.
No,
effect.
I didn't apply a judgment to it. Right. I didn't say it was negative or positive, and I didn't say it was like we did a bunch of like liquid acid, like we were just baked. We just did a hit and had a trip and everything.
Yeah.
But even that, my point was, is like, and he agreed. And when we were there together thinking about this, like, this is changing us a little bit. And it was okay. It was just a thing. I just recognized that was happening. And that was my,
with the mushrooms, they're doing research that's starting to show things like it opens up different pathways in your brain. I mean, like that you don't use. I mean, that's kind of what's happening, right? And then some of those things you can.
I mean,
they're even using them for treating PTSD and stuff now.
Dude, psychedelic drugs are the reason that I know that butter is way better than margarine.
That's fair.
Like I saw through the bullshit. Like when I was tripping, I would see things that looked like beams of light, and I would hear things that sounded an awful lot like car horns.
That's probably because they were. You're being chased by the cops.
I will say that on a real spiritual level, I mean, it did tie me. It got my shit straight, and it tied me into the quote unquote the universe as far as like, oh, this is what's going on. This is really what's going on. It's not anything else. This is what's going on.
Yeah, it's like the other people feel feelings, and I realized that was a big one when you're a kid.
Did you ever? The only thing, the mushrooms fucked me up worse than acid. I mean, not like as far as longevity or the high, but I took like 5 grams a couple of times of
that's a lot.
Dried mushrooms, and it was a really fucking weird experience, dude. It's like you forget who you are basically for a little while, and it only lasts for like an hour maybe.
Right.
But I remember distinctly standing in my backyard that night I did that, just kind of looking over the chain link fence in my neighbor's yard, and then like it was like a fucking switch flipped. And I was in a totally different fucking place, like just standing there with like, like a fucking Grateful Dead poster. Like it was my complete existence for about a minute. It was fucking wild.
And that's when you discovered jazz.
That's, I wish that would have been quite the time to discover jazz, bro. Yeah. But anyway, that's, I mean, I don't know if that's like your just brain just going, ba-doop, like, it kind of had a blip there or what, but it felt the visuals and the feeling was very real.
That was like my favorite thing. That experience right there. I wanted that as long as I could get it. I mean, I was not afraid of like staring into a mirror and
like and the abyss.
Hitting it with a blowtorch. None of that scared me. None of it.
That's a really poignant thing that resonates with me that you just said, and it's because one of the things about doing that when I was younger is that I was fearless.
Yes.
And
I wasn't fearless, but yeah. You had the risk versus reward the first time you did it. You're like, I know I probably shouldn't do this, but like everybody else is doing it.
For me, I was absolutely fearless because I did a lot of research. I told Joey this, I think in Portland. I was one of the first times I tripped. I'd already read books about it, and I was a senior or a junior. I was a junior in high school, and I had read a bunch, and I was very like into science and into understanding. And so when I did it, the first time I ever did LSD, I did it on a school night by myself. And it was amazing because of that. And because I was fearless, there was no chance that anything bad was going to happen because I had decided that was the case in my own mind, in my own young.
First time I did it, I was a freshman in high school, and I was hanging out with a bunch of senior dudes, and they dosed me without telling me.
It's always those
awful.
I was in love with the senior and I was the sophomore. That's whatever she did or told me to do, it done. There was no thought about it. And
No, I never even smoked weed. And they're like, hey, smoke this weed. And I'm like, okay. So I got high. Like, that's cool. They're like, here, have a beer. Well, they put a hit of acid in the beer and didn't tell me.
Oh my God. That's not
so
cool.
Then they chased me around the neighborhood for like 8 hours.
Yeah, that's bad.
What the fuck? That's the worst thing I can think of.
Cool.
Then I did it again 2 weeks later once they told me what it was. Like, okay, cool, let's try it again. Fuck it.
And then there was the chase on again? Jesus Christ.
After that. It was just the first time. They weren't really chasing. They would like, it was more like I was chasing them because I would like, and we were outside in the neighborhood like all fucking night long, just like running around.
Love it.
That is it.
Huh?
That's where it's at right there.
Yeah. Well, so I'm like walking, and also this is a weird detail, but I had this giant bag of Doritos that I just carried around with me all night because I was like kind of eating it slowly. So I was like walking, and I'd see them, and they'd be like at the end of the block, and be like, "Hey, fucker," and I'd be like, "Hey, wait for me," and then they'd run off. you know. So I was like, fuck, I'm all by myself. So it was like that kind of shit all night long.
That's not good. You don't
No,
need
it's not cool at all.
people want to be around when you're taking.
Yeah, are you like, now that you mention it, Chris, are you okay? You want to talk about some more stuff, or like,
No, I'm fine.
you want me to call somebody, or
no? Those guys are all probably losers still. So fuck them. Who cares?
oh,
You know?
well, you want to do a bunch of acid?
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
I don't think it works for us well, for me anymore, because of the drugs I take just to like be a normal person. I think there's a lot of that.
if you took it,
I mean, it would do something. I'm not saying it wouldn't do anything. It wouldn't be the same. It's never going to be the same.
no, you can't go back.
No.
But if you
I wouldn't never do any of the other shit either.
That take that ayahuasca shit, and it's like, man, their stories are just like, no thanks.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that and DMT, like, oh, I blasted off to a geometric universe. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. It is scary enough in actual fucking reality. Like,
I don't want, and it's short lived too, isn't it? Like a 30-minute or an hour-long thing, like ayahuasca.
Well, time is a really differential thing when you're fucked up, right? Like an hour can last a really long time when you're super hungover and throwing up, and it'll last a really long time when you're tripping.
Oh, it takes forever. You're tripping.
Jesus Christ! I don't want any part.
They have a whatever, I don't know what they call it, but like a person that guides you through.
Yeah, they have guides.
Yeah, and the person's like, haha, this is gonna be great.
No, I've actually watched a lot about. I thought about trying that actually, but it's like a real experience. I just wonder if it's.
So is jumping out.
I wonder if it's overblown. I wonder if the effects are overblown for people that have never done shit before.
Well, think about it. Like,
you guys are pretty serious. I think what the problem for me is it's the body shit that they talk about, like what happens to your body, like you sport, and it's like, that doesn't sound like fun to me.
Yeah,
well, you think about that experience and then think about something that's like, well, there's a real out of control element to all the things we're talking about. It's like you take you buy the ticket, you take the ride, like you take the acid, you're strapped in for 6 to 8 hours, and there's not a goddamn fucking thing anyone can do about it.
No.
But so think about that, and then think about jumping out of a fucking airplane.
Never. I would never do that.
Well, see, that's the thing. There's you put on the gear, you sit in the classroom in the fucking little hangar, you go get in the plane, and it takes off, and it's just like taking off in a normal plane. You got the parachute, the dude told you what's going to happen. You're strapped.
I understand how jumping out of an airplane works.
But the thing is, as soon as you leave the airplane, the control element is gone. It's the same way as taking drugs. But the difference is, in about 3 minutes, it's over and you're good.
One way or another, you're either not good or you're good.
Yeah, sure. But how is that very much different than what we're
acid takes a lot long. I tell you what, by the way, kids, if anybody who wants to really fucking trip hard, I mean, really get into it, you have to take the acid. You wait, let's just say it's a hit of blotter. You wait till after the laughing happens. And then you smoke a joint of the best pot you can find. And that's basically like walking over to the electric charger and boom, you're on.
I would never do that. I'm so
scared every
scared.
time.
Like, it fills me with fear that you said that.
No, that's
back then we would go through like the regular old weed back in the day. We'd go through like an ounce on a trip, like three or four of us. We'd smoke a whole ounce of weed. Easy. I mean, throughout the night,
sounds terrible.
That's great.
Damn. I mean, it makes me reminisce really hard for the times that I did have, and that what I have left is reality and all that stuff, and trying to find things in reality that are important and equivalent to those types of times as an adult, like making music, writing songs, singing, things like that.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, being on stage in front of, it doesn't even matter the amount. It's just what's coming back at you. That's a trip. It's a different thing, though. I mean,
it's how we assign the value of that makes it important to me, right? Like those are things that are like visceral and like in your DNA once they happen.
Well, I think as an audience member, I don't play any instruments or perform, obviously, but as an audience member at a good show like that, where I'm really connecting with the people on stage, it's fucking great,
dude.
I don't have to be high. I don't have to be drunk. You can just, it's fucking, exactly.
Yeah.
Even in a big arena show, like My wife's favorite band is Pearl Jam. She's seen them about 15 or 20 times. I've seen them 3 times.
Right.
Fucking amazing, man. I'm not, I liked them
Right.
in the 90s and shit, but as a live band, they're fucking killer. And it's just that interaction.
They're good. Yeah. They're super pro. I mean, I don't buy their records and stuff. When they're out, when it was the first couple of records though, I was
10.
Yeah, I was totally into that shit.
Yeah, for sure.
God, 10 was so good. I can't
believe
it.
As a live band, that's the kind of bands I really enjoy too, where the live version is so much better than what's on the albums.
Yeah.
You know what? We've talked about it before, but one of the things like we talk about sometimes is like skipless albums or like albums that are great front to back. And one of the examples I always put forward, whether or not it's a genre specific thing to me, like is Appetite for Destruction. I think that's a perfect record from front to back. But I haven't yet voiced this opinion on Pearl Jam, in that I think that 10 absolutely equal, if not, it's definitely, I'm not going to put it above it, but I'm going to say that's absolutely tied with like Appetite for Destruction. Like it's just as good of a record.
I was working at Geffen when that record was happening.
I envy it. Like, dude, you tell me stories that are like fucking unbelievable, and I just can't even handle it.
That record was dead for a while. Stuck at 50,000 sold, and it just was not moving.
Appetite?
Yeah, but it was there was what I heard, at least. I mean, I don't know how exactly true this is, but first off, when I first started working at Geffen, there was only 24 people there, and that record was stalled out. But I heard that David Geffen had 2 projects. I think there probably was more like 3, but 2 projects that were like, no matter what, we're not dropping them, and we are going to keep pounding it. And that was one of them.
One of them, yeah. Good job.
Lone Justice, which that never really panned out. And then he was a big Joni Mitchell person. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. That was a killer job, obviously. But yeah, that. And then one day it just like exploded, and it went to like they were selling, hundreds of thousands. God.
Unbelievable. Like that, like now it sucks, and it's a little bit bittersweet because I totally disagree with basically everything Axl Rose is about and always has been. But like being a kid and like Appetite for the Welcome to the Jungle video came out, but then the Sweet Child of Mine video came out next, and it was fucking sick, black and white, so fucking rock star good.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh my God, where can it go now? And it's fucking Paradise City.
Right.
Fucking live video. Jesus. When he's running around with this huge ass quads and then fucking white spandex and shit. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck?
Those guys kind of wiped the chalkboard of hair metal bands. Like that bullshit. But then the same record company brings forth the doom of Guns N' Roses through Nirvana.
Yes.
That hit, it was like they walked up and just erased all those bands.
And it's funny because the germ, like if Guns N' Roses like was the seed germ of like what was going to come after hair metal, it started to look like Skid Row and Warrant and things like that. It wasn't the same old hair bands. It was some sort of weird evolving thing. And then Nirvana came and sliced it all. Because Skid Row had cred. Like 18 in Life was gritty. Like all that stuff it wasn't like Poison. It wasn't Nothing But a Good Time. It was still hair, but it had edge like Guns N' Roses did. But it wasn't like gang like mentality Guns N' Roses. And then it sort of left Motley Crue out into this weird competitive space where are they going to be as Guns N' Roses as Guns N' Roses?
They were sort of kitschy, almost like a Kiss in a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, established, but still cred, but not as much, right? Because Guns N' Roses was so street legit.
They also kind of fell apart just because they were all a bunch of fucking drug addicts. Like,
yeah, as is the story.
That I think they call that the music business, but
yeah, it's fair.
Yeah. So it was so weird because I was like so hyped. I was hyped on Skid Row and like
I saw Skid Row when they opened for Bon Jovi in the Slippery When Wet tour.
The thing about Skid Row that resonated with me as a young person was that I was just starting to sing, and like Sebastian Bach, whatever his fucking real name is.
Right.
At that time and for a long time, amazingly good rock singer. amazingly good.
He had a good voice. I think they either opened, because I used to see any Geffen band. So it was like Aerosmith and the bands that opened for Aerosmith, Guns N' Roses, bands that opened for Guns N' Roses. So I ended up seeing all those bands in LA at that time period. But I do remember that guy having a good voice. It's true. I mean, that's really my thing. Although I did like that Guns N' Roses record when it came out. And then you're right. Then Axl Rose just ends up being kind of a douche. But did he undouche himself and then douche it again? I can't remember.
Oh no, maybe.
I think that with the lyrics and the content of some of the stuff he did in the next couple of records, like really alienated him from anybody who isn't racist.
Right.
And like that's really like, I mean, if he were like, here's the deal. If you say some shit when you're young and you do some dumb shit and you're like chauvinistic, racist, or whatever it is, and then you come out and say, man, I was really this exact thing and I really feel bad about it. You can have my redemption. Like that's fine with me.
Right.
He's never did that. He's not the kind of guy who is ever going to do that. And that pisses me off a lot.
I thought he had, swear to God, I should just shut up. But I remember he had a girlfriend that was kind of cool and he became cool. I'm probably thinking of somebody else actually. I don't
maybe I don't remember that, but I stopped. So once it became clear to me that like his core ideology was like being a fucking selfish bastard and kind of racist, I was like, all right, well,
homophobic too, and which I always
that too
was totally. He had no problem with that. He said, "Look, this guy, he's an artist. I don't give a fuck what this guy says." I mean, it was
David.
Interesting.
You're talking about David Geffen?
Yeah, David Geffen, because that didn't piss him off when that whole spaghetti whatever that stupid ass album was.
The Spaghetti Incident. Yeah.
Did the whole homophobic kind of thing.
Yeah, he wrote those lyrics, like, like he wrote those lyrics. And I mean, it was also fucked up because Slash is black.
Sure.
Slash, very, by the way, super. I mean, very cool guy. Very nice.
I'll bet.
His personal manager was a Dada fan, and Christina, my wife, went to school with Duff. He's a nice guy, but definitely, super cool guy. Very cool guy.
Yeah, man. Dude, tell me
hang on. I mean, Appetite for Destruction is 10 times the record 10 is. I totally disagree with that. I love 10, but Appetite for Destruction is just a perfect rock record of all rock records.
You really don't put 10 in that category? Like
no. It's like a second tier compared to Appetite for Destruction for me. Oh yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. I also listen to Appetite for Destruction every night for like a year.
The lyrics that Jeremy spoke are really, they're kind of next level compared
to. True. That's true.
But that's the only one I can point to, honestly.
Yeah.
As those.
No, that's true.
Well, I mean, you've got a long history of not even like being a fan of music at all, Chris. So, like, I understand where your opinion
doesn't make sense. It's like the dumbest thing anyone's ever said.
Have you ever heard music before?
No, I haven't. No.
What I want to know, Joey, is what's it like to have like a one-on-one conversation with David Geffen?
I didn't have a lot of one discussions with the guy. I delivered his mail, so I fucking heard what he was saying. There was only one fax machine. I mean, I hope nobody like breaks into my house right now and shoots me with a dart, but I delivered we only had one fax machine for the entire record company. And this was after it got big. This is, when we're getting closer to like 100 employees, not just 25. Right. There was one fax machine. And so overnight, it would just be like pumping out faxes. I had to go, which was awesome, pick up and it was all that curly paper back then. Oh, yeah. It turned around really fast. I had to like stack them up and organize them. And yes, I'm not supposed to look at all the stuff, and I wasn't digging. I was trying not to, but fuck, you see shit.
But you can read,
Yes, exactly. Yeah. You got to be able to read, to organize it. And it was some incredible shit flowing through. And I would take him his faxes. He was super nice to me, always nice to me. And it was at the Geffen Christmas parties, which are kind of honestly legendary. I mean, all kinds of shit was going on. You can imagine. It's funny. This is a kind of a side note that because I'm a lifer musician. I had a drum set when I was like 6. I've been in a band since I was 14, playing bass and guitar, and so I'm just indoctrinated. I don't know anything else as far as a lifestyle. This is it. There was no plan. What I noticed though with these guys working behind the curtain in the actual factory making the sausage, they act out way worse than musicians do.
Really?
Oh, hell yes. Like at parties, they'll come up to you with like, one time I walked into the bathroom, and I'm not going to name names, but very famous people were in this bathroom, and they liked me, and they wanted me to take the drugs they were taking, but they weren't my drugs. One guy, a guy, very famous person, that's all I'm going to say, who worked in the business, walked up to me, stuck out his tongue, and he had like 4 hits of X all in a row. And like, that was like the thing. These guys were just going down. And I mean, talk about like hookers and blow and all that stuff. Oh my God. They got musicians. I mean, okay, I'm sure there's musicians that were up there like that, but all the musicians that I know and I've met in my life, they're just not doing it like that, man. You don't live.
Yeah, it's like the business people are the ones that really go all the fucking way when like the business is closed and it's time to let go because they're fucking stressed out.
It depends on who you are too. I mean, like the Motley Crue guys, they did that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they were so big and so rich so quick and so young. It's like crazy.
I got a question. Okay. I got a good one for Joey. This is a good one.
What about me? I want to answer questions.
Maybe later. Listen.
No.
Yes,
Joey.
sir.
Who's the most famous person you have in your phone right now?
Well, I'm looking at my phone's there, so I can't really open it up.
I would think that there's got to be a clear couple of winners right there off the top of your head.
I can tell you one. I'm not as tight with this person as I once was. I used to stay at their house whenever I went to LA. But the bass player for REM, Mike Mills, is in my.
Oh, cool.
He's in my phone.
Is he the most famous, or are you holding back because you
in
have
my
to?
phone? I mean, we're talking about people that I could actually push the button right now.
And then they would answer, answer the phone.
I mean, I don't have David Geffen's number. I don't have Sting's number. I don't have Ringo's number, but especially Sting and Ringo, I've hung out with those guys.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just like, that's like, the reason I ask is because that's like going around on the internet and TikTok where a relatively famous person, it'll be an interview, like somebody's got the camera on a relatively famous person, like Billie Eilish, for instance.
Right.
And they're like, Billie, who's the most famous person in your phone? And she's like, oh shit, I don't know. And she goes through, it's like Margot Robbie. And they're like, call her.
Yeah.
And so she hits call, like she literally pulls out her phone, Margot Robbie's, and she hits call and she answers. That's why it's like super cool to see that kind of shit.
Somebody was doing that. They called Jordan and he answered too. I was like, oh, that's pretty impressive.
Michael Jordan?
Yeah.
Did he charge $25K for the phone call?
Probably.
He probably did.
Probably, yeah.
I think
that's why I ask. That's fun.
That I know in my phone right now. I mean, I probably would come up with somebody else if there actually was somebody else. So it's got to be him.
That's cool.
Dude, call him.
Fuck no.
Yeah, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Well, it's only midnight. Well, it's one. It's one there.
He's probably in Georgia. Actually, I don't know where he is. I haven't hung out with him as much because we had a mutual friend, and something went down and went wrong, and with the other person, and that kind of put me in a weird place with Mike. So but
sure.
Seriously, 10 years ago, right now, I could be staying at his house. I could be taking care of his fish while I'm down there or something. I mean, he had.
Are we talking? Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Are we talking saltwater or freshwater?
I don't know. It was giant. A fucking giant. It must have been
saltwater. Yeah.
Saltwater.
Yeah.
place.
You know, I pegged him. I pegged him for a saltwater guy this whole time.
You're right. His place that that he had, that where I would say, and actually this other mutual friend who I can't say it. She's tied in with REM. Anyways, she was tied in with REM. But what the fuck was I gonna say?
There was boning going on, probably, is what you're alluding to.
His house overlooked the Hollywood Bowl. Literally, just like boom,
Oh, wow.
you looked right down at the Hollywood Bowl, so you could see every show from his house.
Well, if you had been tight with him this whole time and stayed there this last couple of days, you could have seen Herbie.
I know. Rob went there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got a white T-shirt of all things. Can you believe it?
Well,
white.
He said that they didn't have the one he wanted.
Yeah, I know. Which I find terrible. I think that if you're going to sell merch, you got to sell the black one too in the right design.
Who's buying white T-shirts? I mean, like, maybe they're coming back and they're
so.
Some people like them.
I don't think it's just us musicians either. Like fucking people are wearing white T-shirts. That's crazy. To me, that's yeah. Well, maybe it is just the musicians. Who knows?
I don't know. But I mean,
it sucks when I leave the house though, and it's 104 outside, and I got nothing but black T-shirts to wear.
Well,
God, at 104, it doesn't matter what you're wearing.
Yeah, it does.
I don't think so.
It does a little bit. It does a little.
Sun. Yeah.
I tell you what, man. I've just this whole summer I've been on tour basically, and holy crap, there's some really hot places. I mean,
dude, Phoenix, Texas, Jesus Christ.
But I mean, not even just that, like St. Louis, Nashville, Atlanta, all that stuff was hot. Boston was hot. It was just hot.
Yeah, man. Anything
it's getting hotter everywhere.
Yeah.
Turns out.
Weird.
What, man?
I wonder how it's happening.
I know, but I love Seattle. It's the breakfast cereals, I think.
Yeah. For instance, which ones?
Fruit Loops and all that stuff. Anyways,
you'll see the new breakfast cereal that came out today.
What is it?
Trump cereal. It's $25 a box.
God, Jesus.
It is.
Yeah.
Is it really a thing? I thought it was a meme.
No, it's real.
That he was talking about cereals. He brought out all those cereals. That makes so much sense.
It's fucking grift. Yeah.
Oh my God, there's a website propped up for it. It's $25. It's trumpcereal.com. It's $25. Get
I told you.
fuck out of here.
Show your screen. Let's look at it.
No, just you can share your screen. Just trumpcereal.com. Jesus.
Oh shit.
Is it like Captain Crunch kind of, or
well, okay, hold on.
Like what variant of cereal?
Wait a minute.
It looks like some shitty O's, like Cheerios.
I think this is just some really entrepreneurial genius being like, all right, because you can get it with cereal or without cereal. You can just get the package.
Okay. It's not real. It's not him.
No. It's real. Like this is a merchant website and it has shop pay and everything on it.
Yeah, but is it Trump?
I don't think it's Trump. It says it on it.
It's like otherwise he would sue the fuck out of him.
No, you don't get, if you're a public figure, you can people can make parodies of you all day.
Cereal and call it Trump. That you can't.
No.
Well, it looks real as fuck, so
yeah, it looks real. Oh man.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Who wants to see that when you're eating
real world? You go from
oh my God. Now I've got to share my screen. You have to see this now. There's a maze on the back of it for the kids.
Oh my God.
Well, that's legit. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh God. Look at the maze. It's like the hardest maze ever.
Now here we go.
Oh God.
Greatness in every bowl.
Oh God.
No, I mean, Jesus, God. I mean,
there we go. Then you get to Trump.
It's Trump in the White House.
Trying to get to the White House.
Getting to the White House, and there's a fucking word puzzle. Oh God. It's not real. It can't be. No, it is. It's
Crooked Hillary is one of the words you can find in the. Oh, look, Crooked Hillary right there. There she is.
Oh my God! Please, dear God.
He's a marketing whatever. I won't say genius, but he really won't quit marketing. I mean,
he's playing to the dummies. I mean, you've got to be a dummy to buy that.
Oh man, that's crazy. Oh shit.
Hey, Joey, when are you done with tour?
I got 1 week, man. This is it. I leave on Wednesday. It's New York, Annapolis, and Norfolk.
Cool.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So I think I told Mike Notes and Tones I put him on the list if he wants to come down.
That's cool.
In New York.
Yeah, I hope he does.
I hope he does too.
You got to count on Chris to remind him because I don't. I mean, we're in the same chat.
I talk to him every day. What are you talking about? And he hates you, so you'll be able to get his attention.
He doesn't fucking hate me, you piece of shit. He sent me a record that's arriving like in 2 days.
Who did?
Mike knows. We're in a chat together, and he's mean to me all the time.
Oh, it's in love though.
It's because I'm like a noob and like he hazes me and whatever. I guess. I hope
that guy. He's fucking out there, man. He's way out there.
Yeah, we both like free jazz a lot, and like we get stuff from a couple of similar labels, and so that's cool. But he is nevertheless quite mean to me on a daily basis. So
he's a teacher. Come on.
Yeah. You learn through the hazing.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm gonna go to bed. I was gonna go to bed when you texted me. I was ready right to bed.
I'm ready to go to bed now, so this worked out perfectly.
All right, good.
Well, good to see you, man.
Yeah. Good to see you too.
Right on. I'll bother you about other stuff later.
Yeah. We got to down for at least 20 more seconds, though, me and you.
Why?
To make it to 8 hours.
Oh, yeah, we got to get to 8. Oh, it's been 8 hours?
Fuck. Yes.
Are you? No wonder you guys. I mean, when I tuned in and it said it was live, I was like, what the fuck? And then you guys were talking about, what the hell? You were talking about, was it drugs? I can't remember.
Yeah, well, probably. First we were talking about like homophobia and screw those guys. And
no, it was something else though, because I definitely thought like, no, because I said, "Are you guys on acid?" And he said yes, and I said, "Did you kill jazz bums?"
Said, yeah, they're in Chris's freezer. Yeah,
I went, I thought so.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so 8 hours it is. 3 a.m. Jesus Christ.
Have a good weekend, Joey. Good luck on the tour this week.
I'll see you later.
See ya. That was cool.
Now it's just us.
Yeah, again. And 39 people.
Are we still live?
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta go to bed. Don't
Me
you?
too. It's 3 a.m. Yeah, Stephen West's gonna kill me tomorrow.
I forgot to take my fucking drugs. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's your fault we're still here.
Why does everything have to be my fault?
It's not really. I don't really give a shit. It's fun.
Seriously.
I did take another edible though, so I'm probably gonna be up I'm probably gonna wake up baked.
Wait, you took another what?
Edible.
How many milligrams?
20.
What?
Not that much.
Dude, if I took a 20 milligram edible right now at 3
It's
a.m.
like a super low dose though, for most people.
I would be baked out of my fucking mind until 4 in the afternoon.
Nah.
No, I'm serious. I would die.
It probably will be.
So now what are you going to do? You're going to play Dungeons and Dragons by yourself?
No, I'm going to go scroll through TikTok until I pass out. What else would I do?
I don't know. I don't take edibles.
No. It's not going to keep me awake or anything. I gotta go put my plantar fasciitis piece of shit on my foot and go to sleep.
Just roll it gently. Just get a rolling pin. Just seriously, I know it sounds weird. Just get the rolling pin out of the kitchen. I know you got one, and just like sit there and scroll TikTok. Like, don't like put like fucking power down on it or anything. Just like put your foot on it and just go back and forth.
I don't know if my wife wants my feet on her bread rolling pin.
Just throw it in the fucking dishwasher. Who gives a shit?
Mm.
You wash things. You wipe your ass. You just wash your hands after that.
That's true, I do.
Come on, give me a break.
I think Rob washes his hands after he poops.
One can only hope. Well, this has been fun. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Shit.
What? What's wrong?
The gauntlet has been laid down. Fuck. I can't hide.
Oh, no. For fuck's sake. Really? We don't have to do that. We have to do that.
It's only 24 more minutes.
Oh, my God.
I don't really want to, though, because I'm tired. So yeah. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, for all the nutcases that are still hanging with us, thank you for
how many? What's the total?
34 right now.
It's fucking nuts. Who are these people?
They're awesome. That's who. It's Mark, Bill, and AJ.
Yeah,
and
that's
Jonathan
3
Peters.
people. Why? My question is always, this question comes up in my mind all the time.
Nick.
Who are these people? And my more important question is, why aren't they like commenting in the chat? If you're like up and like
they
alive,
could be asleep. Some of them could be asleep.
That's
if
crazy.
You're asleep, comment in the chat.
That's crazy.
Let us know.
Let us know in the comments below.
Yes. All right. Anyway, I'm out. Thanks, everybody. We'll see y'all later. Have a good weekend, everyone. Oh, that's fine. Look at Nick. He's in Australia. It's 6 o'clock at night. Nice.
There you go.
Well, have a good evening, Nick. Later, everyone.